House. What's up, Chatty House?
Hello, Chatty House. Is your mic live? Oh, you're just way far away from it.
Testing. We good?
We're all good. We sound great. We're good.
What's happening, everybody? We got a little Will Z in the house.
Shout out Will Z.
Drew Down, you're here way early. What's up with that? I didn't think you woke up this early, to be honest. Wheezy, Primo J.
What's up, Drew?
Warren, Ash. I'll go up to the top. Who got the belt? I'm guessing is Russ Dog.
I think that was in my Monty. I got it.
What?
Yeah.
In my Fire the Vest era.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's at Disneyland too, from what I was reading on the messages.
Uh-oh, he's stalking Kyle. Russ Dog.
What's up, Warren? Yes, sir.
Splash. Okay, Splash Mountain.
What's up, Leezy? Jim?
Shout out Leezy. He killed it with the all the photo video on Friday. He was running all around.
He's always working. Shout out Manny. What's up?
Did a great job.
Oh, Monty's not at Disneyland. Never mind. In my Fire the Vest era.
Oh. All right. Securing the 12th pick. Oh,
Zay,
boy.
but we missed you on Friday. Casey did his little prize picks read, and you weren't there. You're going to have to answer for that one later. Got you, Drew.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. No Kyle Madsen today. Kyle is coming back from Disneyland, taking a little vacation, short stop.
Yeah, he's just a Disneyland guy.
He is just.
Kyle's out. He's at Disneyland probably.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
Most likely. Jesse Tapia is joining us today, and of course we have Joe Brazil behind the glass. Welcome in. We are of course brought to you by Jiffy Lube. If you're listening on ESPN 1320, we love it. You can also jump on board with youtube.com/ESPN 1320, Twitch TV/ESPN 1320, or the free Odyssey app. And if you missed us there, you can find us at the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, wherever you listen to your podcast.
There's legit no reason to miss the show. We're everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, listen to the show.
I think that's a good idea,
Yeah.
Jesse. Look at that.
No, there's no excuse.
We need a hype man.
That's exactly what it is. I'm dealing with Casey's hype man all the time, whether it be for the wrong reasons or the right ones. I'm there. I got you guys if you need it.
That's right. I think we all could use a hype man every now and then.
There it is.
Every now and then. Okay, we got so much to talk about today. We're going to try to, sort of go, traverse the minefield here. We'll talk about the Kings eventually, because we don't really want to talk about the Kings after their performance on Saturday afternoon in Orlando. I'm still waiting for them to get off the team bus.
Yeah, no, I heard they didn't get off the team bus and just took it to Indiana.
Yeah, just like they just skipped that game. Like, we don't need that game. It was 1 of 9. Now we have 8. We didn't need that one. It's fine.
We'll talk about it. I mean, it's like a kid. Like, how much more disappointed can I get at you? Like, how much more disappointed? This is what you are at this point.
This is like when your kid comes home with like a D+, and they're like, "Well, at least it's not an F," and you're like,
"Yeah, Tommy, I guess."
No, it's the same thing.
Yeah, like whatever at this point.
It's the same thing. You still have to retake the class. Yeah, not great. But we do have, although I'm looking out the windows right now, and it's foggy and rainy and gross outside.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
It doesn't look great at all. But we have Major League Baseball tonight in Sacramento. The Sacramento A's open their home schedule against the Chicago Cubs. I never thought I would get to see the Chicago Cubs roll into Sacramento for a regular season baseball game.
It's kind of surreal. I was telling the guys on D-Lo KC last week, I was looking at tickets. It's like, maybe this Rangers game at the end of the month $30 or whatever. It doesn't look too bad. Maybe I'll just go on a random Wednesday or whatever. It's just having another pro sports team here is just all exciting now.
I think so too. Like I was telling you earlier, I'm gonna like that Wednesday home game. We get off at 12, maybe a few minutes before 12.
Go catch a day ball game.
I can go get in the car, drive down, go sit in the press box, and hang out and watch a day baseball game in Sacramento.
I'd imagine covering a baseball game is a lot more chiller too than a basketball one. Just the whole flow is a lot different, I'd feel.
Yeah, so I was telling Joe earlier, the way baseball works is they usually have, like, it's an all-day thing, and it can be a really long day. I think batting practice usually starts around, like, 1:30.
Yeah.
And goes from, like, 1:30 to 3. And you're allowed, like, on the field. You can stand right behind the screen.
Yeah, while they take batting practice.
While they're taking batting practice and just hang out and take pictures or video or whatever. And then that goes for like an hour and a half. You can go in the clubhouse. You can interview people. You can hang out and talk to, all kinds of different people. And then at some point, the manager comes out. They sit down in usually the locker, in the dugout, and everyone kind of surrounds them in the dugout. Although tonight there's probably going to be 300 media members.
Oh, yeah.
This will be like everyone will be so excited with the A's, and then they'll realize that none of these people are coming back tomorrow or the day after.
Or the rest of the season.
Or any other day. But the way it plays is that you get to like 5:36 and it's just nothing. You have like an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours before the first pitch. And you can go write like 3 stories if you want, or you can go have dinner or all that stuff. And it's just like this really, really long buildup. And then once the game starts, I think the pitch clock speeds things up a little bit, but like it's so much different than basketball. So basketball is so frenetic, and you're coming down to the last 2-3 minutes of a game. You've written a game story. You might have written 2 leads, a winning and a losing lead. And then on top of that, you're updating stats the whole time. Baseball, it's like you're done with your story. It's the 6th inning. You're like, okay, I pretty much know where this one's headed. You know how long the starting pitcher lasts. You know who's hit a home run already. You might add in a couple more guys as it gets later in the innings. But then like in the 8th inning, some guy hits a 3-run shot and all of a sudden the game completely changes. It takes you about 3 pitches to rewrite your entire, intro and who did what. That's how it's just so much slower paced.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed covering A's games when they were in Oakland. I think I probably covered 5 or 6 for NBC.
We need to make you the Deion Sanders of media. Get you at an A's game at like when they're playing at 12:30, and then boom, there's James Ham covering the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock.
I will do that.
Yeah.
No, now that you say that, I will do that. If they have games on the same day, I don't know if they will before the end of the season.
Yeah.
But if they do, I will cover 2 games.
That's facts. And we're calling the Deion Sanders of media after that. That's right. What that is.
Prime time.
In prime time, he did that. He did in the same day, right? He played I think it was a football game and a baseball game or something like that.
Yeah,
was it the World Series?
I just saw a video on this. He's the only one to hit a home run and score a touchdown in the first week. I think it was when he was with the Braves and the Falcons.
Gosh, yeah, I know he did something crazy back then, but
yeah,
we're working our way towards that.
I think he played for the Braves, the Yankees. I think he played for the Reds, and then football he played for like everybody, almost every team. Yeah. So 49ers, Falcons, Cowboys. Yeah, he played for a lot of teams.
It says he tried. So he played for the Falcons afternoon game, and then he flew out to Pittsburgh to join the Braves for Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. And he got there in time, but they just didn't put him in. So he was trying to do it though.
All right.
Okay.
He wanted to do it.
James Ham is going to do what Deion Sanders couldn't.
That's right.
That is what I like to hear.
Deion's got nothing on me, baby.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's right. What are you expecting from this? Like the A's are in Sacramento. I want to call them the Sacramento A's. I am going to call them the Sacramento A's.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to call them Sacramento A's and all that. Honestly, with the game today, I'm curious to see what it's like as far as A's, like people that are fans to see the Sacramento A's, and those. Oakland's not that far from Sacramento. I wonder if we see any sell stuff still, just the fans who aren't happy with them being over.
Yeah, I wonder if we are.
I don't know what the vibe's going to be yet. I don't know. I don't know what to expect, to be honest.
Okay, so the A's did something today. They're honoring Ricky Henderson, who passed away during this offseason. Absolutely crushing blow for the franchise. I mean, Ricky was everything. So I'm going to guess that there will be some fans who, I didn't even think about this before, who have sell signs or are wearing the shirts and stuff. But I also think that they'll honor Ricky,
Yeah.
on opening day.
Yeah.
Even though, like the field in Oakland is the Ricky Henderson Field. So, I mean, it's painful. But, I'm expecting, okay, number one, I think they're going to sell out every game all season long. And I think they probably have already. They're going to have those, 250 lawn seats every day that they sell for 20 or $25, but you can't buy them till game day.
That's cool.
And that's going to fill up that lawn area. I think there might be a point where they probably pre-sell those, but I'm not sure. Just because, I think you're going to have a lot of demand for those.
Yeah.
But I think it's also cool. Like if you're just hanging out and you say you're working downtown, like, you know what? It's like, we got like 2 hours before a game. I'm going to go over and see if I can get a lawn seat. And then just go hang out and mill around.
I'm only a couple exits down from the stadium and all that. So it's like, hey, don't work, whatever. Let's go catch the game or something like that. I'm excited for it.
Yeah. I lived in Berkeley years ago, and it cost me. The A's used to have this thing called a Coke card, like a Coca-Cola card.
Yeah.
And you could get in for $1. You got $1 hot dog and $1 soda. And so it was on I think it was Wednesday day games. So I could take Bart from my place in Berkeley, and it was like $1.60 to get there. And then a ticket was $1 to go sit in the bleachers, and then hot dogs and soda.
Sounds like a good time to me.
It was like a $5 day, and it was really fun.
Yeah.
So I loved going to day baseball games, and then my wife, while she was going to Berkeley, whether it was like TAs or there's a lot of like grad students there that aren't from the U.S. and have no idea what baseball is.
Yeah.
So we would take people to games, and I would explain the game of baseball while we watched it. And everyone always had a great time.
Yeah, it sounds fire.
Yeah.
This is cool because I'm from Modesto. So all we had was the Modesto Nuts. And that's kind of done and over with now after this season, I think. So we never really had any pro sports teams around.
Are they leaving?
Yeah, they're done, I think. After the next season, I think they're done.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I don't think the city wants to pay for the money to keep them around anymore or something like that, or the organization doesn't want to pay to keep them there.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow. So they're going to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Is the field nice?
Yeah, John Thurman's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. The A's, of course, were in Seattle all weekend. They actually played really well against the Mariners. They split the series 2-2. Jesse, I did not expect their starting pitching to be this good.
Yeah, I kind of have a theory about that. I feel like around the league, besides the Yankees, of course, we'll talk about their wiffle ball bats, but I feel like around the league starting out, it's kind of, you're going to see pitching dominate more.
Yeah.
I feel like teams are going to kind of, I don't know what to say. Like, you got to kind of get in the flow with hitting and stuff like that. That's not something where you're just, all right. Now, like, I feel like going up against 99, 100 mile an hour, like now, instead of going to these spring training guys, like you're going against the best of the best. I think the hitting will pick up and the pitching will kind of level out at some point.
Yeah, I think the bats always take longer to kind of figure out to get warmed up. And I definitely, like, when I was watching the games this weekend, like, first of all, Severino pitched just a gem to open the season. What he strike out 5, went 6 innings. Then they get an incredible pitching performance in game 2. They get another incredible Babito in game 3. And then JP Sears, like, one pitch cost him the game yesterday. But their starting pitching is given up, I think it's 3 total runs in their first 4 starts, and we're looking right around 24 innings, 23 and 2/3, something like that. So really, really impressive what we're seeing from their starting pitching. I don't know if their bullpen can hold up, but they've only had one guy who's given up a run, and he gave up like 3. And so he's got like an 81 ERA, and the rest of the relievers have a 0 ERA.
Yeah.
So interesting stuff.
It'll all balance itself out, I feel.
I think so too. Tyler Soderstrom, who we had on the show on Friday, is swinging it. He's up to 3 home runs on the season after his 2 home runs on opening night. Hit another one yesterday. But it really does feel like this team, it's like the 3 outcome, either walk, strike out, or hit a home run.
What are you expecting from this team? It feels like they got a bunch of the young guys kind of coming up. Like, it was always with the A's back then. It's like, all right, now they have these young prospects who are like legit MLB players now, and the A's would maybe go to the wild card, stuff like that. Never ended great because, I mean, frankly, they sold everyone off. Trade everyone off after that. But, like, what do you expect from this team this year? Like, you got Soderstrom and all those guys?
I think that they've got a chance to be over 500. I don't know how much over 500. It's really going to depend on how their pitching holds up, but I think that they can rake. They've got a bunch of hitters. They've got a bunch of young guys, And I think it's exciting. Like your first baseman is basically a rookie in Soderstrom. Max Muncy at second base is a rookie. You've got a shortstop in Jake Wilson, who's a rookie. Like you just look around the diamond, and most of their players, most of their like positional players are all first, second, third year guys. And that's really exciting because they've got a lot of room to grow. Geloff is on the DL for a while, so you're going to have to wait for him. But after that, I think that this team's got a lot of potential to hit the ball well. And you know, again, if you can patchwork your starting lineup and your bullpen together, you might have something.
So it takes. Have you seen what the Yankees are using now and these other teams in the MLB now with their bats?
No, it's just ridiculous.
So I was against it, but now I feel like if it's league wide, I feel like it's not so bad.
What are they doing?
It's they've kind of reworked the bats where it's. I'll pull it up. I'll try to pull it up right now, but it's like reworked it where it's more. How do you say the barrel of it's like it's bigger or whatever.
Yeah, it's called like a torpedo bat. So they took parts of the wood that you wouldn't use in a bat near the handle. Essentially, they just got rid of parts of the bat that you don't hit the ball with, and they added it to the barrel. So it's the same weight.
So they're out there using a fat bat.
It's skinnier.
Yeah, it's like the wiffle ball bat they used to play with when you were a kid.
Well, no, the wiffle ball bat, the true wiffle ball bat is a skinny yellow one.
Yeah, but then they have like the big barrel.
But then you have the fat bat.
That's what it looks like.
It's right here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Jazz Chisholm and Anthony Volpe are using it. It's not like everyone in the Yankees is using it, but it's kind of they hit like 8 home runs or whatever over the weekend.
They hit 9. That's one thing though that people aren't understanding. It's not everyone using it.
Yeah.
It's just a couple of the guys so far. But hey, man, it looks like it's working. So it makes sense when you think about it.
I don't think I hate it.
Well, I hate the Yankees, so
that's true.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess maybe that's what we hate. We hate the Yankees, and we hate the fact that the Yankees are using something that no one else is using. And if everyone in the league can do it, I
feel like if it was like, say, the Angels or whatever, say the Angels are doing it, like nobody would care.
Yeah,
no
Mike Trout debuts the torpedo bat. Everyone's going to be for it.
Now, if it was the Astros, everyone would would be like trying to ban them from the league. Yeah, absolutely crazy. I'm super excited to see baseball. And like, look, we're not going to cover baseball like this every single day. We'll check in, most days just to see how the A's did yesterday because they're local in town. But at the end of the day, we're going to stick to what we primarily do here, 49ers, Kings, and all that stuff. But I think we need to, especially early in the season here, give people a taste of what's happening.
Yeah, it's a story still.
Yeah, I think so. All right, Jesse and I are going to step aside. When we come back, we've got all kinds of stuff that's happening around the sports world, but we do have to dive into this ridiculously horrible Kings game from Saturday, just because that's what we do. We like to throw flames on the fire. I am James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We got Joe Brazil behind the glass. We'll be back in just a minute.
Shout out to everyone that had that massive bat when they played wiffle ball back then.
Wait, are you saying we have a caller? Okay. We can. I don't love doing calls. We can open this next segment with him.
It is he wanted to talk baseball.
No, it's fine. Let's open this next segment with him. Can you kill it so it's just me and you and Jesse and not everyone? What's happening? What's happening, Chatty House?
Yeah, so I think the Padres already put it in order for those new bats too. So you're gonna start seeing them. There's no doubt about that. It's gonna go two ways. It's either everyone's gonna start using them or they're gonna get banned. That's what's gonna happen. So
Christian Campbell looks dope already. Devers is just due. He's over 16. Yeah, he's just due. That's all that means. The bats will come. Pitching looks good so far.
Devers will come back around. I'm not worried
Yeah,
about that.
I'm not worried about nothing 4 games in.
Yeah, Tom, I don't like doing calls because I'm not used to messing with the board, and finding the red button on the board is not usually a good thing. So I have to rely on Joe to be listening intently. And I don't typically cut people off. And anyway,
James is a nice guy. He'll let you talk.
Leezy, I will be at the game tonight, the A's game. Although, like, it's messy because I've got to get there in time to watch the Kings game, which starts at 4. And I'm supposed to be on D-Lo KC from 3 to 4. I might have to rearrange my day. My day is already spinning out, and I didn't even think about it that way. Tom L., I do think the Kings and Keegan Murray will come to a contract extension. And then your other question, I mean, most of this is like post stuff. I think this is going to be really interesting because I don't know if the guys that are making decisions right now are going to be the ones that make decisions this summer. And the smart thing to do, in my book, the smart thing to do would be to opt out and then sign him to an extension. And I don't know what the parameters are on the extension, but I don't think there are a bunch of parameters. I'm really not that nice. I'm really sarcastic.
You are pretty sarcastic. Joe Brazil is definitely the nicest one here.
Yeah.
I think Kyle's pretty nice as well.
Dude, I was not nice on Friday. I had to be mean.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
No Kyle Madsen today. He is off he's in transit. I think that's how we would describe it, in transit. We have Jesse Tapia here. Of course, Joe Brazil behind glass. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We have to get to like the uncomfortable, like not so fun conversation.
They did it again.
They are who we thought they are.
Exactly.
Just like I know
the Sacramento Kings, by the way, for those who are questioning what we're talking about.
Yeah, I get Doug Christie has said this isn't who we are, this isn't who we are, this isn't who we are. And I hate to say this, Doug's my friend.
Mm-hmm.
This is who they are.
Exactly who they are.
Yeah, and I don't know how to get out of that. Like, this is who they are. This is who they're going to be through this season. You got 8 more games of this, and then we don't know what comes after that. Like, I think this is going to be a really interesting couple of days after the season. Like, typically, we'll have like the NBA's version of Black Monday, right?
Yeah, and the funny, like, I'm laughing right now because like there's still a chance this team is playing the Oklahoma City Thunder round 1 of the NBA playoffs. Somehow, some way. Like,
do you think?
I don't think they will, but it's just, who's to say one of the most inconsistent teams in the league finished the last 10 games 5-5, 6-4, squeak in because it's the Suns who are dealing with a Kevin Durant injury, weren't able to get in.
Yeah.
Somehow this inconsistent team is consistent for 2 games, and boom, they're playing the Thunder.
And then what happens?
Oh, they get swept. They lose every game by 20. It's gonna be ugly, but it's funny. It's like as bad as it's been bad all season. It's just there's still the playoffs. There's a chance.
I know.
I don't think they're getting there, but it's funny to me.
Yeah, because it feels like April 14th, 15th, whatever the final day of the season. Maybe the final day is April 12th.
Mm-hmm.
But right around there, it feels like we're here for a big shakeup.
Yeah.
And I know folks around, like, are we talking about front office? Or are we talking about coaching staff? Like, look, I personally think that Doug Christie is going to get an opportunity to coach this team. I think that there's going to be some sort of reset with the front office, whether that means that Monte McNair stays and they add somebody else to the front office, or whether that means that everyone's gone and they start fresh, and that person is going to have to, whoever that person is going to have to give a thumbs up to Doug Christie being the head coach. But I do think that is kind of where we're heading. That at least, I mean, already Wes Wilcox walked out the door. We understand that.
Yeah.
So, and Monte McNair is not the guy to run the business side of the front office. The business side is who takes care of like the basics, like the media relations staff, the medical staff, the training staff, helps out building the coaching staff, even though the coaching staff is typically it's the head coach and then he gets to bring in all of his people.
Monty's the guy who handles trades?
Monty is not the guy who makes the phone calls for trades,
Okay.
but he is the one that pitches the trades and says, hey, this is what, and gives a thumbs up, yes or no, before they take it to Vivek, and then they take it to the next level. I think him and the Wes and Monty relationship has been a good relationship because they complement each other. I talked about, my wife is a total introvert, I'm a total extrovert, but somehow we complement each other really well. And I think Wes and Monty very similar. Like, one of them is very quiet and one of them is not very quiet. He's a noisy guy who is fine making all the phone calls, fine making all the directions in the building. And that was Wes. And then Monty is he's an introvert. He doesn't love doing media. And when he does do media, it's few and far between. And then Wes, for sake of keeping everything on the right path, always deferred to Monty to do media. So Wes is a guy that you can run into at a game standing at half court chatting, and Monty's really not. Monty's there, but not very often does he walk out and actually talk to people. Wes is more gregarious and out there in the public, but when it comes to press conferences, it was always Monty, which is an interesting dynamic because you do need messaging if you're a pro basketball team about what you're doing and where you're heading and all that stuff. And so they divided these roles a little bit.
Yeah, that's great and all, but I'm pro. I think you got to clean out the front office. And if you're keeping Monty around, Monty, I'm going to need you to learn how to be a little extroverted this time. I don't love the dynamics of having Wes or insert whatever guy here. He's going to do this because Monty doesn't do that. I'm pro. You need one guy to do it all.
Yeah.
And the way you had it run the last 5 years or whatever, never yielded results.
Well, I would argue, though, it did. You did get to the playoffs for the first time in 16 years.
See, but yeah, if that's the bar, though, it's always going to be in the ground. If you look at it as a whole, it's one playoff run and one playoff round and however many years Monty's been here, though.
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah, and I would agree that's not enough. And I would also, I'd point and say, look, last season, very easily, you could have won 5 more games.
Yeah.
No question. They were sitting there. This team missed free throws. They had a couple of games that they just fully tricked off. They didn't even show up for a couple of games against really bad teams that they had no business losing to. This season is something different. And what we saw is
this feels like they lost control.
Yeah. And I would say year one, they peaked in high school. You don't want to peak in year one.
Don't ever be that guy. Ever. Or that person. Don't ever.
Well, that's what they were. They peaked there.
I still got the jacket in my closet,
Joe, throw the jacket out right now.
Dude. Oh, man.
Well,
you're right.
Go get one of those bags that you can you use a vacuum and take all the air out. And
vacuum seal it. Yeah, vacuum seal it.
And then
Space
just hide
bag.
it somewhere. Yeah, just hide it somewhere so you have it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't want to be that guy. And that's what this team feels like. They never tried to get better. They never pushed the buttons that would have actively made them improve the team in year 2. And you got to the All-Star break and you still sat there on your hands and did absolutely nothing. I think you traded for a Lopez brother.
Robin, I think.
Yeah, you traded for Robin and then waived him like you'd done one other time.
Kings legend.
Twice. 2-time Kings legend where they traded for
Robin's
him.
we know what the deal is, guys. They don't even need to show up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you want him in the building because he likes to
Mhm.
fight with the lion.
Exactly.
Yeah, he likes to beat up on some of the mascots.
Peter
and-
Griffin versus the chicken type thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but for me, like, look, you get to this point where the team isn't progressing and actually they're regressing,
Mhm.
and it's time to like make a sharp move and change direction. And then they take like the biggest sharp turn ever. I mean, you fire a coach, not only that, but you double down, you trade your best player, and you don't get younger, you get older, you don't get the picks that you needed, you get some
Yeah, you
picks.
just stay the same. If not, you got worse.
Yeah, like really, really bizarre sort of change of path. And
And then that's kind of how we get to the, I don't want to say with the blowouts with the Magic, just given the Magic blew you out earlier this season, but this team feels disconnected a lot of the time.
I think completely disconnected.
Mhm.
And it's funny because we watched them play against the Blazers to end the homestand, right? So what was that on Thursday? They take Friday, they fly to Orlando. I don't like they had an early day game, which is weird. I mean, basically that game was at 2:00 our time, so like 5 hours before they typically play a basketball game. And I thought that was a little strange, but at the same time, that's just inexcusable to show up to a game like that or to not show up
Mhm.
and have almost every one of your players look like they're still like in the hotel room, like asleep. And I don't know what to say because I've covered a lot of versions of this team. I've never seen a team that has this much talent that so frequently lays down in games. And that's kind of what we're seeing on the backside of the season, or 121-91 drubbing by the Orlando Magic.
It's just you. I talked about last week on D-Lo and KC. You don't have guys who I think play for the name on the front of the jersey. Like you have your Sabonis and your Malik Monks and all that, but like Zach LaVine just got here, like 20, 30 games ago, however you want to say it. DeMar DeRozan got here in the offseason. He was supposed to kind of be Fox's wingman, and now he's the one leading the Sacramento Kings. Like that wasn't supposed to happen here. It's just a jumbled mess, just put together with some guys who've been here, and it's just like, some new guys, and the dynamics of this just don't work for me at all.
Yeah,
Honestly, like, they don't, not for me. Like, they don't matter for me. It doesn't look like it works.
no, I would agree. And in this game, like you talked about Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine came out and turned the ball over 5 times.
Uh-huh.
Like he didn't even really have the ball that often, but every time he did, he turned the ball over. And you're just like throwing your hands up in the air, like what exactly are you doing? Malik Monk comes in off the bench, 6 turnovers.
Uh-huh.
Like, how can you be so careless in a game that actually matters? And like, let's be honest, Corey Joseph started at point guard for the Orlando Magic.
Corey Joseph, the Kings just can't escape that guy.
My guy Kojo, one of the nicest men in the NBA. Like seriously, just a spectacular human being.
Mm-hmm.
And he's Canadian. Like he comes across as like a
Nice
very
guy,
like
I'm sure.
very very nice guy, Canadian guy, right? And to watch them just not know how to function against not even, I mean, that's a like we can talk about length and athleticism, but that's their front line. And I didn't get it. To me, this was one of the most disappointing games of the season because you know what you're up against. You know that you're coming into that game. You're down to 9 games remaining on the season, and you got to win. Like we talked about, you probably need to go 6-4 to make the play-in tournament. And out of the final 10, they got the first win, and they look like this again. This like completely connected, spectacular team against the Blazers.
Yeah.
You turn up the volume on the team that you're playing at all, and you start playing teams that are decent at all, and this team does not know what to do.
The Kings are like just the worst type of friend that everyone has. It's just the guy always like, is he gonna show up? Like, hey, we're gonna invite him or whatever. And if he show like he says, I'll probably be there. It's like, all right, we'll see. Sometimes he doesn't show up. It's like, all right, well, that sucks because we kind of got a seat for you over here. And sometimes he does show up and we all have a great time. The Kings, they're just like leaving that game on Saturday. I wasn't mad or whatever. It's just like, that's them.
Yeah.
You're 1-1. Just finish the rest of the 8 games 500 now. Go 4-4. I can't be mad at the Kings for getting blown out by the Magic because that's what they do.
That's who they are?
Yeah, that's exactly who they are. They might show up tonight. They might beat the Pacers tonight. We'll talk about that game later and all that. But it's just, at this point, I couldn't care less about how the wins and losses look. It's just get a win and keep it moving. Hopefully you get into the play-in. We're kind of, because Doug talks about with like fixing this plane on the fly. That's been his thing, fixing the plane and all that.
Mhm.
At this point, you're kind of emergency landing this thing. Like you're not fixing this at all.
Yeah, like you're gonna have to like see if you can like land it on its belly without landing
at this
gear.
point, yes. Get to 5 and 5. 5 and 5 is literally landing on its belly. Everyone can get out, and we're good.
Yeah.
Like some things are gonna break. Like this is not gonna look good these last few games.
The
Yeah.
oxygen masks are out.
Yeah, they're out. They're out.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true. And like drink service, you're not getting drink service tonight.
Yeah,
This thing is like we're barely holding
we're
it
in
together.
turbulence the rest of the way.
Yeah, do you see the engine? The right engine's on fire.
Yeah,
It's on fire, and we don't know what to do.
There's snakes on the plane.
There
yeah,
are
Samuel L.
snakes.
Jackson is here.
Yeah, I would agree with you. There are
yeah, it's just
snakes
like,
on the plane.
They lost to the Magic. All right, beat the Pacers tonight is where I'm at. And if you don't win the next one, you got to go 5 and 5. I think.
Yeah, I mean the schedule does lighten up. They do have the Wizards and Hornets coming up, but then it gets more difficult.
Mhm.
And like I don't know what to say. Like this
Yeah.
team, just like the way that they let you down, it's become so expected at this point.
That's the thing. That's why it's just kind of like, all right. Well, hopefully you get Indiana then on Monday. Dr. David has right here. Doug could be Sully. Land the plane on the Hudson. Do what you got to do.
That's right. That's right.
But I also like talking about Doug real quick. I feel like he's been put in such an impossible position.
Completely.
Like I feel like I will say he's done the most with what he's had. You can't expect him to like you give him 3 different teams at this point. It feels.
At least.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but Jesse, like if you look, like we have years of tape
Mhm.
of DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. You knew exactly what they look like together.
Yeah.
There is no question about what they look like. They were not good together.
That's one thing I would love to know the answer to. Damian feels that like Zach LaVine was their guy that they wanted if they were going to trade Fox. Like Zach LaVine was the target, and if like that was your first move, then that's terrifying to me.
Well, yeah, but you have to have the corresponding move this summer.
Yeah,
Like if that's your first move, okay. Well,
well,
then,
that's the thing. But like, who's gonna like your front office might not even be here for that.
well, that's the biggest question, Jesse. Why a team, why an owner would allow a front office that might not be here make a franchise altering decision at the trade deadline?
Yeah,
Like you could have pushed this off. And I know some people, oh, well, you know, the Spurs are looking at this, and this. It's like, no, you could have pushed it off. And heaven forbid you trade him somewhere else that he doesn't particularly want to go to. Like there's a good chance that he would stay somewhere else. I mean, you just have to, like the Kings have done it multiple times where they trade for a player and then like coax him into staying.
it wouldn't be the first time it's happened.
No, Rudy Gay stayed. Harrison Barnes stayed.
Uh-huh.
Like signed long-term deals after they got here via trade because, hey, once you get in Sacramento, it's a lot different than you think. So yeah, either way, it's a weird situation. We do after every Kings game, we do have a contest where if you go, you can do it right now. Go to ESPN1320.com, click on the giant Jiffy Lube contest page. Once you get there, we have a keyword, and today's keyword it's a little strange, but we're gonna do no show, NOSHOW, all one word, and you're entering in to win a $50 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube and one of our exclusive insider hoodies, which are spectacular and amazing, and brought to you by our good friend Jim over at Brick House Industry.
Kings might not win, but you can.
Yeah, you can win.
Go get yourself a little win
off of the Kings.
Like Kevin from The Office. It's always nice to get a win.
It's always nice
You know?
to get a win. So yeah, no show is a word today, all one word. Just smack it together. Okay, we also the standings update. With the loss, the Kings have now fallen to the 10th seed in the Western Conference standings. They're 0.5 of a game behind the Mavs.
That's embarrassing.
Isn't that embarrassing?
Yeah.
I mean, the Mavs are.
We wrote the Mavs off when Kyrie Irving got hurt.
Yeah.
And everyone. All right, you'll be fine now. Just don't collapse. Just don't collapse.
I mean,
And-
if the Kings are trying to fix a plane in the air, the Dallas Mavericks are a paper airplane on a rainy day.
They're a paper airplane on a rainy day, but somehow Jason Kidd got some wheels on that plane.
I guess
It might land.
It might.
I don't know how the hell it's gonna happen, but he got some wheels on that plane, and it's gonna land. It looks like.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. So
Shout
the
out to
Mavs,
Jason Kidd.
Yeah, the Mavs are 37-38. The Kings are 36-38. The Suns are 35-40. They're a game and a half behind the Kings for the final play-in spot. As Jesse mentioned earlier, the Suns also suffered a dramatic injury to Kevin Durant this weekend. What sprained left ankle?
Sprained his ankle. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's gonna be out at least for their road trip coming up. 3 games.
yeah, that's wild. And we're down to so few games. They only have 7 games left, so he's going to miss, at least 3 of the 7, and then they finish with the Kings. By the time they get to the Kings on the last day of the season, they may not have a reason to play.
Yeah, I mean, what did I just see? We're gonna go to break right now. Just throws in the chat. Could be his last game in the Suns uniform.
Oh, look at that! Look at that. All right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna dive into some football stuff. Maybe take a call. But we'll figure it all out here on the fly. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. Joe Brazil behind the glass, where the Insiders brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll see you in just a minute.
Stephen Brown, it sucks to say, but yeah, pretty much. Kings are banking on the Suns being horrible.
Yeah. Talk about like the backup, the beep, beep, beep. Kings just backing up into the playoffs, into the plan. Hey, this is a good question. And again, like, this isn't, like, I'm not making excuses because Doug and I have a relationship, but we do not know if Doug is a good coach or not.
I don't think he's done anything where I can point to and be like, boom, that is right there why he should be the head coach. I feel like he's made the best of a bad situation, but you can only get so much credit for that as well.
I agree, but I would also tell you, oh, yeah, you know what? We're going to open next segment with that, Russ Dog. Before we get, no, we'll open at 11 o'clock. How about that? Yeah, so the one thing I would say that is missed a little bit here is that Doug is working with a coaching staff that he doesn't particularly, like, they're not his guys, right? And not only that, but they lost Luke Laux, and on top of losing Luke Laux, when you lost Mike Brown and Doug was elevated, you lost Doug Christie. So Doug is down 2 front of the bench assistant coaches, and he's a rookie head coach. And if anything, if you're going to have a coach be down 2 front of the bench head coach assistant coaches, you probably need to go and add somebody to help him out. And Mark Souza brings up Leandro Barbosa left as well. Barbosa, first of all, he tore his quad, I believe, and had to have surgery. And then after that, he had to leave the team on a personal issue. Yeah. Oh wow. I have not seen this. Yeah. I don't know.
It was harsh, but I don't know.
Like, the dude is sitting here trying to keep this thing together on the fly.
I don't think Doug is a bad coach.
And he needs assistants that can help him get through this, and he needs assistants that he can trust. And I would say this, like, the Kings aren't good, but they're also, under Doug Christie, they're still above 500, and he's trying to bring in a season where they're 23-20. They'll probably, if they win 2 of their next 3, they'll still be at 25-21.
Maybe we could talk about this coming back. But who gets the credit or blame, I guess, for this team not meeting expectations this year? Because it's like Doug, it's not Doug's fault, but Doug took over, and it's harsh, but like, this is still a team that didn't make their goal this season.
Yeah, but I mean, you fired a coach that was, and when Doug took over the team, they're 5 games under 500, and then they fired him in such a weird way that it really probably cost you that first game as well.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm not blaming Doug, but it's also, like I said, it's harsh, but it's like Doug didn't fix anything either. But again, it's like, I don't know. It's a tough situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at Mike Brown going 13-18 with a completely healthy team, and just,
that was bad.
Yeah, that was not good. And then Doug turning it around and going 23-20.
There's still a chance they make it too. So
yeah. I don't know.
Ask us again in 8 games how we feel.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, like, I don't think anything changes in the next 8 days that, like, would change my mind. Like, the way that this thing has to play out is if you're going to give him the job, you have to give him the tools to survive. You've got to give him a budget to go out and get frontline assistant coaches and people that he knows and people that he trusts. I don't know if you bring back Bobby Jackson or not. I know Nick Nurse is on shaky ground there in Philadelphia. So, two of his frontline bench coaches are Brian Gates and Bobby Jackson.
But hey, Nick Nurse or Taylor Jenkins is available.
Yeah, I would also go look at Elston Turner. A little older, but still a great coach.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia, filling in for Kyle Madsen.
Hanging out on the radio.
That's right. And we have Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Thanks for tuning in. Again, if you're listening on ESPN 1320 or on YouTube /ESPN 1320 or Twitch or wherever, we appreciate you jumping in and joining us here on this rainy, well, actually the sun just came out.
Maybe we'll play baseball today, James.
Let's play ball. We are, of course, the Sacramento A's have their inaugural game here in Sacramento tonight at Sutter Health Field. So that should be a lot of fun. But we've got all kinds of weird football stuff relating to the San Francisco 49ers that I just want to touch base on. Over the weekend, Adam Schefter, the San Francisco 49ers are not expected to trade Brandon Aiyuk by Tuesday when he's due a $22.85 million bonus, barring a late deal materializing, sources told ESPN's Adam Schefter on Sunday. Jesse, this isn't really a shock. We're talking about a wide receiver who blew his ACL out and is going to be gone for probably, close to half the season. But I still think it's noteworthy that they're, again, if they're going to give him the bonus, the $22.85 million bonus on Tuesday, there's no way that you trade him after that. And so it looks like he'll be here this season.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, he'll be here this season. I wonder what this is looking like next offseason. I feel like I don't know if the 49ers, because the way this, I don't know how this is being reported, whether it's the 49ers looking, hey, do you guys want Brandon Aiyuk? Hey, I know he's hurt, but we'll take a second-round pick or a third-round pick for him, or if teams are calling on Aiyuk and the Niners just aren't willing to move off of him.
Yeah,
because if it's the first one, then it's kind of like, this is kind of over before it started, it feels.
Yeah.
It feels, I don't know, because he's not getting traded or anything like that, but I do buy into the fact that the noise is a little loud.
I'm intrigued to see how it all plays out long term.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I don't know that you would trade a guy right now with a big contract, big bonus due, and who's on an ACL tear.
Like I said, I'm curious. Is it Team A calling the 49ers about this, or the 49ers trying to move off of this already?
Yeah, and I think it would cost the 49ers so much to move off of him anyways.
Or is Schefter just trying to get a story out right now too?
Yeah. Well, I think Tuesday's a real deadline.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he'll get his money, but is this even something that's even really being discussed by the 49ers? Are they just moving forward? Aiyuk's our guy. We're not even trying to trade him right now.
Yeah. I would say that there's a good chance that he's going to be a San Francisco 49er this season. After that, who knows? I mean, we have to see how quickly he sort of gets back in game shape.
He won't be back to mid-season.
And he wasn't great last season.
He missed training camp with a perfectly intact ACL and still had to get into shape and all that.
Yeah. Well, he missed training camp and that was on him.
Yeah.
He
was healthy that time, but still need to get into shape. And imagine coming off of a year-long ACL tear, whatever, rehab and all that, still got to get in more shape. I'm sure it's tougher.
No, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good. And then you hope that it's a one-time injury and not something that either happens to the other side or, lingering issues in that knee. I still, again, I don't think it's all that crazy. We also have John Lynch talked about the Brock Purdy contract situation, and he said, I don't think it's too optimistic to get a deal done by training camp, I guess. I think I understand why Brock wants that. We'd like that very much. So we've just got to find that right place for both sides. And I would love nothing more for that than for that to be the case.
Yeah, they're far apart. That's how I take it. They're far apart.
I think they are far apart.
Yeah.
I mean, because this is one that you should have already had
Yeah, you figured
lined up.
learn from your past 3 or 4 mistakes.
No, they don't do that. They don't
Yeah.
learn from those mistakes.
So I imagine like if I'm just like I said, the way it's working in my brain is that the 49ers are not acting, hey, let's just wait till training camp. We'll do it then or whatever. I'd imagine right now they're just far apart on numbers.
I just hate that though. Like, why wait?
No, you're right. Like it's been an issue the last 2 training camps with your players, whether it be Aiyuk or Bosa. I think Debo went into training camp as well.
Yeah, the year before Bosa.
Yeah.
And these things, they never work out right.
Mhm.
Like, because the player, when they do come back, number one, a lot of times players get hurt, which is what happened with Aiyuk. Number two, a lot of times it takes players weeks to get back up and rolling, right?
Yeah.
And that's not something that, I don't think Nick Bosa looked right until like week 8. And sure, he looked great in the Super Bowl, but there were so many weeks where he was totally ineffective and your pass rush was nothing.
Yeah.
And we sat here and saying, oh man, if you only had a pass rush, I mean, it just leaves your safeties hanging out to dry. It leaves your cornerbacks hanging out to dry if you can't get a good pass rush. And by dragging that negotiation out, you just really have felt like you hurt yourself.
All right. So now question from the 49ers side of it. If just throwing a number out there, I don't know if it's true or whatever, I'm throwing the hypothetical. If Brock Purdy's like, yeah, I took you guys to the Super Bowl before, like we haven't missed a beat since I stepped in. If anything, we got better. I want $55 million. That's what Josh Allen's getting. Are you giving him that for the 49ers? It's top end QB money right there. Shout out Dak Prescott, who got over on everybody making 60, but that's not happening.
Man, I just think like being realistic, if you're a player, you should try to get as much money as possible. But it feels like Purdy's more like a $45 to $50 million player, not a $55 to $60 million player.
Throw numbers. 2 is 53. I think Trevor Lawrence is about 53 too, and then Jordan Love is 54 to 55.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, but
I feel like Brock is he's a 50 to 54 or $53 million guy. It's got to be at least 50, I think.
Okay.
Below that feels a little disrespectful.
But that, like, if you just walk in and you drop 50 down on the table, that seems like it would probably be close to what, I don't know.
That's the thing. We don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is how the 49ers do business. It's like, yeah, Brock, we hear you. Come see us at training camp when we're all here together, something like that. But it's just, like I said, it's just, maybe Brock is looking for 55 and the 49ers are where you said 45 right now.
Yeah. I mean, I
Jason
think
La Canfora reported, I think, a few weeks ago, that they were at 45.
But a starting salary of 45.
Yeah, salary
but a
45,
starting salary and a 5-year deal is 2 totally different numbers. So I think the number was probably more like 52, 53 per year on average. But the starting salary of 45. Again, that makes sense. He is scheduled to make, I think it's $5 million this year. And it's kind of like, hey, are you going to really bring him back and have him play at $5 million? And
the guy's trying to live without a roommate finally.
Yeah. Did he get married?
I'm not sure.
He was up in Auburn like maybe a month ago. I don't know why, but he was up in he's probably on his way to Tahoe.
Mm-hmm.
But he was in like my area, like on the way.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the 49ers though. It's gonna be kind of interesting. You'd hope they don't take it a few weeks into training camp where Brock's holding out or anything like that.
Yeah, I just don't. To be honest, I just don't know why they always do business this way. And I can say that, but at the same time, we've talked to so many, cap experts. And when you have guaranteed money, that money literally has to be sitting in an impound account for that player. So if Brock Purdy's going to get $112 million guaranteed over a 5-year deal or whatever, that money has to actually go into a bank account and be earmarked for that, and it can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And so you have to give up all this money. You have to put all the money up front. We have a caller, Joe. Yeah, go ahead and fire up TC.
TC, I know you got some thoughts about this.
Yes, sir. Hey, Hammer.
What's up? What's up, TC?
Hey, y'all got me?
Yes, sir.
Jesse, you got me? What's up, bro?
What's up, TC?
Get out. Hey, we're going to make it real quick. So on the Niners, right? I'm just being straight blunt force right now. They know the dude's not even.
Oh, he's
And
breaking
just
up.
like that, just like that.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Wait,
you were breaking up. Go ahead. Start your point again.
You went through a tunnel or something. We didn't hear you.
Hey, you guys got me better?
Yeah, we're good now.
Do.
Okay, yeah, it was my Bluetooth. Listen, the dude's not elite. They know he's not elite. He's a good quarterback, right? So $45 million, bro, the starting point, that's not disrespectful, Jesse. That's more than enough for Brock. The whole 55 and 60 million, bro, that's not it. They know that. They're like, dude's cool. We don't have to worry about him like, is he a bust? But they're like, he can get the job done. But is he like a slam door? We got us one. We can go to the Super Bowl now. No, bro, they know Brock is just a cool dude.
TC, you did go to the Super Bowl with him, though.
Listen, we didn't win anything, and he had a couple injuries on the throwing elbow, and he can't throw in bad weather, bro. Hold on, we can talk about Brock all day. $45 million is a good starting point, bro. That's it. Other than that, as far as the Kings, how I feel right now, listen, if you're not bringing in Vladdy to team up with Monte McNair and get it right, get money out of here and offer Bob Myers $10 million a year. Come in and let Bob Myers be the organization's front runner and making these deals in a DeMar DeRozan trade or whatever we need to do, and he'd be the new GM. That's where I'm at. Give Doug Christie the job, bro. And if we get in with these 2 playing wins, playing OKC, we do. If not, bro, I think that's the move moving forward, Uncle B. Go ahead and get Bob Myers in here right now. Relieve money of his duty.
Oh, we faded.
Faded out, TC.
You faded TC.
Upgrade Doug. I'm serious. That's a shoot. I'm serious, bro. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, TC.
Okay, so I'm
Damn,
going to say
TC
this.
got faded out by Joe.
Okay,
I
so
thought his point was over. I thought he was done.
So TC, I would say the first thing, Bob Myers is not going to cost $10 million a year. He's going to cost more. He's not going to walk away from a studio job making like 18 to 20 to take $10 million to run the Kings franchise. Secondly, I believe Bob Myers will. I don't know exactly what his run was in. Let me look it up. Bob Myers. Man, I don't know. I'm not coming up with Bob Myers as in my search. What year did he take over the Warriors? And if he was there,
I think he was around Draymond's time, right?
Yeah, if he's
That's
there
2012,
with Vivek. Let me see. I've got Bob Myers. I'm clicking on Bob Myers. We're almost there. Oh, 11-12.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, look, if that's when he came aboard at the end of the 11-12 season, so really more like 12-13, he was there for at least a year with Vivek. Like, he's going to have an idea of who Vivek is and whether he wants to work for Vivek. And I'm not too positive on that. Like, I don't think that, like, the Warriors Vivek, like, there's a good reputation there for people who maybe didn't want to work with him. And so, I mean, it's possible, but I also would tell you, Bob Myers, because he took over 11-12, he didn't draft Steph, he didn't draft Clay, he didn't draft Draymond, he didn't draft any of those players. He took over for, Larry Riley, and that's who drafted those players. And so that's something you should remember, that Bob did a really good job of, like, ushering through a gigantic, like, I don't know, like a dynasty. Like, he was the leader of a dynasty, but most of the pieces in place he didn't bring in.
Yeah. They need to maintain.
Yeah, and that's not to be disrespectful. That's just, like, the honest truth.
Yeah.
He didn't go out and get those guys. They were already there. Now, did he? I believe he is the guy who traded Monte Ellis for Bogut. I'm pretty sure of that.
Well, that was a whole, like, you keeping Steph or Monte type deal too.
Yeah. So either way, it's going to cost you a lot more than $10 million a year.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that you need Bob Myers. Like, that's a nice idea and all. You just need competence. I think you just need one guy there to make the decisions and all that. That's my thing. I'm not worried about necessarily who the guy is. I mean, worry me if it's still Monty, but I think you need one guy to make the decisions. No, this guy is extroverted or whatever, so he can deal with the agents and talk to people. Like, I need one guy who can do all these jobs.
Yeah.
So I wonder what it's like too, being an opposing team. Like, why am I talking to the assistant GM right now? Or maybe that's just how dynamics work in the NBA, and they're kind of more familiar and that's more comfortable and stuff. They're used to that, but
I think a lot of the way it works a lot of the time is that you have conversations that take place over a long period of time, and sometimes they do get initiated at things like the G League. What is the big tournament the G League puts on every year? The Showcase, right? So a lot of like number 2s and number 3s are there, and they start having conversations with other number 2s and number 3s, and then they just kind of go. I guess we've pushed through a break, so we're gonna take off, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I am James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We got Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in just a sec. Oh, no stress.
That's
Yeah,
not you.
I don't look at the clock like Kyle does.
No, we got lost in that conversation.
Yeah.
We get story time with Joe Brazil next, right?
Yeah, Joe, let's open up this next segment before we talk Kings Pacers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's talk about your experience.
Manny, I don't hate you, okay? I don't hate you. TC, his calls are just hilarious. Call in today, man. You'll get some time. Don't worry.
Yeah, when did the Iggy deal to get done? Iguodala, and of course that was the 12-13. Yeah, they went out and got Bogut. Carl Landry's on that team. Bob Myers did sign Iguodala. I remember that was Pete D'Alessandro did everything in his power to get Iguodala.
Signed a guy have they put his jersey in the rafters yet, the Warriors?
I think they're going to.
Yeah. Drew Down, you would know.
Yeah, Pete had come from Denver the year before and was there with Iguodala and thought he could get him in, and they offered him a 4-year 48, I think. And he ended up signing some with the Warriors instead. He used the Kings as leverage. Not the first time. Joe. Probably not. Oh yeah. He did sign a 4-year 48 with the Warriors. And then he made a bunch more money after that. Iguodala made $188,802,000 in his career.
He's Hall of great. Not even Hall of really good. He's Hall of great. He might even make the Hall of Fame, but
I don't know that he's going to make the Hall.
I don't think he should, but I don't know. He feels Julian Edelman-ish.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia today. Kyle Madsen is out. He'll be back tomorrow. We have Joe Brazil hiding behind the glass. We're, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We had this really cool thing that happened last week, and we didn't get to talk about it on Friday because Joe had to go do the other part of his job here.
I got to.
You got to do.
I got to go do.
Oh, you got to. Yeah. You got to. And that seemed like a very, very cool event.
It was cool. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
So you went out and hung out with Abe?
Yeah. So on Friday, we had a live broadcast for 98 Rock. We probably cleared at least 300, 400 people in and out those doors all day.
That's crazy.
So it was insane. It was a ton of fun. Shout out to everyone. I'm sure at least a couple people that are listening were out there. So shout out to them. So that's what I was doing on Friday. Yeah.
Okay. But on Thursday, that's the day the Kings played the Blazers, and Joe got to shadow. He got to shadow me for a day, and between me and Charlie.
Yep.
Just like it was fun to watch you like big-eyed like the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. So the look was correct. I was absolutely having the time of my life. I've told the story a million times over already since Thursday. And it honestly took a while once I got home for me to like kind of let it all sink in. Just it was a crazy day. So to go from just being a huge fan of this team to covering it to being with you guys now to be able to do that, it was just absolutely absurd. Like I remember when we walked out onto the court and Keegan and Keon were just sitting right there, and it was like, dude, this is.
Yeah, you were like,
Let's
oh, that's Keegan.
Yeah, I looked. Yeah, I was like, James, that's Keegan Murray. So,
we had this weird situation where Sean and I had a conversation with Wes Wilcox.
Yeah.
And we had to leave Joe.
Mhm.
And I'm like, all right, Joe, don't go anywhere.
Don't touch
Yeah.
anything. Don't break anything, Joe. Don't move.
Do not pick up a basketball and dribble it. Do not
Yeah.
go anywhere. But I thought overall, like, again, I've had this with Brendan, like, getting to see like the coverage, in 15 years, and I've seen every crazy thing you could possibly imagine. And to see it through to watch somebody else seeing it for the first time is really
100%.
cool. And then we had this weird situation, which never, ever, ever, ever happens. I don't think this has ever happened. We have our media badges have like a tier on them. And I have a tier 1 media pass because I'm allowed in the locker room.
Yeah.
I think there's only maybe 8 or 10 tier 1 media passes. There's not very many. And those are the only people who get to go in the locker room in pregame or postgame. And out of nowhere, we were sitting in the media room. We got done with Zach LaVine in the press area, and media relations came in. Shout out to Shannon, and said, "Hey, it's gonna be a little bit. We're just gonna open up the locker room for everyone."
Yeah.
And it's like, what do you mean for everyone? Because again, I haven't seen everyone allowed in the locker room since pre-pandemic, and so everyone got to go, including Joe, got to go into the locker room. And then it's like, okay, no still pictures, no like you can record
No
video.
hard-hitting questions from Joe Brazil, Malik Monk. How do you feel when the season has transpired?
What is the vibes like?
Yeah.
I just walked straight up to Levine.
Yeah.
Ask him about the vibes.
So definitely, like, you have to, but there's more. Like, hey, I don't even want you to pull out your camera and record, because your recording you could be too excited and not be paying attention. And because this has happened in the past where somebody has been recording somebody, and then in the background, a player decides to drop his towel and get dressed.
You post that on accident.
And I don't want Joe posting that on accident, or showing a video to his friends of somebody's behind and it getting back to, or other parts, and getting it back. So overall, I thought what was your favorite moment?
Oh man, dude, there was so many. It had to have been going into the locker room after the win. That was by far the best moment. I mean, everything was so crazy, but after a win, you see the whiteboard. They still got all the keys up on the whiteboard. They got the throne right there. People still buzzing. Keon, Zach, everyone just kind of going back and forth, bantering. We got to watch the end of that basketball game.
Oh, Arkansas was playing. Arkansas lost, which is one of
they choked.
We got to see that.
Malik Monk.
We got to share that moment. It had to have been the locker room, no doubt. And then also just getting to meet all of the other media people that I've heard and haven't got to meet in person. Shout out to all. Everyone was so nice. It was super cool. I got to even meet Jerry. I met everybody.
No, you got to meet Gary.
Sorry. And it was just absolutely insane. Like, so yeah, all of it truly. Like, it had to have been the locker room though. It did.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Joe Brazil. We got a good farm system here at 1320.
Yeah, we're working. We're building, right? That's how you do it. Like, you take time and make sure that
Joe's been working for a few years too for this. So shout out.
You get to experience something cool, something different. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, the Kings play another game tonight, and
they do.
Yeah, they do tonight. The 36-38 Sacramento Kings take on the Indiana Pacers, who are 43-31 on the season. It sure does feel like every time the Kings are at like a low point, and they can't really get any worse. They have to play Tyrese Halliburton, which is just like this.
Tyrese Halliburton's always there.
He's like he's like a bad penny for them. Just keeps showing up.
Yeah. Indiana's looking good right now.
They are looking good.
I'm not ready to say, because I think the way it'd work out, they'd match up with the Cavs in the second round. I'm not ready to say Indy can get them yet. Well, the Cavs have not been looking good as of late, but like Indy might go on another run like they did last year.
It's funny. The Kings kind of broke the Cavs.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
Yeah, for whatever reason. The one thing I noticed with the Cavs is they didn't deal well with size in the post. Like they have long athletic dudes, but could not figure out how to manage either Sabonis or Valanciunas.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing that stood out. I believe Sabonis was in that game. No, maybe he wasn't. I think it was Valanciunas, but it like stood out. You're like, oh, they're not great with the big guys. The starters tonight, it looks like Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. That is, of course, if Doug Christie stays with the lineup that he's had the last 2 games. Keon Ellis slid into the starting lineup against the Blazers and had a great game. He, like everybody else, did not have a good game against Orlando, but neither did Malik Monk. For the Pacers, it looks like Halliburton, Nembhard, Nesmith, Siakam, and Turner. For the injury report, we've got Jake LaRavia and Devin Carter are out. Devin Carter hurt his right shoulder in the game against Orlando, which is not a good thing, although that's not the surgically repaired shoulder from this summer. I do believe, though, that he did have surgery on his right shoulder when he was younger.
Do we know anything yet about what it's looking like for these last 8 games?
No, we have no idea, but they're calling it a contusion, which I have no idea. Jake LaRavia has a contusion and a bone bruise on his thumb, and so that's going to keep him out 7 to 10 days from. I want to say Saturday is when we got that note. 7 to 10 days. He's going to miss a good portion of what's left. And then, of course, for the Pacers, Isaiah Jackson is out. Benedict Mathurin is out. And they have a couple of bumps and bruises, but I haven't seen anything else. Jesse, let's get to some keys to the game.
You want me to start off? Or you want to start off?
No, we'll start off with you.
All right. Yeah. Don't dig a hole for yourself that you have to climb out after the first quarter. Against the Thunder, I think you were down 10. Against the Magic, game was over after the first quarter. And it's too difficult for you to try and, all right, we got to go on a run, guys. Now we got to bring it back. And then once you do get back or you're within 6, then like these other teams are still picking it up. Like, don't dig a hole for yourself that you have to climb out of already to start the game.
Yeah, you know what? On that point, I think one of the problems that I've seen with the Kings is that when they have a big quarter to start a game and they jump out to a lead, it's usually because they're doing things that are that don't usually translate, that they aren't going to be able to repeat. So like I remember a game a week and a half ago, and I think Keegan Murray hit 5 threes and Trey Lyles hit 4 in the first quarter, and the Kings walked out of the quarter up 5. And you're like, okay, well, that's not going to happen again. So we're in for a long night, right? And that's exactly what happened. They weren't able to pick it up. I feel like when the Kings get thumped in the first quarter, it's by the basics and it's always sustainable. It's like, oh, look, they gave up a whole bunch of 3-point shots. And it doesn't matter if Orlando came in as the worst 3-point shooting team in the NBA. It just doesn't matter. The Kings give up wide open looks like nobody else. And so when they are in trouble, it's usually because it's sustainable things that are happening on the court that, play out the rest of the game and you don't have a shot. So I agree with you. Don't let somebody jump out on you early. Defend the 3-point line. How about that?
That'd be nice.
Like, I don't know, whatever has happened here, that's the one thing that has to change in the offseason. They have got to either find better defenders or have a scheme that does not allow to.
Yeah, that's one you're going to have to fix because, like, newsflash, the rest of the NBA is starting to play this way now.
Yep.
Like, you're going to get killed.
Okay, so my first key is to show up. After Saturday's loss, the Kings look lost. Hey, you got the bell. There it is. The Kings look completely lost again. And that's just, to me, I don't understand how they keep just looking completely lost deep into a season where you look great one night and again, the level of talent went up, but the Orlando Magic aren't some world beaters. They're sub 500.
They lost to
team.
the Mavericks the game before that, I believe.
Yeah. So it's just really, it's embarrassing that you show up one night and don't the next. That's the inconsistency of play. So after not showing up against Orlando, you've got to find a way to be forceful from the opening tip.
All right, I'm gonna piggyback on that one because this kind of connects to it. Play connected basketball, like we talked about it this morning or earlier. Like you need to play was it? Still don't want to bring this name up, but Luke Walton said didn't he play on a string and all that?
Yeah.
Like you need to play connected basketball. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna get my shot, Malik get your shot, this person gets their shot. Like you have to play good team basketball today to have a chance.
Yeah, and I would say, like, if you go back to the Blazers game, the Kings only had 24 assists in that game, but they had so many good passes. And that's what it was about. The ball was hopping. Everyone was engaged. Everybody was on board with what was happening. You get to the next game, and again, it looks like, a couple of guys just, like, it slept through the alarm clock.
Yep.
Really brutal. Okay, let's get to my second key. You got to dominate the glass. This is a very, very bad rebounding team. And this is one of those, like, clear areas where the Kings are better than a team at a specific thing. And if the Kings can find a way to dominate the rebounding aspect of the game, they do have a shot here.
All right, my final key. I'm not even going to ask you guys to play defense. We're going Kenny Caraway style today. Like, you need to score at least 115 to have a chance. The Pacers in their last 22, they're averaging 120 a game. Like, they're playing good basketball right now. Like, you're going to have to score tonight. So I'm not going to say score 120 or whatever, but at least 115 to be in the ball range of the ballpark of having a chance of winning.
Yeah, and that's where the Kings have really struggled.
Yeah.
Like, the offensive end, it's been bad and it's led to bad defense, but it's realistically, the offense has not been good.
I don't see how you hold this team to 105 or 100 tonight. Like, you're going to have to score with them.
Yep. All right, my last key. Nobel. Don't let TJ McConnell bust you up. This dude has, specifically against Fox, I mean, he just dominated Fox every time, but he knows exactly where he wants to get on the floor, and he has no problems getting there. And then he's one of those dudes who, for I don't know whatever he is, 6 foot, 6'1", he has an ability that's uncanny to score at the rim. And he has just done so much damage to the Kings over the course of his career.
You think he sees the Kings on the schedule, like coming up on, like, today, Monday? Oh, yeah, Kings coming up. It's TJ time. Like, I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. No, I think so. And if I were him, you might want to consider, like, going to Sacramento. Because, I mean, if you can score that many against the Kings every time.
Do it for 82 games.
Maybe you can be the answer at point guard. Yeah, so TJ McConnell is my third key. You got to figure out a way to stop him. Matchup of the game, what do you got?
Well, Tyrese Halliburton versus Keon Ellis. You said every time the Kings seem to be faltering over, Tyrese Halliburton's kind of a boogeyman right there. So we'll go Tyrese versus Keon Ellis.
There we go. I love that. And then I'm also going to go Malik Monk versus TJ McConnell. Malik has to do his best to.
Somebody please stop TJ McConnell.
Well, if he scores 16 points tonight, I mean, you're not going to win. You're not going to win. All right, so those are your keys to tonight's victory. The Sacramento Kings play the Indiana Pacers. I think the game starts at 4 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Early start today. So I'm going to try to catch that and the Oakland A's game.
James?
The Sacramento A's. I'm going to try to catch both games tonight. One via TV, one via in person. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we're going to talk more about this chase for the play-in and where the Kings stand right now with everything going on with the Phoenix Suns, Dallas Mavericks, and, of course, the Kings. I'm James. It's Jesse over there, Joe behind the glass, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in just a minute. Cool. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I'm going to mess that one up forever. No bell. We got the bell going, and then we got the bell hit and miss. Joe's learning the bell. I don't know.
Still learning the bell. It's a little finicky.
I don't know how to hit the bell. And that's good.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm not touching anything. Hello, J.O.
Kyle is coming back from Disneyland.
Yeah. Rust Dog, I got a ton of rain, but no snow at home this weekend. We had hail yesterday. The poor pug he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he was running around barking at the Thunder with the corgi because she was barking, and I don't think he knew what he was barking at. He's just dumb and barking. Then I think he actually heard the thunder, which knocked him off his feet. And then he was like scurrying around trying to get off his back. He was on the ground, like rolling around like a little.
Oh Lord,
like
roly
Weeble Wall.
poly.
Then as soon as he stood up, he just peed everywhere.
Oh no.
So
That must have been a scary experience.
I think he fully got scared.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, not a good thing.
He needs a thunder buddy.
Well, he definitely does not need the corgi riling him up and getting him all crazy. Let me see. I actually have. Oh, maybe I don't. It's. Oh no, it should be in this phone. This is the pug, so everyone knows. That's Waldo. He's a cute little sucker. Very expensive. He's cost us way too much money.
Shout out to the dogs. It was a year I adopted mine on Friday. This past Friday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Jason Siebenthal, is Vlade coming back as GM? I don't know what's going on here. Like, I think it's possible Vlade will have a bigger role than what he has right now. And I would not be surprised if he's back in the building like more full time. But again, I'm not sure.
John, we're not worried. It's been 4 games. He's 0 for 16. All that means is he's due. That's what baseball is. We're good. I'm not even close to better than Rafi Devers, by the way.
Oh, let's just say it.
I've been ignoring that. No, Russ, no.
We're going to start that one. Just keep bringing it back up.
I'm going to boot Russ from the chat. Since that again.
Jay, I mean, it just depends on the direction of the franchise. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start that. Whoa. When we come back, we'll discuss that. How about that?
12 Ks, not 16, 12.
I stand by this. I'd just bunt, and it's happening somehow. Give me 50 at bats somehow. Bunt, whatever.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. I'm James Ham, hanging out with Jesse Tapia today here on the Insiders. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. No Kyle Madsen today. Typically, I make up things that Kyle's
He's currently
doing.
riding the Matterhorn. Right now, as we speak, he's on the Matterhorn.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Disney ride?
This doesn't count. It's California Adventure. But I like Guardians of the Galaxy. Most Tower of Terror, whatever.
Okay.
Space Mountain's cool. Yes, I'll go Indiana Jones for Disney.
Oh, dude, Indiana Jones is a good one.
Indiana Jones is fire. I don't get tired of that.
That is a really good one.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of old school. I like to go on Indiana Jones. I like to go on Pirates, and I like to go on the Haunted Mansion. Like,
yeah.
And if you're there when there's no one at the park, I'll just keep going on those until I can't go on them anymore.
This might be kind of blasphemous though, but I'm more of a Universal Studios guy.
Oh,
that's not crazy.
I haven't seen any of the Harry Potter stuff.
The Harry Potter stuff is dope. I was there for New Year's or whatever a couple years ago. Yeah, a couple years ago, and they do it all up. Have the castle looking all crazy and stuff. I like the movie stuff.
Cars
and all that. It's more
is
my
fun,
lane.
you know, the Cars area, all that.
See, I'm not a big California Adventure guy. We're going down at the beginning of May, and we're gonna try to hit everything. I haven't seen any of the new Star Wars stuff.
Is Emiliano in the chat? Is this real? Guardians of the Galaxy closed down for too many pooping incidents.
What? I mean, it's been there forever. What are you talking about? No way. That's hilarious.
Like maybe they just shut it down because people were shutting it down.
I don't usually like the big drop, rides like that. I had a great time.
There's a Reddit thread on it.
I'm on that same thread
There's
right
a Reddit
now.
thread
I'm
on
literally on that thread.
Yeah, there's a Reddit thread. There's enough. He said there was a third incident.
Oh no. I haven't also looked to see what's going to be open and what's not. And I always hate when you get to the park and one of the great one of the great rides that you love is shut down. You're like, what?
Yeah. Tower of Terror was going through the whole transition
Oh,
last time. So
Tom too witty. Shout out to the 209. Everyone who knew Manteca water slides.
yeah. Manteca water slides.
Great
See,
America.
That was a throwback.
when I was a kid,
Do you know what Manteca water slides is?
Actually, I don't.
Wow.
I don't.
okay,
yeah.
so when I was a kid, they would put us on a bus, and that was
Yeah.
like an hour and 45-minute drive
Mhm.
to get to Manteca from where I grew up. And we would do that. Like, it was always like band. We always got to go for band or something.
Yeah. My mom would take me and my brother to the Manteca water slides like during the summer and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know you're getting close because Manteca smells.
Facts. Yes, James. You know, I've been saying this for the longest time. Manteca does not smell great. It's fine. It's a fine little town, but it's not smell great.
I don't know what it is that makes it smell so bad.
It's so bad.
They've got to have some sort of refinery plant or something.
Something.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah. So my grandparents grew up in Modesto. So when I grew up, my grandparents lived in Modesto.
Yeah.
So we would drive down, and I had a great uncle in like Keys. So we would
Yeah.
drive through that area.
Shout out.
Anyway, we did get a question in the chat during the break, which of course you can join us there at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and be part of the chatty house. It's always a great time. But Joe O, one of our friends here at ESPN 1320, he said, he asked, will we rather the Kings keep their pick this year or for it to just convey? Jesse, what are your thoughts on this?
It conveys if they finish outside the top 12, right?
Yeah, so the pick is top 12 protected this year and top 10 protected next year.
Okay. I guess. I mean, I'm still pro win as many games as you can. I'm still pro if you get to the plan, win those games and get swept in the playoffs. So I guess if you lost your pick, no, we're talking through it. Like if you lose the pick and you miss out on the playoffs because you lost in the plan, that's tough. It's a double-edged sword right here. I feel like I don't know what the right answer is. Like truly, like missing the plan or whatever, and say your odds in lottery don't go well, and Atlanta gets that pick. Like that's not looking great. I don't even have playoffs to like kind of hold my hat on here. So
Okay.
the other side, if you miss the play in, like you got a better shot of keeping your pick that way. I don't know. Like it's kind of
okay.
one or the other here.
So the Kings right now, they sit at the 13th pick,
Uh-huh.
and they're top 12 protected.
Yeah.
And first of all, it doesn't convey until after the draft lottery.
Yeah.
So if you're the 13th pick and somehow you magically get lucky, which is like a 0.01% chance,
Uh-huh.
and you move up into the top 4, then you get to keep it,
Yeah.
right? And then it would go to the next season. And that's where, like, again, it's going to be top 12, top 10 protected next season. And also the mechanisms, if it doesn't convey next year, it dissolves and becomes a pair of seconds, a 2026 and 2027. So that matters because if you convey the pick this year, that means that July 1st, number one, you don't have a first round pick, but July 1st, you now have access to 26 through 32 first round picks. You have an additional 2027 and an additional 2031. And because as of right now, there's a hold on your 26 and 27 picks, your second round picks, you get those back. So I know 2 second round picks don't equal a first round pick,
Uh-huh.
but it's also not bad that you would all of a sudden have more second round picks to go out and make deals with.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a real bummer if the Kings walked into this offseason and had no first round pick. They can't make a trade. And next thing you know, you're running it back with the same roster that was highly ineffective this season.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you can't do that. Like I'm of the belief if you make the playoffs or miss, whatever, you still need to retool. I think you talked about it last week on D-Lo KC, talking about building around maybe Sabonis, Levine, Keon, and Keegan, kind of that being your core and like building a legit team around that, where you got like wings and all that stuff. I think that's the route they need to go. And yeah, you can't kind of handcuff yourself this offseason. So I guess if it came down to it, yeah, I'd rather just whatever's gonna free them up, because like moves have to be made.
Yeah, I would say the other thing that the Kings have that's kind of a weird situation. Number one, because they own a 2027 first round pick, they actually, if they don't convey the pick this year, they can trade either their 2027 or I think it's a San Antonio Spurs 2027 next season. So they would have all of a full array of picks to trade. There's also a possibility that, like, look, whoever takes over this team, or if they do a switch out of the front office, they just kind of throw their hands up and say, we're not doing this. I'm not building this team we're going to take a huge step back. And so if you miss the play-in this year, you would owe a top 10 protected pick. But if next season you just go, hey, we're going to be bad, and you start trading off a bunch of players so you can be bad, there's a possibility that you never actually convey a first-round pick, that it would just be the 2 second-round picks that would go, your 2026 and 2027. And I think that it has to be on the table. If you miss a play-in this year, it has to be on the table that you're just going to go for broke and you're going to blow this thing up and try to figure out the pick situation down the road.
You think they feel the same way, or do you think they're going to try and make the most out of it once again? We missed the playoffs, but hey, Zach LaVine's here. Domas is here. Like, we can work. Trade DeRozan.
I think that they probably are
is?
in that line of attack. Like, but I think we're hearing murmurs right now that whether it's Sam Amick or it's others out there on the internet, that the Kings are going to have to show Domantas Sabonis that they're serious about building a winner, because he's not going to want to waste his entire prime on a team, on a franchise that doesn't want to win or that can't figure out how to win. So they're going to, Sabonis and his people are going to be very harsh on the Kings this summer, and they're going to push hey, improve this roster now. There's no reason to wait. And what are you doing? And this is one of the things that I'll keep pointing to. Everything that's happened here feels so avoidable.
In what ways?
In what ways? You knew this summer that your roster wasn't good enough. And you also knew that De'Aaron Fox had told you very specifically that if you fire Mike Brown, I don't want to be here and I want to be traded, right? So wouldn't it behoove you to put together the best roster possible to walk into the season, to not only give Mike Brown the ammunition to win games, and on top of that, the ammunition to keep De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah. Counterpoint to that, I guess, is that did Monty ever come? Didn't he come with John Collins and stuff, and Mike kind of turned that down?
No, I mean, the thing
I
is,
feel was DeMar DeRozan, I guess, was DeMar DeRozan a third option?
Yeah, but that's because they struck out on 2 other players.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. It comes down to results and all that, but
yeah, but even if Mike Brown says no, I would prefer not to have John Collins. That doesn't mean that you just go, okay. No, sometimes you have, as a GM, you have to say, hey, look, this guy's playing really well. He gives us an opportunity to be better, and I'm going to make the trade. So, I mean, depending on what the trade looked like, and I don't think we know what it was, but it was probably Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter at that point for John Collins, along with a first-round pick or something. But it's on you to basically build the winner that you're supposed to have. The job as a GM is to, Monty says, maintain and improve. They didn't maintain and they didn't improve. Your job is to keep adding pieces until you have a championship contender. When you are the 3rd seed in the Western Conference one year, you win 48 games, which might be low for the 3rd seed, but it's on you to add the pieces that are missing.
Yeah, unless you win the title, you should always be aiming to get better.
No, of course. And even if you win a title,
still might need to look.
You still need to look.
Or some internal development, at least.
Your Celtics, they lost the finals, right? And they went out, and what did they do? They added Drew Holiday. They added Kristaps Porzingis.
Yep.
They said, "Oh, we lost."
Made tough decision. I'm trading Marcus Smart too.
Yeah. And you make the tough decision because that's what it's about. It's hey, you've got to try to improve the roster each and every way. So, as of right now, the Kings, they are still in the play-in spot. As of today, they are a half game behind the Dallas Mavericks for the 9th seed. So if the season were to end right now, the Kings would have to fly to Dallas to play the first play-in game. That's not a great thing, right?
Nope.
Yeah, that's not where you expect it to be.
Well, yeah, just how did you, the whole thing is how did you fall behind this team? I guess we've seen it play out, but it's just it wasn't supposed to play out this way.
I totally agree. It should not have played out this way.
It just makes even getting behind this team even tougher.
Yeah. And at this point, Dallas is about to get both, I think it's Derek Lively and Well, I'm drawing like, Daniel Gafford both
Uh-huh.
returned, and they participated in shoot around today, and there's an opportunity for them to play tonight.
If I had to call it right now, what do I think is going to happen? This team is going to probably get bounced to play in. I wouldn't be shocked if it happened to Dallas either.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like, I think that they can get through Dallas or Phoenix,
Uh-huh.
but the next game is going to be tough. And as of right now, we can look at the schedule, and the Clippers and Timberwolves would be the 7-8 matchup right now. The Timberwolves are a half game behind the Warriors for the 6th seed. But then you're looking at either the Clippers, as a 7 versus as the 8 versus the Timberwolves as a 7. There's a possibility that the Timberwolves somehow overtake the Warriors and get a true play-in spot at the 6th spot. And then it would be Clippers and Warriors in a 1-game play-in. But neither one of those are great options for the Kings.
Yeah, it's not pie in the sky because we've seen how this team plays against better teams and all that. Like, they can't show up. It's just there's no reason for picking them, I think, against the Timberwolves or Clippers. I mean, the Lakers are only 2 games up on the 6th seed right now, or 2, I think, too. So or the play-in spot, excuse me. They're not. So it's not just set. It'll be the Clippers or Timberwolves. Like, some of these other teams could fall back a bit.
Yeah, but we're down to the wire. I mean, there's not much time left in the season. So strength of schedule, the Kings have a 508 strength of schedule remaining with 8 games remaining. That's the 14th most difficult schedule in the NBA. The Mavs have a 502 strength of schedule they only have 7 games remaining, which is 15th. So all things considered, Kings, Mavs have the same strength of schedule. On top of that, the Suns are the team that's chasing. They have 7 games left. Their strength of schedule is the most difficult in the NBA at a 606. And of course, Kevin Durant got hurt.
Yeah, out for at least the next 3 games.
Yeah.
I think this is what the plan is going to be looking like. It'll be Mavs and Kings in the 9-10 spot. I don't know how it's going to end after these 8 games, whether it be Kings 9 or Mavs 10, but I think I'm ready to be done with the Suns.
Are you?
Yeah. I mean, they got blown out a couple times with KD, and it's like, now you're going to be you're going to need him for this last stretch.
Yeah.
I don't see how this team gets through.
And then, of course, the Kings, just so people know out there, the Kings have a 3-0 record against the Mavs this season, and the season series over. They swept the season series. So that's a team that, like, realistically you want to play. Although I'm not saying that because the Mavs have, you beat the Mavs 3 times. The Mavs are a completely different team today than they were the 3 times that the Kings played them.
Yeah.
Luka's gone. Kyrie blew out his knee. All of these things happen. He blew out his knee against the Kings, right? I believe it was. Yeah.
Yeah, because he stepped on Valanciunas' foot, I think. He stepped on someone, so I know that's how it did it.
Yeah, he took a bad plant step, and it kind of, it went sideways. And then he stayed in, shot the free throws. Yeah. So, but my point about playing the Mavs here is you have a tiebreaker against the Mavs. So if you tie at the end of the season, then you would be the home team. They would have to fly to you, and that actually matters. So, as of right now, I mean, these teams are basically locked in a virtual tie.
You expecting anything from the Kings these last 8 games? It's just, I don't, like I said, they'll probably, I think, end up 500. I think we know who this team is. I don't, like, they'll have a couple more stinkers, they'll have a couple more wins, but I think, like, we know how this will end, I think. At least after game 82.
So they have 9 games left. You think they'll go 5-4 to get to 500? That's what it takes to get to 500.
Without even looking at the schedule, yeah, I'm just gonna stick to it. Yeah, I think they'll go 500.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't disagree with you because
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance the Suns are going to be shot on the last game of the season. You still have a game against the Wizards, the Hornets, after tonight's game against Indiana. You have a game against the Cavs. You have a game against the Pistons. Then you got the Nuggets at home, followed by the Clippers at home, followed by the Suns.
Yeah.
Well, 5 wins is a lot.
Yeah, like Sakirin in the chat says, hell no. Like, I get it, but it's just, I can't. If I'm not gonna make something out of when they beat the Blazers, like, I'm also not gonna make something when they lose by 30 to the Magic. It's just this team is just too inconsistent. Or they've been a 500 team all year, so I'm expecting them to finish out that way.
Yeah. No, I mean, you might be right. Like, I think they'll beat the Wizards. I think they'll beat the Hornets. I think they'll beat the Suns on the last game of the season. The rest of them, I don't have a lot of faith, whether it's the Pacers, the Cavs, the Pistons, or the Nuggets.
You're gonna have to surprise us on a couple at least.
Yeah, even the Clippers. They just to get to 4-5, they're gonna have to beat someone that you didn't expect them to, and that means that they would finish the season under 500. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, It's been a bad year. I don't think you're getting playoffs, so it's been a real down year.
Yeah, I did not expect this team to be in this situation where they are at right now. But that's the reality. Again, the Kings face the Indiana Pacers tonight at 4:00. It should be an interesting game. Again, it's the age-old Domantas Sabonis returns to Indiana to face Tyrese Halliburton, the former.
Domantas Sabonis revenge game.
There we go. Or will it be the Tyrese Halliburton revenge game?
Yeah.
One of the two is probably going to happen. Yeah, so I definitely think this is a big game. It's and the Kings are already 0-1 on the 5-game, 6-game road trip. Things aren't looking spectacular
Shout
for
out
this
to
team.
the Kings fans still sticking with this team too, because I just there's nothing to what do you even expect? How do you even get behind them or whatever? It's kind of like watching the game with your eyes kind of like this.
Yeah,
this team is so difficult, not even to get a grasp on. I don't know. This is a bad basketball team, I think is what I'm trying to say.
You kind of just start to get a kick out of it. I
Yeah,
think.
Joe, how do you feel watching these guys?
You just get a kick out of it eventually. You kind of just start laughing, truly. You just have fun. You try to enjoy it in any way you shape or form you can. That's kind of how I do it.
Turning Kings fans into the Joker, damn.
I honestly shout out to Kings fans. I've
Yeah.
covered this team forever, and the loyal group to a fault. I mean, this team has done nothing to earn the amount of loyalty that the fan base gives them. So, all right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, I think we're going to have a handoff. If not, it'll be Jesse and I finishing out the show here with Joe Brazil behind the glass over there. We are the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, and we'll see you in just a minute. Yeah, what I don't like is this right here, RP. The Pacers play with too much pace, and the Kings play with no pace. I don't understand going away from pace because De'Aaron Fox isn't there. Malik Monk is a very fast player. Keegan Murray plays better with pace. Zach LaVine looks super fast in the half court.
Just throw that on one of the many questions we've had over the last couple of years.
Yeah, just what happened to the pace here? And it's been a while. I don't know.
It's something they've acknowledged too. We need to play with more pace. We need to do this. We need to do that. They just never did.
Yeah, it's tough. Let's see. I can look the last 15 games.
Map 1, this is a take. I don't agree with this at all. Ozark is one of the best shows ever, I feel.
Oh my gosh, Ozark is amazing. What are you talking about?
Map 1, what are your favorite shows?
Okay, so over the last 15 games, the Kings' offensive rating, oh my gosh, is 18th at a 114.9. Their defensive rating is a 120.9, and their net rating over their last 15, where they're 5-10, is a -6. Their defensive rating is 25th in the NBA. And then the pace, that's the biggest thing that I think is gone sideways on this team. They're 24th in pace over the last 15 games at a 96.73. It is so slow. You know who's last in pace?
The Spurs?
How about the Boston Celtics?
Team stinks.
Over the last 15 games.
Team stinks.
They're 13-2 over those games.
What a joke.
That's funny.
Aldridge, I did see that. That was wild. That was probably one of the crazier fights that we've seen.
Yeah, that got out of hand. And
it felt a little unnecessary too. But
yeah.
I don't know. Fight if you want, I guess.
And the Kings play the Pistons 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games from now. I don't think there's any way. I think all of the Pistons will have cleared, except for maybe Isaiah Stewart by then.
Stephen Brown, I'm with this one. Shout out Snowfall. I'll take that one over Ozark.
Do I have something planned for the final block? Probably not. Probably just gonna wing it here, Jesse.
A handoff with James and Joe and Jesse.
That's right. I have an idea for something. We did not talk about the fight.
I guess real quick, another thing that was super surprising when I went on Thursday, and this might seem silly to some people, but this is what I've been telling people, like the NBA players are so tall. It seems like a given. It really does.
It's different when you see it in person. Huh?
Dude, like standing on the same floor as them,
Yeah.
they walk past you. Like it is actually absurd. Like Jonas Valanciunas is he's a monster. It's crazy.
He's a gigantic dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
So I don't know, man. Even like just like Malik Monk and all them, like they're very, very tall. So I don't know. It seems silly, but that was something that kind of like caught me off guard a little bit. Like insanely tall.
it's funny you lose that perspective
Yeah.
when you deal with them all the time.
When I was working selling 50-50 raffle tickets before pandemic or whatever, Peja was in the hallway. And he was the one who was like, wow, Peja Stojakovic is tall as hell.
He's like 6'10".
Yeah, he's massive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sabonis. And like it's, I mean, and like my friend was like, well, you're naming NBA centers. I'm like, but you just don't understand until you're standing there with them. And it's like, dude.
Yeah, Keegan's a legit 6'8".
Keegan is very tall.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was one thing I noticed immediately is how tall Keegan was. Like I knew he was tall, but wow, man, it's crazy.
We had Simbular come through as like, I mean, he was on the roster, which was criminal. He was 7'6", 7'5", 7'6". Taco Fall is probably
What about you? Yeah, it was the craziest one probably.
the biggest human I've ever stood next to.
Simbular, shout out him, 2K, my team legend. People loved his basketball card in 2K.
Shout out.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Sam. Joining me, Jesse Tapia today. And of course, we have Joe Brazil here hanging out with us, working the board. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. And, we were just talking about like some of the tallest people that had played in the NBA. I never got to cover Yao Ming, I don't believe.
Yao Ming could have been a lot better than he was if not for his foot injuries.
Yeah.
Not better, but just more so longevity, I say.
Yao Ming is a tremendously large human being.
Yeah, Yao Ming too. I feel like he was starting to take threes towards the end too.
Maybe.
A tiny bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
a little bit before his time.
One of my first games I ever went to was the Kings versus the Golden State Warriors. And so I got to see Manute Bol. But I didn't get to stand next to Manute Bol. Manute Bol is like a good 7'7". But like maybe weighed like 185 pounds. Like the skinniest dude you've ever seen. I mean, like his son is very similar. Bol is very similar in build, but I think he's even like he's bigger.
Oh,
like,
definitely.
Yeah, they have a weightlifting program now that guys do.
Yeah,
that they didn't have in
Manute
the 80s
Bol
and
was
90s.
absurd character. Definitely.
Yeah, and I've stood next to Boban before. That's a tall individual.
Movie star Boban.
Yeah.
He's in John Wick 4,
yeah,
I think.
John Wick star. Is it 3 or 4?
Might be 3. Whatever one he's
Yeah.
beating him up with the book.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Boban's huge. I've always said this. Aaron Gray is one of the biggest people that I've ever met. He looked like Grizzly Adams, and it wasn't just that he was like 7'2", 7'3", but like broad enough to like have to turn sideways to a door frame, and then like chest wise, a good like 1.5 foot thick chest.
Yeah.
Like just a gigantic human being. A lot like how Valanciunas is like a tremendously tall human.
Yeah. It's just the NBA stars are massive.
Dude, I know it seems so silly. It really does.
Oh, yeah,
but
Joe
you
was talking
just
about
you don't quite understand. I mean, obviously you guys get it.
I
But
walked past DeMarcus Cousins one time, and he looks bigger playing than he actually is.
Yeah, Cousins 6'10".
Yeah.
6'10", 6'11", I think listed at 6'11", more like 6'9.5" without shoes. He's a big dude. Jason Thompson's a big dude too. So like that's one of those guys that like in my early years covering this team, you had to cover. You went over and talked to Jason Thompson all the time, and like you're always surprised because at a certain point you kind of lose like that. Hey, look how tall he is. You lose that. Oh, look at that. Casey's here. I got it.
There we go. What's good, fellas?
A resident tall person here.
What's up? What's up?
What's happening?
I'm considered tall.
Bro, I'm
would
5'6",
disagree.
yeah.
My wife would disagree. She said you're short.
I'm
I don't know,
5'6".
you
You're all
the-
tall to me.
Are you the tallest one in the group, like of all of us?
Who, Kenny?
James is a little taller than me.
Yeah,
I think.
James. Okay,
Yeah.
I
true.
think James
All right.
got a. Oh, see, you gotta be careful what you say around.
You got to be careful.
You gotta be careful what
You
you
gotta
say.
be careful.
5'11".
I think James, well,
I'm 5'11" without shoes. I'm over 6 foot with shoes.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, because I'm like, you ain't 5'11" with shoes on,
Huh.
because I'm 6 feet. That's what the internet says.
Chill
That's
out,
what
running
the
in the
internet
chat.
says.
Everybody's taller. Jesse's 5'1". I'm 5'6". 5'6".
I don't treat
Don't
him,
shortchange me.
don't treat him like Stephen Brown. Don't do
Yeah.
that.
Oh,
Sorry,
hey.
Steven. Sorry, Steven.
Sorry, Steven. What's going on, Kenny?
Not much, man. Nothing much, man. Yeah, a lot of emotions going on. Obviously, that Kings game on Saturday, that was disgusting. That was just awful. So, we'll deal with that. We'll talk about that. But yeah, that's what's going on. And then on the flip side, RIP, got a little handoff flip side. Man, it's still like kind of trippy. Major League Baseball is going to be here today and for the foreseeable future.
Doesn't it feel like the A's are showing up at just the right time? Because this King season just like it doesn't feel good. Like the way it's ending, it just like, oh.
All right, question.
Yeah.
If the Kings are kind of teetering over the next few years, they're not really doing anything. The A's are going to be here for the next few years and all that. We'll call it 5.
Mm.
You think that's going to affect how people feel about the Kings, even though the A's are kind of temporary for the time being?
No,
Like now, I've always seen kind of, the Kings are lucky. They're the only team in town and all that. You think?
I don't think so, because they are temporary. If this was officially the Sacramento A's, yeah, it would affect them. But I think a lot of people feel the way that I feel about it. Like, I'm gonna support the A's while they're here. I want to see them win. I'm gonna go to the games. I'm just gonna enjoy that moment. But I'm not unbelievably invested in it because they're not ours. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's not like just emotionally, I'm not super invested. So that's, to answer your question, that's what would keep people from like really diving in over the Kings. But if they, in 4 or 5 years or something like that, say, hey, we're staying and we're gonna move forward and build the stadium, whatever they're gonna do here, and they're the Sacramento A's, that's when the Kings got to get their stuff together.
I mean, the Vegas thing is all nice now. There's been no money exchange, right? Yet?
No.
Yeah, that's not real to be
They-
unless you start.
But they have the patch on the jersey.
They blew up.
They damn
the
near don't have
Tropicana.
anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
And the Tropicana was going to be blown up anyway.
It
So
was
that-
because they're
Yeah.
building a casino there, and it's only a 9-acre parcel that
Yeah.
they're giving to the A's.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think the Kings have they should be a little concerned because they've jacked their ticket prices so high. They're one of the highest ticket prices in the NBA. And even like the Boston game, they flex priced that game so expensive that they had 1,500 open seats in the arena. Because people were like, "Oh, I'm not paying that. What are we doing here? I'm not paying that." And now you have the A's come in, and the ticket prices for the A's is like per seat way higher than everybody else, right? But that's not real because it's on average, and they're gonna like front row for the A's is super expensive. A box for the A's is super expensive because it's supply and demand. There's not that many, right? The rest of the seats in the arena, in the stadium, aren't that expensive. You can go right now and find seats for $35-$40 for each seat. You can't do that for the Kings unless you're in the upper deck, and even that's getting a really, really good price on a ticket. So I think the Kings, like, they better start getting good like reasonably quick, because I think the A's are going to be good, and I think a lot of the money is going to transfer to the A's if the Kings aren't like very careful.
But I'll say this, and like I said, I do my little mini case study with this. A lot of people want a tank and full rebuild, and I ask them every time they say that, "You gonna go to the games?" No, I'm not going to the games. All right, like that's your prerogative. That's what you want to do, but you're telling this man to like tear it all down, lose money for the hopes of winning and bringing it, because people had already said in a rebuild, I'm not gonna support with my tickets. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not saying they would watch, but they've already said like, no, I'm not going to the games. So you want to rebuild, but you also want this man to like take a negative or on ticket sales at least. He's still going to be making money because it's the NBA, but you know, take a step back. I don't know how that works. Like it'd be one thing if you're like, yeah, I want to rebuild. And I know it can't be the same prices as they are right now. There's got to be an adjustment there too. But I want to rebuild. But yeah, I'll show up. I'll buy season tickets. I'll be there if they commit to a rebuild. But you can't say, in my opinion, you can't say, nah, tear it all down, and I'm not going to go to the games while you tear it down.
Yeah.
Like, that's not going to work.
No, it's a tough position to be in. And I would say this too. If the A's do stay here long term, I know Vivek was like very excited to get the A's here, right? And like basically gave them a free lease for the park. And then somebody's had to pay for all these upgrades. And I think they've split some of it, but like just the security bill was over $20 million to upgrade security for this team, for the stadium. But I think the problem is that if they do end up being here past the 3 years, and if we know that, say next year or a year and a half from now, we start to know that the A's could stay, right? And then there's going to be the talk about where they're going to put a stadium and all that stuff. The corporate money is going to shift, you know, and that's where the Kings could really lose out. The Kings have done a really nice job. We saw, Mark Cuban come out this weekend and say he lost in all the years he owned the Dallas Mavericks, he lost money in all but 1 year. And so like the Kings aren't that. They've been able to stay afloat with corporate money. But if you have another Major League Baseball, another entity sitting there, they could start losing some dollar here, and it could be pretty dramatic.
Do you think both of you guys? Sorry, I'm running late. But do you, when you talk about the corporate dollars, do you think the fact that the seasons don't overlap might mitigate that?
Maybe a little bit, but still, corporate dollar is corporate dollar. You know, like we see it here at the radio station where money comes in and where it goes and all that stuff. Like there's only so much of it out there, and it is what it is. So, all right, we got about 30 seconds here. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
More on that travesty that happened on Saturday.
Ooh.
That was disgusting. Like
should we be mad though?
Yeah, you should be mad when you don't show up. If you lose, you lose. But that was nasty.
You can't no-show with 9 games left in the season. All right, that's going to do it for the Insiders. Thanks, Jesse Tapia, for stepping in and hanging out all day.
Shout out, no problem.
We got Joe Brazil behind the glass. Thanks for joining us here for the last couple of minutes here, Casey. We got D-Lo and Casey coming up next. For my crew here, thanks for tuning into the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you tomorrow.
All right, Chatty, I'll see you guys in like 5 minutes.
Praise Chatty House. Happy Monday. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, let's get a win today.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, Russ, be better. We're not starting Zach Wilson, man.
Not that one. That one. All right. Hey, man, that worked out good.
Yeah.
You're getting so much better.
Just reps.
Yeah, it is just reps. Just feeling more comfortable. And
I appreciate it.
yeah, good work, dude.
Hammer.
Yo.
What's up, man?
Not a whole lot. Shitty ass Kings game. They are, dude.
So
But now I'm stuck because I'm supposed to go to the A's game tonight,
yeah.
and I need to cover the Indiana game, which starts at 4. Which means I've got to figure out how to get to somewhere by I don't think I can come on from D-Lo KC from Sutter Health.
Mm.
So let me figure out my afternoon.
Okay. So that's no.
You guys are coming tonight, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. I forgot it's Monday. We have our weekly meetings on Monday. So
Oh, here?
yeah. So
Who do you meet with?
Complex for KSF.
Oh, got it. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Jesse's getting way better.
Yeah. Jesse's terrific. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I need to get on the phone charger. Excuse me one second.
Sweet. Are you going tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna park in the garage where we normally park for Kings games.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of parking passes still,
I'm definitely.
and I can charge there and then walk across.
That's what I'm doing every time. I'm never parking.
No, it'll take 45 minutes to an hour to get out.
It
No matter what.
forever. So for a River Cats game one time, so I was like, yeah, I ain't never doing that. I'll take a nice little walk.
Yeah. I
Or
just
you
hope
can
it's not
score
pouring.
over there or something like that.
Do what?
You can score.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? What's good, baby? What's good, baby? First day of Major League Baseball in Sacramento.
Let's go.
We welcome you in here. It's the final day of March, Monday, March 31st. I'm Damien Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Here we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
If there's any slums around here, man, it's just weather can't. Now the sun is out. It was raining earlier.
it's
The wind
time.
was blowing 4,000 miles an hour.
It's time. It was crazy yesterday. You said something just now
Mm-hmm.
that piqued my interest, and I want to ask you a question. Is this? I was gonna be like, it's the first day, Major League Baseball. Gut reaction, just how you feel.
Hyped.
Is this, when you're talking about Sacramento,
Mm-hmm.
the first day of the rest of your life? Do you know what I mean by that? Like you're having Major
Like
League
we have.
Baseball.
I don't think that. No.
Okay.
No. But I don't care.
Mhm.
If it's the first day for the next 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, I don't care. I'm excited that I'm genuinely very excited that Major League Baseball is in our city tonight.
Yeah.
That's just incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
I was watching the Rays in their game against, they play Colorado in Steinbrenner's spring training facility or whatever, and I'm like, man, it's different. It does look different because you don't see, like, usually you see home runs and they got the people with the cameraman there at home plate nowadays, and you see a few decks, right? and they hit home runs in that stadium, and you didn't see a couple decks. So it's a little different, but I think there's going to be energy all throughout that ballpark the entire season.
Oh, I could not agree more. I could absolutely not agree more. There's going to be more energy at that ballpark than there was on the basketball floor in Orlando. That's for sure.
Well,
that was awful.
At least Kamara got there.
Poor Kamara. Kamara got home to watch that.
Oh, man. That was pathetic.
You get your ass whooped by 30 points to a team that's
just lost to the Mavs.
Man.
It's who they are.
You ain't lie.
Like,
you ain't lie.
Like, I didn't leave disappointed. Sometimes they're not going to show up. Just go 4-4 the rest of the way.
Well, that's
it, though. That's it. Saturday was Saturday. Whether it's good radio or not, go 1-0 today.
That's literally
Just go. Just try to find a way to beat Indiana.
Yeah.
A team that's been playing good ball over the last.
I don't think that's.
Would you be surprised if they did?
I would.
Really?
I would be surprised if they won this game tonight. I think Indiana's a terrible matchup.
Mm.
Jesse pointed it out during the insiders. You got to score to beat this team.
You got to play the Kenny Caraway way today.
And I don't know if they with Zach LaVine not consistently shooting the basketball, Sabonis maybe not shooting it. Like I don't know where you're going to get 120 points tonight.
Yeah, they're averaging 120 over the last 22.
So I know what you mean. We've said this for a long time. Tonight, I would be surprised if they won this game.
Okay,
I would. No. For the rest of the games, it applies. Like they can beat anybody and all this other stuff. I'd be shocked tonight, though.
Kenny's a non-believer. Wow. Wow.
Kenny wants to tank like everyone else.
Wow.
It's just me and Dame left for playoffs.
Kenny and Carmichael Dave, tankathon watchers, man.
It's
getting,
people.
Y'all taking a new picture today at the baseball stadium? Wow. Home of the tankers.
Then a now pick with Reese.
Oh, man, that's great.
Does Ryan get her picture now?
Yeah, see, you got to. You got to.
No, I don't.
I imagine everybody got to. I imagine all the dignitaries will be out at Sutter Health Park tonight. We're going to try to get there. Like I forgot, today's our long day.
Yeah.
Then it's a long drive. I'm going to try to get there, though. I wanted to be there for opening pitch so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to be there for opening pitch so bad. But I'm gonna be at. I think I'm gonna be at far more baseball games than people realize this year.
Last pitch.
Oh, sweetie, no. No.
Okay, so
maybe. What's the cutoff point?
Yeah,
maybe
Friday night. Halftime.
What is your halftime for this?
Like, what is an A's game?
Oh, that's a good question.
7th inning stretch. You gonna make it that?
Well,
long?
no, I might judge the game too. Like if
True.
if it's a ball game, it's a nice night. I might just be there.
Dame leaves in the 6th inning of a perfect game.
Yeah, that might be tough. I say after the 5th inning because that's when the pitcher gets the quality start if he's pitching all right. That's kind of like when you. Like that's kind of when it starts.
Yeah, but that's kind of. I mean,
there'll be a lot of different things at play. The type of game it is, whether I'm in the stands or Damian Barling of ESPN, who I'm with. Yeah, a day of the week probably is a big factor in that too.
We getting Dame trying hot dogs from the A's game?
No.
All right. Well, why you gotta say it like that?
You guys, I'm not gonna have a hot dog. Like
this is part of the atmosphere.
It's not.
It is.
Yeah,
I realize I've gotten very laxed on my diet, but I'm not eating a hot dog.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try and convince you.
I'll get some popcorn. Do they got red wine? I'll be in heaven sitting
They
there.
probably do have
first base side or media room, whatever.
See, but how are you gonna catch the foul ball with the wine in your hand?
I'm
Spill
not
all over yourself.
I'm not.
You're gonna take the glove with you?
No, I'm
bring
gonna
your glove,
move.
man. I'll bring your glove.
Have you ever been under one of them fly balls?
Yeah,
It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's like
No,
like this,
no, it's
like this.
terrifying.
Like that.
No.
Catch with 2 hands.
No,
Like
no, that's cat.
Yeah. See,
It
one
is-
hand. We used to get yelled at in high school for that. You're not pro, so you can't catch it one handed. They told us.
No, the coach can go to hell because I'd catch that, snatch it down like Ricky. That's snatch that down like Barry.
Coach
Bonds,
would be like, Tabby, you think you're a pro? Tabby, you think you're a pro? Shout out Coach Sebastian.
Shout out Coach Jennings,
Snatch
Tyler and
that
Ryan's
down.
dad. That was my coach. He knew I couldn't hit where the damn, so he put me at the end of the lineup and put me on first base. I was good
That's
on
sweet,
first
though.
base.
Did you hit ninth? Where'd you hit?
I think they tried to make me the first person who played the field and didn't hit.
Damn.
All right, Barling, get your Borland, go strike out so we can
They try to make you bunt all the
Get-
time.
get one of my sons to the plate who can
poor
actually
pitcher has to
hit.
hit because Damian can't.
Damn shame. But I'd make up for it on the defensive end. I was bad on the first base side
You were who?
because I was fat.
You were like Darren Lewis. Who else did we say? I mean, JT Snow can hit a little bit, but yeah, he wasn't like a big bopper. Royce Clayton along those lines.
Royce Clayton couldn't hit.
Yeah,
Okay.
It was, I
I'll
mean,
tell you what, I wasn't.
Oh,
I was just a nope.
You were Jose Uribe.
I remember Jose Uribe.
Uribe.
I remember that.
Got Damian Gammons.
It was a good night. It's a good day for the city of Sacramento.
It is, man. It is.
We got a lot to talk about with the Sacramento Kings.
Now
8
Saturday
games
was
left.
Saturday was that I'm not there yet because I don't feel like I'm very overreactionary.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm almost remember on ATL when T.I. snatched the chain off of Nunu because she lied.
I do.
Kip has lived on forever.
Yeah, snatched that chain. I'm about to snatch that tougher than a $2 steak moniker from these boys.
I'd say that's
Snatch that
big
thing
time
down.
because you're kind of underreactionary. Like you let it play out. So if we're at this point,
Well, I said I'm
tougher
not.
than a
yeah.
week-old banana.
Damn.
Hey, run that back.
A week-old banana, one that's got
Oh,
brown spots
man.
on it.
That thing soft as I don't know what. Soft as Charmin.
That's
Yeah, I'm
one
ready.
that
I'm
the
ready to take
bakers
that
make
back.
bread out of.
The last.
Did you call them tougher than a $2 steak?
Yeah,
The Kings?
Yeah, they were.
they were. But I'm ready. Like I said, that's what they had that moniker.
Now they tougher
I'm
than
about
one
to-
of them steaks that you get at those fine restaurants. Well, you don't go to fine restaurants. You go to the chain store.
I go to every restaurant. I'm versatile.
You
I'll
are.
go to a fine restaurant.
Mhm.
I'll go. I went to IHOP yesterday.
That's not what I meant.
What,
I
the
meant
steak place?
no.
anywhere.
What I meant is your fine restaurants aren't actually fine restaurants.
No, fine restaurant to fine restaurant. I mean, STK, we've been there. We've been in the building.
Yeah, you've been there.
You know, we've been to Mastro's. We've been there. And
I
I'll go
haven't. I can't.
You can go.
I don't
I saw
know.
Marcus Thompson when I was at Mastro's.
Well, I didn't get the invite, so I don't know.
You can
I
go.
don't know.
But see that I'll go there and I'll get a steak from Safeway and go cook it.
I did go to Q on Friday. Lord have mercy.
What'd you get?
I doubled up on the fry. I went back to the fried chicken.
Woo!
So good. Katie had the octopus salad.
Woo!
Got some.
Yeah, she
what
was
else
talking
we
about
did with
the
that?
octopus. I mean,
Hey,
You're not a seafood guy, huh?
I believe her. Oh no, I am.
Oh, you are?
No, we ain't octopus. No, like
Octopus is
seafood.
fire.
Oh, we got seafood. Cool. Give me some crab. Give me some shrimp. You know what I mean? It's good. I don't need to venture off into the water.
Mexico, they'll throw the whole octopus tentacle or whatever you want to call for you to eat.
Some crab.
Can I throw something at you like that you don't know is coming your way? I don't talk about I don't think in 4 years of this show or almost 10 years on AM that I've talked about my private life.
Yeah, no.
And I think a lot of people think that they know it because of the internet, but
You
they
think
don't.
You know me.
Yeah, thank you.
Shout out
Thank you. Hit the music. I assure you, like, you don't. And while I talk about people who have been a part of my life, they still are a part of my life, a big part of my life. We're going to talk about one of those people later. You don't know, right? And so this will be the first time that I tell you something about my private life. Obviously, I've referenced Katie a lot. Katie and I have gone on a lot of dates recently. Like, we're spending time together. Katie has lived a very public life for the last 17 years on the radio. So a lot of people think they know her life. They don't. There are elements to our life that we have kind of kept private, but because we are two somewhat public figures, her very much more so than I, yeah, you'll see us out together. Like, we're outside. We spend time together. We were at the Jodeci concert together. We double dated with Kenny and Cheryl in Elk Grove. Had the time of her life. Probably confused the hell out of Cheryl in Elk Grove when I introduced her to Katie and said, this is your future daughter-in-law right here. I saw your mom. The mom, what? We was having a good time. So don't worry about it. But yeah, I'm gonna reference her. I'm gonna mention her, and I'm gonna say her name a lot because we spend a lot of time together.
Yeah.
And I thought it was important to say that because I do reference her a lot, but don't necessarily reference why I'm referencing her.
Mm-hmm.
And so from me, this is the very first time in 10 years I'm telling anyone anything about my private life.
Mm.
And I didn't even tell you I was going to do this. I certainly didn't tell Jesse I was going to do this.
Yeah.
But since Q came up, Friday was Katie's birthday.
Yeah.
We went to Q, took her out. My best friend and his girl showed up. You know, we hung out a little bit, and then it was off to Jodeci for our double date with Kenny and Cheryl in Elk Grove.
Yeah, man. It seemed like you guys had a great time.
We had an amazing time. Like, I cannot tell you how happy that woman makes me.
That's what's up.
Like, like, not to turn a sports show into like a sappy love show, but she is a special young lady.
That is awesome.
A very, very special young lady.
That is awesome.
Had no intention of starting the show that way.
It's better than the Kings.
But yet,
See what the Kings do.
here we are. So if you'd like to open up about your private life instead of talking about this sorry-ass basketball team, we're going to have a show for you to do that, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're
going to confirm the start date. I think we got the start date. I think we got the start date.
Yeah.
We got the start date.
There we go.
We're going to confirm it. Oh, by the way, I just want to Katie from the wake up call.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just recognize.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
I recognize we're talking to a sports audience. Katie from the wake up call. Not any other Katie that you might be thinking of.
What other Katie's? We'll talk about that. I don't know.
You do.
Oh, come on.
Okay, I forgot.
All right.
I got you.
We will come back. We will come back. God, I think the best news for the Sacramento Kings happened in Phoenix. We'll talk about it, man.
Damn.
Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people.
Hey, good on you for correcting that.
Sorry about that. That needed to be said. I'll tell you why later.
It's all good.
Thank you, David J. Appreciate you. Katie for the record, not Kayte. Man, I'll be singing this song, Rich, right? Where are you, Rich? There it is. Yeah, and still, that hurt. Bad.
So check this out. There's some bread out there that I want to try.
Yeah, what's that looking like?
It's not open. And the way it is like enclosed is with some tape, right? So, like, all right, how do I get this tape off of here?
Mm-hmm.
And then typically, if I was at home or something, like, what the hell with this tape? Just rip it open, something like that. But I don't want to do that because then how are you going to close it back up and make it fresh? And so I just gave up. I couldn't get the tape off the bag.
Brother just wanted some bread.
Yeah,
I got scissors. We could cut it open for you.
By the way, when he says bread, he's not talking about money. Brother wants a slice.
Yeah, it was like a roll or something like that. But I mean, I can. And then I thought about it, I was like, it's not mine. So maybe people want to, roll the thing back up. And I was like, all right, I'm just like, it's just no bread. Not happening.
It's March 31st. Snack Shack with the.
I've given up on that, brother.
Yeah, I've been going to the Fortress of Snack too lately. Came crying back.
Charlie going out to the ballpark today? Oh. So you got your hat on. I thought you might be going out there.
I am there in spirit.
Okay, there you go.
Rainy opening days.
Yeah.
I have had enough of those.
Understood. Hey, we got the women's national championship. That's good stuff.
Yeah,
That's excellent.
yeah. We
Great.
did it last year too.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That is terrific. I don't give a damn now, but I know if anybody in the chat would be happy for me, it would be Stephen Brown. I knew Stephen Brown would be elated for me.
So welcome, brother.
Oh man.
Is this Roy Holiday? Not Roy Holiday.
Damn shame when Kenny starts to think right as we're coming back from commercial break.
Always on cue too. Like literally
Always.
right before.
10 times
yeah.
out of 10. 10 times out of 10.
Real quick, what's the holiday that played for like the Cardinals and the Rockies?
The one that
Matt.
passed away?
No,
Oh.
Matt Holiday.
Yeah.
I think his son plays for the Orioles,
Jackson Holiday.
and he's playing, and he looks like he's
How old is
about.
Matt Holiday.
All right, at least
I,
40 something.
Really? Oh
Soon?
man.
Want to
Yeah.
pocket watch Matt Holiday's age?
Sure, I think he's 39.
Damn, you want to take a guess here?
39. Is he still playing?
No.
I'm gonna go 44.
All right, D-Lo, you are now 1-0. Matt Holiday is
There's
45.
no music. There's no music.
Bum, bum, bum.
No, it's too late. Like you can't.
Bum,
rush your
bum, bum.
action.
There it
You
is.
can't put a music bed under the audio. Like it's. That's why I just threw it
I
out
did
there.
the
I was like,
music.
it's whatever. It's whatever.
This is the
ain't no big deal.
I'd like to take this opportunity to announce my retirement from
This ain't even pocket watch.
birth certificate guessing.
this is the AL. This is the age league. Dame's 1-0.
But no, he's on my screen, and Jackson Holiday looks about 14 years old.
Oh goodness gracious! What team did you say he was on?
The Orioles.
Okay.
I was tripping out that Jason Richardson's kid playing now.
Yeah. What's his name? Yesterday, the Marlins, they retired or put him in the Hall of Fame, Jeff Conine, in their little Marlins Hall of Fame, and his son hit a home run in the game for the Marlins. It's like Jeff Conine's son. It's crazy.
Wow.
We're there though. We're there seeing like
Bro, LeBron
Yeah,
James's kid is in the league.
Right.
Like, yeah. We're there.
His second one isn't far away. That's
yeah,
crazy.
like they're all coming to the league.
Yeah,
man.
that's crazy.
And as an adult, we're seeing whole careers. You know what I mean? Like I was over 18 when Melo came into the league. Melo gone now.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, man. Time is a fascinating thing. I always believe that is a fascinating thing. I remember 2 years ago when the Kings were good.
Oh.
Remember the excitement in the city?
Brother.
Yes,
Could
actually.
seriously, I don't want this to be depressing, but what would today feel like if the Kings were as good as they were 2 years ago and the first day of Major League Baseball was happening in Sacramento? Would it feel any different than it does right now?
Oh yeah, we'd be having the time of our lives there now.
I mean,
Wouldn't
it one of the great sports days in this city's
Wouldn't it feel
history.
like a day-long celebration? Poor Sean Cunningham is at the ballpark filming the sun rising, Like them. What did Jake tell us last night? They're gonna be there for
from like 10 to 10 or something, right?
man. They're there for 12 hours. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. No,
but all of that is happening with this Kings game lurking in the background at 4:00 against the Pacers team that Kenny doesn't think that they can beat. And now there's 8 games left. Kevin Durant, I think Sham said, is out a week.
At least 3 games. He's going to miss the road trip. That's 3 games.
Well, he's back in time for Sacramento. That math checks out. He sprained his ankle yesterday. They're a game and a half back from Sacramento.
Yeah.
Who's 10, by the way, not 9.
Right.
Behind the Mavs.
Yes, the Mavs have come back from the dead like that zombie portion of the Thriller video.
You know what I thought about on Saturday is I was watching that game, the Mavericks game, not the Kings game. It was far over at that point. But I usually don't like do this type of stuff like Kings lose a close game. Oh, we didn't deserve to win anyway. Like, shut the hell up. Like, won the game. Like, I don't care about we deserved it. I got a feeling. I was like, man, and it could have been just fresh off that Magic game, but it's like the Mavs deserve this play-in opportunity. That team, that roster, been through a lot. They've struggled since the trade. AD's gone. But here they are going into the United Center with one of the hottest teams in basketball, going out and getting that win. They're finishing the season the right way, regardless of how it finishes. They're going out there and they're continuing to compete. And obviously it's 2 spots, 9 and 10. But I hadn't seen the Suns game yet, obviously, on Saturday night. I was like, I know for sure the Mavs deserve to get in this play-in opportunity.
Who's got a better roster? Who's got a better roster on paper, Kings or Mavs?
The Kings.
So then why can't we see what we see from the Mavs? Like that fight and all. Like the Mavs have not, we wrote them off many times, but they haven't really gone anywhere.
I feel like that's a good question. Do you feel like the Mavs think they have something to prove?
Yeah,
the remaining members of the Mavericks are like, they wrote us off. We lost Kyrie. They traded Luka. We were the joke of the league. We were getting booed at our own building. Our owner, our general manager, they was holding protests against him. And we have an opportunity to beat out a team that went all in with 3 $50 million players. You know, there's no luster in knocking the Kings out, but still.
Yeah, they compete. Those guys on that roster, they compete. They play hard. And that was something that I thought. Actually, I didn't say I was taking it back yet, so I'm just monitoring it. But I was pretty sure that's what this Kings team was doing on a nightly basis. But you talk about the last.
Hold up.
Oh,
Hold up.
Oh, what's good?
Hold up.
What's good?
Hold up. Hey.
Yeah. What up?
The NWO walking in here.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Look at Fred right there. That last one right there with the
For the
camera up.
radio audience.
That boy.
Marshall Harris is in the building. He's back in Sacramento.
He's taking a job at where? Where are you taking a job at? You need another one. You don't have enough of them.
That's no. I'm very content with my 4 jobs. I'm gonna stick to 4.
Marshall out here just on the road did his radio show from a studio down the hall because he works for our brother. I don't know why everyone says sister station. Our brother station out there in Chicago. And
I'll get back to you on the origins of Sister Station and how that came to be. There's probably a story behind that. I will.
Do you know the story?
No, I don't, but I will get on that by maybe this time tomorrow.
Like it's because it just appears to be a family of sisters.
Well, no, what it seems like, and they never say brother station, but what it seems like is the station that's saying it, they always want to be big bro.
Oh,
that's how I take it.
I didn't even think about it like that. But
So
yeah,
I'm
you're always
big
saying
bro.
like,
yeah.
you don't always say you're the sister station. Say our sister station.
Mhm.
Like we take care of her. So happy to be your sister station. Borrow your digs. Nice studio, by the way. Nice setup. Everything's beautiful view out here in Roseville. Y'all living.
It's not bad.
It is nice.
Yeah, it's
You
not
guys in
bad.
downtown Chicago?
Yeah, we in downtown. Like you would look out the window, you see other buildings, and you can see like the little ants down, aka the people down the street.
Yeah, but you in
we're
the
up high.
midst of everything. You ain't around nothing here. You in the midst of everything in
most
Chicago.
stations are downtown. Right? I know this the old
The
one was
game is.
Madison,
Yeah.
but I don't. I just
Philly's
thought most
downtown. The Odyssey stations that I have been to are all downtown. The
Yeah,
one in
Philly
Phoenix
is
is
definitely-
downtown as well. Yeah.
Philly's the home station, the
hub.
company, the company hub.
The dad
yeah,
station.
There's the station, and then there's like the corp. I've heard that the station, like the cluster of stations and the corporate side of the building, are two separate things,
entities.
and you can't like go over there.
Really?
Yeah, like
Your
just,
badge won't get you. over
Yeah,
there with
like you
them.
don't have free access to the entire floor. It's like sure, access denied.
Yeah.
Access denied.
That sounds about right. But it's a good time. Look, I'm just happy to be here. It's opening day in Sacramento,
sir.
Yeah,
which is
man.
crazy to say, but here we
Yeah.
are. Cubs playing tonight. I'm gonna go down there and check out things and see what's popping.
You spent some time obviously here in Sacramento. Did you ever think that this city would get Major League Baseball? Did you get the feel when you're here like, no, let's be a good baseball town? Or
Absolutely not, because they couldn't even land the MLS team they've been after for how many years. So I was like, I just don't know that they have the infrastructure to couldn't get the All-Star game because you don't have enough good hotels. Like I was like, it's there. Like there's a chance to do it with how much everything is expanding past San Francisco. I know so many people who commute daily from Sacramento to San Francisco, and then when they have to go to work, because now it's like hybrid, but I think that the growth potential is so right there for Sacramento. They got the space to build stuff. I thought maybe down the road, but you also look at everywhere else. Like Seattle wants a basketball team. Vegas wants a basketball team. And then baseball, same thing. You see where Oakland, they lost the team, and now it's supposedly going to be in Las Vegas. This is just a stop along the way. And it's like Nashville wants a baseball team. It's just like, where is Sacramento on the pecking order of all these things we're talking about?
Tell Marshall I said hi. We grew up in Huntsville, 4 miles from each other.
Oh, that's what's up.
You know who that is?
No, I don't, but
Cody Stark.
I do know Cody Stark. Okay.
I know you do.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
you do. I didn't know he grew up in Huntsville.
Yeah,
I didn't know it either.
So it's so funny because when I started working at the old station, what's it called? Wow, I'm struggling right now. CBS station where I used to work.
13?
Yes.
Yeah, CBS 13.
I thought it
I've been out of the TV game for a minute, man. I did that with my old station in Chicago too. Yes, CBS KOVR. I got it now. You got me.
Okay. All right. We'll get you back in there.
Yeah, KOVR. And Cody and I were just talking one day. He's like, I'm from Alabama. I was like, oh, I'm from Alabama. Where are you from? Huntsville. Huntsville, where? And it's like, literally, we grew up not very far from each other at all to be hanging out in Sacramento.
That's crazy, right?
It is crazy.
That's
a trip.
amazing.
Yeah. Huntsville stand up though. Rocket City, baby.
That's amazing.
What's the if I was going to Huntsville, what could I do there?
Space Camp. It's the home of Space Camp. We'll start with that. You get in a little 3G machine, do all the stuff, powdered ice cream, Tang, learn about space. The movie Space Camp, I don't know if y'all are old enough to remember that, but the movie Space Camp was actually filmed in Huntsville, Alabama. And then there's stuff. There's
Applebee's.
There's food. No, they have like real food. Like
not the spots is like the little, city spots.
You want to
is
hear
probably fire.
something? When I moved here, I was like, oh, this reminds me of Huntsville.
Really?
Yeah, because it's in a valley. It's same type of deal, like set up from a nature standpoint. A little drier heat here, but the heat is a real thing. And also just the way you can walk to certain stuff, but you have to get in your car to go to other stuff. And there's stuff, but it's like Huntsville. When I moved here, the sell that my news director, Mike Delastrito, gave me on moving to Sacramento, because my first time ever here was when I interviewed for a job there. And it felt more like a recruiting trip than a job interview because I was living in Philly. He's like, I got to get this guy to Sacramento. And he was like, listen, there's not a whole lot to do in Sacramento, but we're really close to Tahoe, San Francisco, Napa. There's stuff. You just a little car ride. Huntsville, 3 hours to Atlanta, hour and a half to Nashville. Similar type. Tuscaloosa. You want to go see some real football? Tuscaloosa, hour and 45 minutes. It's like there's stuff around, but in Huntsville, there's plenty of stuff to do. It's just may not be on the scale that you want to do stuff. Like you can't go to an NBA game, obviously. You can't go to a Major League Baseball game. But they have minor league sports. They have college basketball, college stuff. It's just smaller. That's really all it is. and less expensive, which I don't mind.
No matter that.
Mhm.
They probably got a P Valley there too.
You okay?
They probably do. The bank. They probably got the bank.
Marshall, I think people like you're frugal. Is that the right word?
Am I frugal? You know what?
I think you're bordering on notoriously frugal.
LeBron levels.
I don't like what would be notoriously frugal. Give me an example, and I'll be like, I do that or I don't do that.
You didn't pay for that shirt. You got it for free somewhere.
No,
that's what I mean.
I pay for the shirt. Kansas
Okay.
City Monarchs.
Okay.
Stand up.
So
Support the Negro League.
I thought no doubt. I just
we're never
thought
gonna
you-
forget our.
I thought you might have got it through like a promotion deal or something.
But I would take a promotion.
Well, that's
deal.
what I mean.
Yeah. Like, who wouldn't? Who amongst us would not?
Oh, no,
so
it's not a
the
thing.
like I say LeBron because the story is he had like the iPhone 7 for like 14 years.
Now I do have an older iPhone. I have an iPhone 12. So
and he was just
that's
like,
old, right? iPhone 12.
Yeah, that's pretty old. It still works.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, it's not fine.
So you know what it is? You know what it is? I'm functional. Like if it and this is between me, single me versus me in a relationship, right? When I'm in a relationship, yeah, my money's gone because I am spending the money on all this stuff. So like in that sense, I'm not frugal like that. But like if it's just me, whereas I might go and I'm in a hurry and I need some food, stop at Chipotle. It's like I'm probably not gonna be like, yo, let's go on a date to Chipotle. That's not what I'm doing. But if it's just me, like the hotel I stay at versus like I'm at the AC Marriott downtown, right?
Okay.
But if I was with my lady,
pretty nice.
if I was with my lady, I'd probably be at whatever the nicest hotel, the Sawyer or something like.
Yeah, but hey, is Odyssey footing the bill?
I'm about to say that AC Marriott, that looked like a nice little spot.
That's off points, bro. I travel.
Okay, I hear you.
The points is
I
up.
hear you.
The points
I hear
is
you.
up.
Yeah.
It was gonna be like
you rolling with the, you got the platinum.
I got all the levels on all the things.
There you go.
What's the two? It's Marriott and Hilton are the two competing.
So, yeah, like I've got the Hilton and I've got the Bonvoy. That's the Marriott one.
Yeah,
I use the Bonvoy points, and I was like, and I like I'm flying back tomorrow first class. I'm not like what? The reason I'm flying first class is because they asked me, is like, do you want to fly first class? It's only $70. It's like for a multi-leg trip back east, I'll pay the $70.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, but if it was like $400, I was like, all right, I'll just sit on my exit row where I'm already every time guaranteed to get an extra row seat because I'm an American guy. It's about finding the things that work for you.
Hear that? Did you hear that? Wait, I'm an American guy. Wow.
American Airlines.
Marshall is
real American.
American Airlines.
He's got his Hulkamania shirt underneath it. And
don't have that.
Man, he is.
I'm now out here spray painting the trailer. That's not me. Don't get it twisted. No, I'm in American Airlines. You know, I'm not out here Malice at the Palace too, although there's Minneapolis.
God,
I'm not doing that. So,
Man.
but they didn't throw any punches. They said Mickey Sasser threw a punch. I couldn't see it.
That was
like,
still, you can't be in the crowd like that though.
Yeah, I mean, I thought people kind of overblew that situation.
I think
it looked like a
because
huddle. It was
there's
like a
so-
baseball benches clearing huddle type situation. Nothing was going on.
I think because there was so many people involved and it spilled into the stands, it made it look worse. And when you spill into the stands, that brings in more people. So the sheer volume of people involved was magnified and it looked, and Isaiah Stewart was there. So you really don't know what happened.
Yeah, you don't know.
You know what I
what's gonna
said?
happen.
I saw like the little headline on Twitter or something. I was like, I bet Isaiah Stewart got thrown out. I don't know a whole lot, but Isaiah Stewart definitely wasn't in that game after this altercation.
Adam Silver need to talk to him. Like, what you want to do, man?
But his
Man,
whole
he need to
vibe,
get David Stern to talk to me. David,
What you want to do? You want to be a basketball player or something else? Like,
unfreeze
what you wanna
David
do?
Stern and get him to come talk to him.
like Isaiah Stewart is the dude. Like if we were still playing arch rivals in the arcade, I want to be him because he's picking up every weapon that laying around and hitting somebody
That's
with
a
it.
throwback.
Yeah. I'm a throwback kind of dude.
What do you think? What do you think this looks like starting tonight in Sacramento for the next 2, 3, 4 years?
Back to your question about my frugality, it looks expensive. They got the most expensive ticket in baseball this year.
Yeah,
It's like $180 a game, right?
I feel like that's probably a bit of a
So
stretch, but
James was talking about it earlier, and it is. So the numbers say that, right? But you can get to that game.
What's the get-in price? I guess that's what I want to know. What is the
could be
get-in price?
$25.
yeah, like
Are they
like
doing
it
standing room only?
depends. Like they have the lawn, but it probably depends on if you got the first run of tickets. We were looking at resale tickets last week, They weren't crazy.
No.
They were 100. Like we were looking at tickets. Were they San Francisco? They were like $600 resale tickets.
Was like $1,300
the Giants game.
Yeah, right. That was my reaction.
Oh, okay.
It is opening day, but we looked at opening day.
Yeah, I mean, we found great seats on the first base side for 110, 120, and when you're paying $250 to get into a Jodeci concert or $800 to see Beyonce, looking at $100 ticket is like, oh, I guess that's just the price.
I guess my question is, because now I'm just wondering about this area.
Sure.
What was the get-in price for a Kings game at the start of the season, and what is it now?
A lot. Yeah.
Oh, it's still a lot?
Yeah.
Even though
ticket prices have
get in. You can probably get in upper deck.
Can you get in under
level
under
at a
$50?
lower price? Excuse me.
Yeah, maybe
you can
by yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$50. Okay.
$50 just $50. I thought you said $150.
Oh no, I said a 50.
50 might be the bottom.
You can go to a Sixers game for $1. That's all I'm saying. The fees are more than the ticket price for a Sixers game
50
right
might be the bottom for.
But they're not fighting for a play-in spot. They're fighting for tanking position. That's the big difference. I didn't know the Kings were on a 6-game road trip. And I heard that, and I was like, "Oh, so they're like in real jeopardy."
You should have been here for the jeopardy was the 7-game homestand that involved your Chicago Bulls.
Oh.
Cleveland was the night before. Guess which one of those 2 games they won? I know you know this because Chicago beat their ass. Oklahoma City was on this trip. They played them the night after they played Boston. They played those 2 teams 2 days after they played the Milwaukee Bucks. This was all one. They beat Memphis, I think, to start it. They beat Portland to end it. That was the 7-game homestand that they had.
So you could see this coming, this fall off.
We
by schedule proxy.
Yeah, we knew it was possible. And they didn't do anything leading into that homestand that made you feel good. They beat Memphis and you thought, okay. And then they beat Cleveland. And then, they had a 19-point lead against your Bulls, blew that, and then just dropped all of them until
that was the Kevin Huerter revenge game, right?
It was as a shoot. Yeah, absolutely.
He actually said that after. I don't know if y'all saw it.
We saw it.
He was on that. He was on that.
And he deserved it. He beat their ass.
It
was the second highest scoring output of the year.
It was?
Yeah.
I didn't know
I
that.
think his highest scoring, what do you have, 25? His highest scoring output, I
yeah.
think, was with the Kings. It was 26.
That sounds right. Yep. Sounds right.
And he just couldn't get right.
And that happened once.
You just could never get into his rhythm flow. I saw his numbers. His numbers were bad at the trade deadline.
Not with Mike, not with Doug. Like he couldn't find it.
To answer your question, about $60. I'm on a resale app. It's about $60 to get in for the last 3 games.
Okay.
Now they got them. I think this is maybe a one of one. If they make the playoffs, get in. It looks like damn near the last row. It's like 260.
Okay. If they make the play in, you're saying.
If they make the play, I went playoffs.
Oh, you're going all the way.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
can they make the playoffs?
Play in, get in is 192.
Because they can't get to the 8 seed, right?
No.
So they would have to win 2 games to get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That
might be 2 road games.
Yeah, that's not
one of them might be against the Warriors.
Oh,
what's the best path for the Kings right now?
There isn't one.
No.
It doesn't matter. There literally isn't one.
They're all tough.
It does not matter.
There's not like a preferred opponent in the play-in?
No.
For a minute, it was like the Mavs and the Clippers, but that's gone out the window.
Clippers look good now. Clippers look much better.
The Clippers got 6 games on Sacramento now, and they're the 8th seed.
Yeah, so they literally can't catch
like
them.
The Kings were literally in the conversation for the 6th seed a month ago. That's how quickly it all kind of unraveled. Well, I mean, of course, Golden State got hot. Minnesota stayed a lot more consistent than I expected them to. Yeah.
No, I think for me, watching it from afar, because I keep up with everything, because I told you I love League Pass, keeps me in the house. It's very for the money invested.
That's the other thing about Marshall Harris. He does not leave the house.
I do leave the house. I just don't leave the house unless there's an event.
That's what I was just about to say. If you leave the house, you're probably dressed up. Begrudgingly, you're probably dressed up.
My friend had a going away party, went to that. My friend had a birthday party, went to that. Other than that, the last month, I'm at the house.
So you don't just go to happy hour at this bar in downtown Chicago.
I am going to happy hour when I get back Wednesday to meet up with some old coworkers who are off that day. And that's the only reason. And I haven't seen them in like 2 months, 3 months. So it has to be, I'm not like back in the day, 8 days a week. I'm out. Like work is over. Where are we going? And this is when I work nights. So I'm out till 2, 3 in the morning every morning.
Yeah.
Like that's life. And then you get up in the morning, you go for a run, work out, whatever, and then go back to work, and we'll do it again tomorrow night.
So we're not gonna see Marshall. What's it called at
Where?
Black ski jet ski weekend? What they do in Chicago?
Are you talking?
It's like black boat weekend
black,
or something like that.
No, that's
what is it? Boat weekend?
Yeah, it's black. Yes,
that looks fire.
I have been. I went to that one. The first year I was there, I was like, this ain't for me. Because here's the thing about getting on a boat, bro. When you get on a boat, you can't get off the boat till it's time for the boat to go back. I like to be able to come and go as I please.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, it was fire. It was a great time, but it went about 2 hours longer than I needed to go for my own personal edification. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I just like to have a good time, but in moderation. And I know my limits. I like to get up. They knew I was gonna be happy doing this because our meeting is at 9:15. So here it's 7:15. That means what? I get up at 5, 6 every morning anyway. I've done the old man shift into I wake up when the sun gets up. Like that's what we do.
You're on your way to the ballpark.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna get something to eat and whatnot, and then I'll be there by the time Clubhouse opens at 3:30.
Okay. Well, thanks for.
There's a bag of bread out there if you want it.
I saw the bread, by the way.
No.
I got a text that said you could have the bread.
That's a lot of bread. I don't know.
Well, I don't. What I mean is, but I was told you can open the bread and have it. You can partake in the bread.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
I saw the bread. I'm good on the bread. We're in shred season.
Boy, I was gonna say this is some luring bread.
Yeah,
if everybody
I was just sitting out there like I was like,
it's like you see food on the counter. It's like I gotta eat it. I gotta eat the bread.
But that's a problem working in media, right? Whether it's a TV station, radio station, that is consistent. Facts. There's food out here in the common area. Facts. You know why it's there.
Yep.
Make a decision. What's your discipline looking like today?
It's looking at you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Hey, we love you, man. Thanks for pulling up on us.
Around here.
Yeah,
appreciate y'all.
Not around here. That's our man Marshall Harris. Chicago. We'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back. That's what we'll do. Steeler and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. My man.
My boy, Marshall Harris.
Yeah, we're going to try. I mean, I'll speak for me. If I get to, it's going to be late, though, because we have the KSFM show, and then we have a meeting. It's 4 to 7.
Okay, I'm trying to listen to that.
Yeah, it's 4 to, or it's actually 3 to 7, but we'll go live at 4.
You guys just run back your stuff from earlier for 4 o'clock, right?
Here, yeah, but I think today we got a game. No, today we run it back. Yeah.
No, because the game's early, right?
Yeah. There you go.
I want to know what it was. Good to see y'all.
Good to see you, dog. Always good to see my main man.
Don't work too hard. That's all I ask you. Never that. I know y'all ain't doing that. Never that. Bills got to get paid. So.
Yes, sir. Great to see you, bro.
Good to see you, dog. You
know what? Let me get a pic with y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, y'all. Let me get this. Hang on, man. We're going to grab a pic with Marshall real quick. Nigga, we got a phone. Like, what you?
Go down that way.
Hey, I don't know how long commercial breaks are in Chicago. What's up, Complex? Well, we're going to take a picture, but I guess Marshall thinks we got all the time in the world.
I hear you. Marshall, we got about 45 seconds.
Marshall, like, fuck y'all picture.
we gotta commemorate this moment, man. It's special right here. Got about 45. No, it's good, bro.
No,
good.
never mind.
Ain't that special?
I don't like y'all motherfuckers that much anyways. Marshall funny, man.
He is, man.
Marshall.
Shout out
is
Marshall.
funny.
Marshall, first guess, or no, Kenny Smith was, but wasn't Marshall on the same day?
Was he? The same day as Ken? That's funny that Kenny Smith was our first guest. I don't remember.
Maybe.
Was the show long enough for 2 guests?
Maybe not.
I
But
know
me and
Marshall.
we were going back and forth about Ben Simmons.
I remember that. Marshall was our first. I feel like Marshall was our first regular weekly.
Yeah.
Our first guest wasn't like Damon Bruce, right? Because Danny was trying to have those people on like at the beginning.
No.
It was like Danny's thing.
Yeah, man. No.
I feel like Kenny Smith was the first.
I think Kenny Smith was. I think he was like
And
in the first
But
hour.
So this is funny. Didn't it have something to do with Steph Curry? Was it Dame Lillard and Steph Curry?
Yeah, because
Like it literally had nothing to do with the Sacramento Kings.
No, hell no. No, absolutely nothing about the Kings. No. But Dame was going off in the bubble. And that's when like the conversations of like, yo, who Dame is like close to Steph. I remember I was using the saying the comment because I do believe it. Like skill wise, he is just as good, just as amazing as some of the things skill wise we've seen from Steph Curry. But the accolades, the moments, that's where Steph just goes to another stratosphere.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But I remember just talent wise, like Dame is just as talented as Steph Curry, but Steph is just
Kenny Smith probably had to be the first guest. We had him August 19th.
Wow. Our first show was the 17th.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the 17th. We were
didn't
just
even
trying to
talk
be on the
nobody
air.
for 2 days.
We what?
We didn't talk to nobody for 2 days.
No, we didn't.
Nobody want to come on.
Nobody knew we existed.
No, what about no? See, I don't want to give too much away. But remember when the Brody asked us the other day? What was it? He said, "What's the?" He said, "What's the station out here?" What's
Oh, we didn't tell you about that.
Whatever.
Nah, we had another moment.
One of our coworkers?
Nah, but one of our favorite guests to book.
What's
your favorite guest to reach out to?
Oh.
He's like, what's the ESPN station out here?
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
That's us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They just talked to him for an hour.
That sounds right, to be honest. That's the one that said we should have Kenny Smith on a second time, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Shout out to him.
Yeah, that's
we
right.
just talked to him for an hour. He clearly knows who we are.
Would love for you to come on the show tomorrow. Like you have time? Oh, I can only go on the ESPN station. Put my brain in a pretzel. Like we are. It's us.
He said he'd come on the show, man. We can try it. Yeah. I'm trying to see if I have. I guess I don't have them anymore. I don't know when we started creating these rundowns that we have, but I was looking to see if maybe this is it. Where's August? Is this our original rundown sheet? Oh no, I don't think it is. I don't know what. Oh, it is. So I guess I didn't start having these rundowns till. Oh no, gosh, this is a mess. Oh, there it is. Our first show, August 17th.
Oh,
Vlade steps down as general manager of the Kings. Alvin Gentry is out of New Orleans. Boy, did we not know those stories were going to tie together later.
We should have knew that's when the show had power. The airwaves and boom, the GM's gone.
Did we have a? What the hell is one-on-one? Did we have a segment called one-on-one?
Yeah, that was our old PD's idea. Like to get a new segment into the show and stuff. You guys would debate like 3 different things of like general sports things.
So one-on-one, Washington owners want Dan Snyder out.
Well, you guys would talk about that.
One-on-one, Bay Bridge series, A sweep Giants in embarrassing fashion.
There's number 2, and I think there's a third usually.
One-on-one, Spurs missed the playoffs for the first time since 1996.
Now I want to know what some of these one-on-ones are moving forward.
This is fascinating.
Like a week from that moment, what was that one-on-one?
Bro,
we talk about
this is crazy. This is a 2-hour show. This is crazy. The next day, like actually written into the show, Padres versus Rangers in baseball's trash unwritten rules. Bro, what?
The show used to suck.
1-on-1. Coach K says NCAA cannot afford to miss another tournament.
Bro, we were really trying to be ESPN radio.
Oh my God.
This is ESPN radio.
You know who I think our first guest was?
Oh.
Grant Cohn.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
No, as a shoot. August 18th, Grant Cohn is scheduled at 1:20 p.m. Can you confirm that?
It's not in our archives. Our first is Kenny Smith.
Okay. All right.
I got September 14th and August 13th.
We didn't even record Grant Cohn.
Oh my God.
Just don't put it there.
There are some that don't.
You're
make the cut.
right. This show sucked. Thank you
Trying
guys
to
so
be-
much for still being here. This is amazing. And now that something like the rundowns disappear on Thursday for some reason, or Wednesday, and I can't see them
Bermuda
anymore.
Triangle.
Pretty much. I think
You
they
don't
all
talk
disappear
wrestling for like
after
10 seconds.
Come on, guys.
I feel like the first time we really talked wrestling was when we talked about Slick on Arsenio Hall.
12/17 on August 31st. Fred Warner has COVID.
Is he gonna make it?
Oh, this is
COVID
crazy.
That's another thing too. We kind of did our show during the pandemic.
1-on-1, August 31st. Should Black Panther be recast following the death of Chadwick Boseman?
Now that sounds more like the show.
That's when we started.
Hold on.
Oh no.
1-on-1. Roman Reigns heel turn.
Oh,
let's go.
this is it. This is
when we
this
took
is shit.
over.
Yeah. This was the turning point. August 31st. We said to hell with
when
you,
the show
Daddy.
became ours.
This is crazy. 1-on-1 Roman Reigns heel turn. You digging it? Oh, this is amazing.
I feel like maybe during one of the 10 a.m. joints, Davey was probably like, if we have to talk about the Washington Commanders one more time, I'm gonna drive off this road.
I remember Danny
We'll
would
never do this.
Danny would have me send him like just like a little rundown of topics we had on the show. And when we would go along on wrestling, okay, no, we started with the 49ers for 2 minutes. So we go 49ers here and we just broke after that.
The next day. Oh, this is why Danny quit. 1-on-1. What do you think of the WWE's Thunderdome?
We took over.
Danny checked out less than a month in.
We took over, man.
Do you
One-on-one turned into a WWE segment.
1-on-1. Do you think a Dallas Cowboy takes a knee during the national anthem? Oh my God. Oh,
This show used to be lit.
August 22nd. Scheduled at 12:30 p.m. Radio.com NBA insider
Oh, that guy.
Brian
Yeah.
Scalabrine.
We owe that guy. We owe Brian Scalabrine a receipt.
Little bitch.
You didn't stand us up. We stood you up.
He stood us up twice.
Oh,
He
no,
did
yeah,
twice.
he getting a receipt. He absolutely getting a receipt.
Oh, Howard Bryant, David Steele, Lena Washington. Man, what a show that was.
We got any
Washington.
topic roulettes in there?
I
when we
think
were starving
topic.
during
I
the
feel
summer,
like
probably.
topic. I feel like topic roulette happened later. As maybe when Danny officially left. These are crazy to see. Absolutely crazy to see.
You think we're gonna do the same thing 4 years from now, like about today's show? Like, why the hell are we talking like about the Kings and stuff? We don't. I don't know.
Well, one of the things we don't
Because looking
really,
back, it's like, wow, Rangers and Padres, yeah.
but we don't really put wrestling in the rundown.
Well, to be honest,
We
yeah,
just
we've
end up
never.
talking about
Yeah.
wrestling.
What do you got?
1-on-1. Victor Oladipo wants out of Indiana. Would you take a shot on him for the Kings?
Hey, that got me an appearance on
Hey,
Locked
that's
On
the-
Kings.
That's the first time.
1-on-1. Tyler Hero's girlfriend is Kyle Kuzma's ex. This is a show.
Tyler Hero.
This is how we got to 1,000 episodes right here.
Talking about how many Hawkeyes next.
Oh man, was that confirmed?
Man,
She denied it. Bro.
Eddie Gonzalez joined us on September 30th. This is an
Eddie-
amazing trip.
Eddie
This
didn't
is
even know what he's getting. And like by the time he came back, he was like, "Oh yeah, D-Lo KC." At that point, he's I don't know. Some guys just want me to talk on their podcast.
One-on-one to Kenny. I don't even know what this is. Admit you were wrong about the Arizona Cardinals.
Jeez.
One-on-one to Damian. Admit you were wrong about the Buffalo Bills.
Wait a minute. What day is that?
September 21st, 2020.
That might be the last and only time anyone's ever had to take about the Cardinals on this show.
Was that the it feels like it's a little early for that, but was that the Hail Mary joint? Remember when Hopkins?
It might have been. Maybe.
It seems a little early though.
The next week is when,
they beat the Bills too though, so maybe that was a little early.
Who's they?
The
Arizona.
Cardinals.
Okay.
That play they beat the Bills, so I wouldn't have you admitting the Bills were wrong, or you were wrong about the Bills.
And there it is, Wednesday, September 23rd. Oh, here it is. This will bring the show back home. Monte McNair introduced as the new Kings general manager.
Oh.
We throw in little like notes to help like lead the conversation if we feel like we get stuck or it's not going anywhere. We need specific talking points. Here are those. Does this feel like a major change for the Kings? Is it okay to be really excited over a GM hire?
Hell no.
What's the most optimistic scenario for the Kings next year?
I wonder what we said.
Where do the Warriors fit? Spurs, Jazz, Nuggets, Rockets. What's the most important thing Monty can do to start?
Draft a wing.
Draft a 19-year-old. I had a conversation.
This is a crazy rabbit hole. I have to close this. This is amazing.
Yeah, you got kind of depressing.
This is amazing.
I had a conversation yesterday with one of the homies, with my man's and him. His name will remain anonymous. About the GM situation, Monte McNair. And we both kind of agreed. I want to know what both of you guys think here. We both kind of agreed, like, Monte McNair doesn't seem like he's cut out to be the head guy. He's an NBA guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't run him out of the league. But as far as the head guy, he doesn't seem cut out for that. And one of the things why I don't think he's cut out is I'm pretty sure, like, the Kings like have a, people talk about, oh, it's so dysfunctional. They talk to more people than I do, maybe. So I'll concede to people who say that. But we talk about Wes Wilcox and and all these other guys, and there's so many chefs in the kitchen, there's so many voices in the room, all this other stuff. I feel like that is a lot more common than people are giving it credit for. The difference here is usually in these other places, the guy who makes the decisions lets it be known, I make the decision. I'm the general manager. I'm going to do this. Bottom line. Mm-hmm. And one of the people I was talking to in the past, I said, straight up, man, what do you think? Who makes the decisions? And he goes, it's Monty. He makes the decisions. Mm-hmm. But he kind of just he lets Wes run wild to a certain degree. And that's where it gets blurred and all this other stuff. And I put that on Monty. Don't let him run wild. Let it be known, hey, it's me. Anybody that you get on the phone with, oh man, well, I talked to Wes. Don't worry about none of that. It's me. Wes helps, all this other stuff. Yeah, he makes some phone calls. It's me.
It's me all along.
All along, Austin. I'm the one. And it feels like I could be speaking completely I don't know. But it feels like Monty wasn't assertive enough for that position. And because of that, you got Wes thinking deals are done or saying, hey, yeah, talk to me because, we'll make a deal done. It feels like Monty should have just been it should have been clear. Buck stops with me.
I was talking to James earlier on the Insiders. It seemed like they had two defined roles. Like, Wes was to talk to the agents and stuff like that. Like, if that's your job, then like what am I looking at? Like, Monty's just doing the analytics and all that. Like, why am I looking at you like you're the GM? I'm the one going out talking to people. I think that's where it messed up.
You
need one guy to do both.
Well, but
like James talking about like Monty's an introvert and he's not great talking to others and stuff like that. Like that can't work for that job. We can't bring in Wes because you don't know how to talk to people or whatever.
You're right. 100%. But in that same vein, Wes Wilcox, well, why are you around? Because I'm talking to people. Because I'm the boss. Go get your own GM. Go to Utah if you want to be the boss. But I'm the boss. There's only one captain here, and it's me. Bottom line, like you can feel however you want about that, but I'm the guy.
And you believe that was happening?
I believe that wasn't happening.
Okay.
And that's why you get
That's
everybody
why
thinking
where we're at.
Yeah, everybody thinking they can talk to
Yep.
so and so and for whatever. And I just, you don't have to be like rude about it, but it there should have been.
That's on the owner.
It's on the owner, but it's also money. Like the owner might have told.
Well, Vivek hired me to do this. Like, yeah, that's cool. You think you're doing that, but I got hired here for a reason. In the same interview process, I'm here for a reason because you lack at this.
That's cool. I'm telling you right now. Don't tell nobody a deal is done until you come across till you talk to me.
I know. Like
that.
I agree, but I just
would
wonder if he could even do that.
If Wes, well, he could just like that. Wes can do all this other stuff. Hey, bro, don't tell nobody's a deal. Like, I'll be the one to tell somebody a deal is done. Put your foot down. Put your foot down. Like I said, the person told me, like, hey, yeah, Monty's the guy who makes the decisions, but he lets Wes do all the stuff that he does. That's what was told to me. And if he would just button up, like, nah, bro, like, with all due respect, like I said, you don't have to be mean, but hey, man, stop doing that. Or if you're talking to other teams, other GMs, I know Wes said what he said. I'm telling you face to face or on this phone, you got to come through me to get a deal done.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't feel like that was happening.
I don't think that clears up his function, though. Because if you got your GM calling other GMs, tell them, no, go to me, and like your assistant GM, like you're just working against each other at that point.
Yeah, well, it clears it up. It doesn't clear it up if he doesn't stop. But if you tell him to stop that, stop doing that. And I don't know if that ever happened. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But tell Monte McNair, tell Wes Wilcox, stop doing that, man. You're making us all look bad. We'll go to Utah.
It just comes down to your point. Just Monty's not the guy for that.
Right.
Like he just doesn't have that in him.
So we're starting over.
That's what it feels like.
That's basically what we're saying, right? We're starting over.
I think they should, yeah.
I think that's.
Let me ask everyone a question then. How did we get to executive of the year? Was the bar, and I'm not trying to, like, was the bar so low? That's why we got there? It was a 48-win basketball team up from 30-something.
Mm-hmm.
Made the playoffs, 3 seed. Kiss my ass. We'll never apologize for it.
Mm-hmm.
Domas De'Aaron, all NBA players and all-stars that year. How did we get there?
Because everything went right.
You took a perennial loser for 16 years to the 3 seed in the playoffs. Like, that's how you got that.
Everything went right that year. They didn't have to deal with much outside of that first 4-game losing streak of the season. They didn't have to deal with anything. They didn't have to deal with, should we, like, realistically, I know people wanted Mason Plumlee, but, like, no trade deadline, like, stuff. They didn't have to deal with, all right, do we trade for this guy, or, you know, what do we do? Everything went right. Malik Monk had a career year, or had a really good year. Maybe he had better statistical seasons, but he was phenomenal. Herter was phenomenal. Keegan Murray was phenomenal. Everything went right. So because of that, like, yeah, those were all his moves. You should get executive of the year. But the real like insight to who he was as an executive came when there was a little bit of turmoil and you had to navigate through some things, and he didn't handle that correctly. Whether it's player-coach issues, personnel issues, like how do we upgrade, how do we get better, making tough decisions, do we move on from this rookie to get this veteran guy, do we take a chance even though he's saying, you know, we're not going to resign. He didn't handle that. He didn't handle that. So when everything was perfect, you won Executive of the Year. But when there was some questionable things going on and some decisions that needed to be made, he couldn't pivot.
Well, it felt like when they hit that, I kind of get stuck. I know James has brought this up. I think it was an original DeMarcus Cousins point, if I remember correctly. It was like, just make the playoffs. That was the goal, and they didn't know what to do after that. And, we waited all after that 48-win year to see what they would do, and they didn't do anything. We know that they tried.
Mm-hmm.
The Harrison Barnes deal was on hold for, I think it was about 10 days, 7 to 10 days, because of their pursuit of OG Anunoby. They weren't able to pull that off. I don't know if they were pursuing anybody else at the time. The only name that we knew for sure was OG Anunoby. And it wound up with Harrison Barnes signing a contract that, in hindsight, I'm pretty confident he knew he was getting traded with. Maybe, obviously not immediately, but he knew this is going to be a contract that they use to move later. And obviously it was.
Can I push back a little bit on that, what Boogie
Sure.
said and what people say about that?
Okay.
Just by the virtue of them doing that, they knew what they had to do, right? It's just how far you wanted to go. So like the thought of they made the playoffs and they didn't know what to do after that. No, they were like, we need an OG, we need a Pascal type guy. How far they wanted to go to get that guy, maybe that's something they weren't comfortable with. And like I said, I'm not. They all probably got to go. I'm not here to save their jobs, but no, they knew what they had to do. Like the whole notion that they didn't know what to do, they just sat there and they thought that was good enough. Nah, like they were like, no, we need to elevate. Once again, the question always comes, how bad did you want to elevate? Did you want to elevate bad enough to move on from Keegan Murray after that rookie season he had? They said no. I was saying no at the time. I think a lot of people were saying no. So maybe at that point, maybe they didn't have, well, they had a plan C. Maybe they needed a plan C, D, and E. And then Harrison was playing. Well, I don't mean to sound like this. This is just a weird coincidence, but Harrison was plan F. It just sounds weird. I didn't mean that. There's no dig at Harrison, but
Falcon.
There you go.
Yeah.
But their plan C was Harrison Barnes, I feel like.
You think the dysfunction or anything looks any different if maybe Vivek hires Wes as the GM and Monty as the assistant?
No, I think there's still problems if Wes is the general manager.
Gotcha.
It might be worse. Correct. Someone help me with my timeline. He had the Cavs Hawks job.
Yeah.
Got let go. He did not have another front office position.
I don't think so.
So the Kings were his first one.
Yeah.
Okay, I think there's a reason for that. That's my opinion. I think there's a reason that he didn't have another front office position.
What was the time period though? Like, was it right after? Was there years in between him getting?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't.
No. There were years between Hawks and Kings.
He resigned as the GM for the Hawks
He resigned.
Yeah, in 2017. He was an advisor from 2017 to 2020.
To who?
For the Hawks.
Okay, no, he wasn't.
That's what Real GM says.
Okay. Sure, pal. My guess is he was getting paid. They gave him a title and told him to stay his ass at home.
Like threw his ass in the office like Howie Roseman with the Eagles,
Pretty
I
much.
think, a few years ago.
Yeah, exactly. And what year did you say that was till?
That was till 2017, 2020. So basically he resigned and then got his little advisor role, I guess.
So he got the advisor role. He was out of the picture. He joins Monty in 2020.
Yeah.
So that's about a 3-year time period.
I don't think I'm not like confident in Wes Wilcox as an executive or nothing like that. But if what was told to me and has been told to others is that Monty was the decision maker. Do you think more moves would have been made if Wes was the decision maker?
No.
Because what it kind of sounds like, what it sounds like a little bit is Wes was willing and dealing, but he didn't have final say. And when it would get to Monty, he might be like, I'm not comfortable with that.
You think that's what was happening?
I don't. It sounds like it could be. It could.
Oh,
Is that out of the realm of possibility?
To me, yes. Why would West be talking to anybody without Monte McNair's blessing?
Oh, because he thinks he's in charge. Because Monty never told him stop doing that.
The way it kind of gets told is like that was kind of his thing. Like he talks to the agents and the people.
If you do that without consulting your boss first, he should have been fired years ago.
Yeah.
Because that's extremely again, it's that two leaders thing. Who do you turn to when there's an issue? Mike Brown goes to the person who he knows will side with him if Monty and Wes are on opposite ends of something.
It feels like,
and then you can go. Apparently, you can go to Vlade too. Maybe Vivek.
It feels like
maybe Jeremy Lamb.
Team had co-GMs rather than an assistant and a regular GM.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it feels like. Co-managers
doesn't work.
We'll come
back. Who handles day-to-day and who handles big stuff?
This is a big picture thing, David.
But it affects our day-to-day.
But he said that one.
All right, we'll be back.
Jazzy's going to break is my favorite.
Cena and Cody went at it today already.
Are they still overseas?
So today's the last day.
It's been like 3 weeks.
Yeah, today's the last day. I'm hoping I get an email back this week.
Man. Oh, that's right.
I've been gone for a while.
That's right. Does Jey Uso beat Gunther at Mania? Yep, I think so. Got to have the moment. No. Yeah, last year was pretty great, Aldrin. Pretty great. Absolutely, Ash. 100% acceptable. 100%. Yeah. I just told him if it's one of those things you need us to do, we'll do it. I'm gonna have to help a brother out because I don't know. Yeah, that's tough, Aldrin. I hear you, or Steven, excuse me, but yeah.
Hey, shout out our boy Dave Deuce Mason. Because he brought up something that would be pretty fire. He's talking about Matt George takes a picture of Sutter Health Park, where the A's will have their home opener today, downtown. Well, in West Sac, not downtown. But Deuce tweets it out and he says, "So wild seeing MLB in Sacramento. No doubt the city's going to show up for it. I really hope it brings a team here. Also, how cool would it be to see a purple beam light up during the A's game tonight? That would be fire. Hey, that would be picturesque. That'd be fire if they were able to somehow get a win that I don't think they can get."
Well, Kenny says it's not happening, so
Yeah, Kenny already told us forget about it.
dashing poor little Deuce Mason's dream.
I'm trying to let me see. I think they only might have one opportunity at this all year. Two. Tonight, I think next Friday, they're playing at the same time. I would assume, you can't really assume. I was going to say the basketball game might end before the baseball game. But, yeah, there's only like 2 opportunities that this could happen.
If the A's were to come here permanently, does the beam become citywide? Like the A's win, now it's great.
No.
The beam stays with them. Actually, it could happen 2 times.
Man, this is a really good picture Peterman just posted. This is terrific. I don't know how well you can see that on the screen, but the sky's cleared up a little bit.
Looks like just MLB The Show.
Oh, they did the bare minimum.
It's just like MLB The Show.
They actually have 2 opportunities. So they've got tonight, next Monday, they play Detroit in an earlier game. They play the A's play the Padres at home. And then next Friday, that one's kind of simultaneous. The Mets are in town and the Kings play the Clippers. So
yeah, that'd be awesome. But Kenny says it can't happen. So
just maybe by the end of the
put your little hopes and dreams aside.
By the end of the show, you guys convince me that it can.
There is not a single person talking, listening, watching this show who's going to attempt to convince you that the Kings are going to beat maybe TC will call in and try to convince you that the Kings are going to beat the Indiana Pacers.
This is a tough matchup.
I got you. It is. It's tough. But it is exciting to have the home opener for the A's against the Chicago Cubs.
Tough part with the Kings is like I feel like they're going to make the play-in just because of what happened with Phoenix.
It's fine. I don't care.
Yeah.
Find a way to win.
Let's see what happens.
Find a way to win 2 games. That's it. Find a way to win 2 games. At least you're almost certainly not in a situation where you're losing a home game. I mean, maybe. I mean, the Dallas thing. I'm not. I mean, who knows?
Right.
I mean, Dallas is fighting, but it's not like they're incapable of losing a basketball game.
Right.
Like they can lose.
Right.
Who they got? They got Brooklyn tonight.
That's a win.
The Suns are a game and a half back from the Kings for the 10th spot. Kevin Durant is out with a sprained ankle for at least, I think, a week.
Yeah.
Three games, at minimum of 3 games. They got blown out by the Rockets. They've got
up by the Rockets. Boy, I was watching at the start of the 4th. I turned that on, and I didn't know KD was out. But they got
seed in the West.
The Mavs, they're in Brooklyn tonight. The Suns, they have the Bucks tomorrow,
and then they got Boston on Friday.
Got you guys back again.
Thank you. Boston on Friday. He said he's out for that whole road trip, right? Yeah, I forgot it's New York on Sunday. So they're gonna take on Milwaukee, Boston, Knicks.
Oh,
without
okay.
KD.
Okay.
At least. And they got the Warriors. They got
Let's go 0-3, baby.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mess around.
Sorry.
Both teams might go 0-3.
Sorry, Eddie. Sorry, KD. Rooting for your downfall, dog.
Both teams might go 0-3 before the Kings get back here to the Golden One Center next week.
I know we're talking Kings, but that's something that don't work, huh?
Nah.
Yeah, we've reached the end of that now.
Nah, like you have to be able to build a roster somehow. Like you have to have a stronger set of role players. You have to have guys who know what their role are. You had a $50 million player and you tried to manipulate him out of his role. Like, and Bud's gone, right? Like I know this is crazy. I feel like Bud was part of the problem.
No, yeah, there was locker room issues with Bud. Like that's why they got Nurkic out of there.
And I think a lot of that was Brad too. Like you benched Bradley Beal, like to try to get him to waive his no trade clause. And I loved his agent's response. To be honest with you, oh, we're fine, we're happy. I mean, if this is the route they want to go, they haven't presented us with something different. Like that's trash to me. Like if you have a trade proposal, take it to the man. Take it to his agent. Here's what we got. This is what we're trying to do. You net the biggest return for us. And if he says no, okay, you put him on the bench. Wait, you think at that point, if this is the way the scenario went, you presented him with a trade, he said no, then you bench him. You think all of a sudden he's going to go, okay, I'll waive it? No, he's going to say, F you, I'm going to sit here, preserve my legs, and make my money. Of course, he didn't preserve his legs. He got back in the starting lineup and got hurt again. Poor guy. Brad, God bless it, man. Some of these guys can't stay healthy. Yeah. And I'm a Bradley Beal fan. I thought he was disrespected a little bit during this trade. But
absolutely.
Those who said he couldn't stay on the court, you win. I'll just take my L and keep moving.
It's and they're gonna go through another coach.
Yeah.
That would be 4 and 4 years.
Wow.
I mean, at this point,
who am I missing? Frank, Monty, Bud.
Yeah, and then the new one.
Oh, and then the new one. Yeah. Okay.
At this point, do you maybe just build around Buck and keep Bud? I mean, assuming that Buck is one of the guys that doesn't hate him. Because that's not a group you're keeping together.
Yeah, maybe. So
why? It's like, why would you fire another coach and pay another coach? Like, if you're just gonna blow this up, maybe Bud will get along with the other guys.
Do you guys believe in? I know we're in the.
Remember when we broke the news that Bradley Beal would have waived his no trade clause to come to Sacramento?
That was a moment, huh?
Remember that?
Yeah. Do you guys believe in? If circumstances are pretty dire, like taking a year to figure out what the next move is. I know nobody wants to do that, but I'm thinking about Phoenix and thinking about what Jesse said, and everybody's like, "Man, you gotta do this and fire this guy." And da-da-da-da. What if they did keep Bud, maybe you move on from KD, and then keep Book here and just figure out what the next move is for the most of next year?
I'd ask Book how he feels about Bud.
If he was okay with him.
Yeah, then I would do that. Like if I would do that if you're committed to Devin Booker and trying to salvage this somehow. Like Ishbia is not going to blow this up. He's just going to keep trying to figure out ways to keep his head above water. And it's hard for me to believe he'll be patient with Bud, but you don't say nothing about the Sacramento Kings head coaching position if you're not going to talk about what Ishbia is doing there in Phoenix. Because I'm pretty sure all of these coaches that we're talking about are getting paid. Monty Williams might be getting paid by 2 teams.
Did we hear anything over the weekend, by the way?
Wow.
From Michael Malone. From all these. Did we hear? I'm seriously. I
don't believe we did.
I think we heard from Memphis, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, we got a
Didn't
press
Memphis
conference.
do a press conference?
Said it wasn't on the players, by the way.
Yeah, I think Memphis did a press conference.
Yeah, I heard Desmond Bain. I saw his clip.
I saw Desmond Bain's clip too. He said He said Jenkins didn't miss one shot all year.
He's right.
I get it. I mean, he is.
He's right.
He is.
But yeah, I don't know. I was expecting to hear from Michael Malone.
No Michael Malone.
And
no.
also Rick Carlisle before I get started.
Memphis Grizzlies, no class, no balls.
Before I get started. See, that's what does bother me a little bit. Like, yeah, it was real easy and real quick for you to do that to Sacramento and all this other stuff. But unjust, or what some people feel are unjust firings, happen all the time. But when it happens in Sacramento, it's an indictment on the franchise, the owner, all this other stuff. And it's just crazy. But when it happens somewhere else, don't nobody want to say nothing about it.
You fired the 13-a-day coach that lost some of the locker room compared to the guy who was getting ready to go to the playoffs.
I just searched to see if Rick Carlisle spoke about Taylor Jenkins, and it appears he did not. If he did, it's been hidden from the whole internet.
Then scrub from the internet.
Just like Dave's tweets about De'Aaron Fox. Cannot find him. Wait a sec. Nope. Yeah, nothing.
Nothing. Just
I guess so.
Just normal day.
I guess so. Who was the other one?
It was Coach
Michael
Spo
Malone
had something to say. Michael Malone, Bickerstaff.
Why was Coach Spo talking? With all due respect.
Next time.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa.
We got something.
Michael Malone. We asked the Grizzlies. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Up? Maybe I should be more in tune with what's going on in the world. Hey, how about Taylor? What are you talking about? Oh, he's okay. I'm not. And he told me he got fired. I should be way beyond the point of being surprised by anything. I should be, but I was shocked. I really was. I mean, there's 8-9 games to go. They're tied for 4th place in the Western Conference. Taylor has showed himself to be one of the best coaches in the league. So for Taylor to get fired at this late stage of the season and for them to be where they are is really shocking and odd at the same time. I just can't wrap my head around it. There must be something going on that we're not privy to.
Oh, so now you got understanding. Yeah. Now you got understanding. I don't want to talk about because there's got to be something else going on.
No. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have read faster. But as I told Taylor, we have the same agent. He's going to have many suitors calling him. And I got this. Oh, I almost cussed.
Hey, relax.
I almost cussed. Oh, but as I told Taylor, we have the same agent. He's going to have many suitors calling him. And I got fired in Sacramento.
What? Oh my gosh, Michael Malone, bro.
And it's never easy going through that for you and a family, but it was the best thing that has ever happened to me. And I'm sure the same thing is going to happen for Taylor Jenkins.
Oh, wow.
This guy.
So no, look, such understanding, just
he still managed to work Sacramento into it.
It's never gonna end.
This dude is special.
He can't even say like, "Oh, I got fired before." All right, cool. No, I got fired from Sacramento.
Steve. Okay, well, I'm just doing some searches.
Steve Kerr say something.
Let's see what we got with Steve Kerr. I might have to. I can't see this one. I have to open that on my iPad.
Where's that article?
No, well, it's on the San Francisco Chronicle. You have to pay for that. Let's see, Steve.
That article coming from Brazzers. Brazzers spoke to Steve Kerr.
Well, they might have. I guess all I can. Taylor is a great coach. Shocking. Taylor is a great coach. He's done an amazing job with Memphis. It came out of nowhere for us. We're not involved, obviously.
Now everybody want to mind their business.
Yeah, just let them do their thing over there.
Just afar, it's shocking. And 9 games left in the season, so it doesn't add up if you're on the outside looking in.
Hey, it's got to be tough being a Sacramento King, bro.
That's understanding. Crazy. I'm on the outside, so I can't really speak on it.
Outside looking in, the Kings were 13-18, but
let's see if
these guys are hilarious.
Well, hold on. Okay, well,
so I didn't see nothing.
They all did it. Hang on. Eric Spoelstra. It's incredibly disappointing. This profession is tough. You want to be in it together through the good and the bad. He built a great culture there. They've won at a high level. I don't get it. There's a lot of 95.7 ... in there. But that appears to be the gist of what Eric Spoelstra said.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Oh, this is a stronger worded headline. Hold on. Did he say more than that? It's incredibly disappointing. This profession is tough. His record speaks for itself. Oh, that's it. This was a much strongly worded headline. It says Eric Spoelstra condemns Grizzlies' surprising firing of Taylor Jenkins. I don't think that's what he did at all. I just think he said it.
Somebody doesn't know what condemn means.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Andrews, you got me to click on the article. Well done, jackass. Well, I guess everybody's understanding.
Yeah, but no, it's just, it's not my business.
Nothing to see here.
Not my business. It had to be something, It's just, it just had to be something.
This is something we're not privy to. Not a 13-18 record.
Oh man, it's just funny. It's just these guys, they're hilarious.
Zabo asking a question: is the interim coach maybe not going to get his hand shook after games too?
Oh, interesting. Who was that? Spo that did it? Who did it?
No, it might have been Spo, but it was somebody before that.
I thought it was one of the
Spo. They played the Mavericks.
Hold on. What was it? No, it wasn't Taylor Jenkins, because that'd be funny. Let me go back to see who Doug coached against.
Steve?
First game was against the Lakers.
Was it?
Second game was against Jason Kidd. Then it was.
Well, it wasn't Ime because he got thrown out, didn't he?
Who's the 76ers coach again? Oh,
Nick Nurse.
Nick Nurse. Then Taylor Jenkins.
It might have been Taylor.
I feel like it was Taylor Jenkins. There's Steve Kerr, Eric. Oh, Steve Kerr Steve Kerr almost got his ass whooped.
That's right. That's right.
Remember Steve Kerr? Okay, so now I remember. Okay, I'm remembering this. So I don't remember if Doug talked to Taylor Jenkins, but is Devin's dad
Anthony
on the
Carter?
Memphis?
Yeah,
he's on Memphis' staff.
Yeah.
He got into it with Jaren Jackson after Jaren Jackson
knocked down De'Aaron Fox.
Okay, and they got into it on the court. Goddamn NBC Sports California has the camera fixed on Doug talking to
Jaren Jackson.
No, you just said it. Devin's dad, Anthony Carter.
Okay.
And you can see Doug look up and go, JJ. And he does like the, hey, he either says, hold on, or excuse me, or whatever. And then the camera leaves. Like, yo, follow that.
Who's the producer?
Oh, man. Let's go to Deuce and Mo. No, follow the video.
I think, to be honest with you, I think it was, I don't want to say it was just everybody in the league, but I think it was quite a few people.
It did feel like it was a couple people. I mean, I feel like Spo was one. I do feel like Taylor Jenkins was one. I don't think Pelinka. I don't remember. Not Pelinka. JJ.
Yeah. And also some of that play devil's advocate could have just sometimes they wave.
Yeah.
That could have happened a few times. Yeah. Just a real quick sidebar, Jesse, because I gotta ask Jesse. I mean, is Rafael Devers ever
brother? He just struck out again now.
Is he ever gonna get a hit?
I don't know. That last swing was disgusting.
I'm sitting there watching. What do you got? Like 20 strikeouts already?
Give that brother a tennis racket.
Give him his position back. How
Better
about that?
yet, hey, take a camera up if you're not gonna hit the ball.
He's like Wesley Snipes in The Fan.
Yeah,
he's got strikeouts this season.
No, he's got like
17?
14. He's 0 for 20.
I was gonna say that's
14 strikeouts. Yeah, 0 for 20, 14 strikeouts. It might be 15. It's bad. Like he's swinging, like he doesn't know what he's swinging at.
Is tough.
That's great. Get that man his number back and his position. I'm telling you, it's like Wesley Snipes in The Fan. You ever seen The Fan? That's a crazy movie.
Yeah, De Niro.
Yeah, that's a great.
Wesley looked exactly like Barry Bonds. The earring. It was Giants, right? Didn't he?
Yep,
Wasn't he actual San Francisco?
What
Giants?
happens first? Kings get a win, or Devers gets his next hit, his first hit.
Man,
well, he's done for today.
He's 0 for 3 already.
Kings win today.
You already said no. You said no 97 minutes ago.
I think Red Sox play the Orioles tomorrow.
I didn't even hit.
Acknowledge.
Casey was like, they're losing. I don't even know why we're here. We're the countdown show till 4 o'clock. They're losing. So stupid.
Forgot we are a pregame show.
Yeah, we are. It's a 4 o'clock game. We might. Right. It's going to be one of those rare games where we might see the whole thing inside the studio.
Right.
Apparently interviewing someone we've never heard of bore.
That's the day. Don't they know we got?
I don't know, man. I don't, bro. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Let's interview at the game.
You want to go see baseball, kid? I don't know.
Grown ass woman.
It's a grown woman?
I think so. It's
not.
That's the person I saw.
How could you have possibly have found that out?
Hey, how you doing, sport?
Look, I put it on. I just Googled. That's the one that came up.
Yeah. All right, man.
Maybe they want to go to the game.
Okay, maybe. I don't know. I'm just here. Don't mind me. Just trying to have fun talking on the radio. That's what we're trying to do. Just trying to have fun talking on the radio, man. It's been an eventful day. Eventful week.
But when you well, I don't want to assume. How did you feel about obviously you didn't like it, but like were you like, this team just ain't got it?
I started hanging solar panels on my security cameras. I was like, just put the audio in my ears. Like, I'm not watching this anymore. I just want to hear the sad sounds of the announce team.
No, I really turned. They're
talking about, Doug McDermott came in and hit his first shot. Kings are only down by 27 now. Oh, go to hell. That was terrible, man. That was awful. This waste my Saturday watching that crap.
I turned it. And I don't ever turn no games.
I know.
But I turned that one.
I was like, I could watch this game in 20 minutes when it's over. I'm not sitting through this. I have way too much to do.
It felt like it went from 18 to 30 hella quick. And when it got to 30, I said, because
the first and the third quarter, what were the numbers? They're 75 to 41 in those two quarters. 75 to 41 in those two quarters.
That was
like, how does that happen?
That was awful. And like I said, it does have me thinking a little different. I am preparing, like, depending on how they play, like the rest of this week, I'm ready to snatch that chain back.
Isn't that who they've been though?
I think
they ain't been
right,
this
man.
though. I'll take that back. For the last 2 weeks or so, they've shown this. Before that, they wouldn't.
But what are we talking about? Are we talking about the loss or the way that they lost?
The way they lost.
Okay.
They hadn't been like in the last couple of weeks, they've started to show those signs. But for a long time before that, they weren't that. And maybe that's who they are now. I don't think that's who they had always been.
And
I'm talking about since the trade deadline.
Oh, okay.
Or since Doug took over.
Yeah, I feel like that they are a team who will take their foot off the gas or just won't show up from time to time. It's not going to happen all the time, but it happens frequently enough to where I think that's who they've been. Like after the game on Saturday, it's like, oh, Kings lost. Like, I care less about how much they lost by. It's just like, yeah, that's just, they're going to do that sometimes. Hopefully they win the next one.
Yeah. It's tough. Sorry, I'm distracted.
I think
Jesse, look at Jackson Holiday. Doesn't he look like
what is happening?
11?
Oh, what are you
he really
doing?
Looks like
what are you two doing?
Put the game on your iPad. Yeah, we'll all watch the game. As friends.
Jackson Holiday looks like he's
he legit. It looks like I'm hitting up there right
hella
now.
Young.
I played baseball with Jackson Holiday once. It looks like
looks hella young in the major league.
Wait a minute. Are you okay? You have Sunday. What's it called? Baseball.
He has to.
I got the free trial right now. I'm working on, but yeah, okay. It's not that bad. We got the game up right here.
No, I left my iPad.
Right here, man. Jackson Holiday gets strikes out.
You guys are watching the same game. This is absurd.
That's why we're number one show. We're always on the same page.
But
no, it's because we ask hard hitting questions like, "Are you digging Roman Reigns heel turn?"
But to
seeing Fred Warner had COVID at the top of our rundown is crazy.
Oh, brother.
Oh, that is crazy.
Oh, brother.
2020 was wild.
I do
remember when Tom Hanks got COVID and everyone was like, "Oh man, Don't take Tom Hanks from us. Not Tom and Rita. No.
It was real. It was real back then, man. We wasn't sure. We were not sure.
You still escaped it?
I think,
Yeah.
as
me
far
too.
as I know, because whatever that Disneyland virus wasn't COVID. I thought it was going to kill me, but it wasn't COVID. After I threw up for 12 hours, I was, besides being terribly, terribly weak, I was fine. I did the show the next 2 days. I just did them at home.
I'm not sure if COVID really makes you throw up either.
No, I had
Government's gonna
some
take me and
other.
Dame
I
away
had
one
some
day.
other inhumane virus that should be studied.
Dan was poisoned by Mickey Mouse.
I don't think that's impossible.
I had it at least once, man. It was tough too. It was tough. I
I
didn't have
remember
it like
you had
others,
it.
but I had it over
I remember
a weekend.
Jazz made you sit in the crowd.
Yeah.
You like FaceTimed us, or you joined the stream for some reason. You sounded like crap, but you were sitting in the couch all by yourself.
It was bleak, man. It was bleak. I had
man.
one really bad day. Like it was a headache situation.
You haven't had it.
No, I've taken tests. People have had it. Never had it.
Doing it, baby.
Hey, the government's gonna pick us up one day.
Yeah, probably. Damn shame what happened to D-Lo and Jesse. We'll come back. Man, damn shame what happened to Devin Carter. We'll talk about what was observed when he was leaving, and it was a heartbreaker yesterday.
I've been waiting to talk about this.
We'll talk about it. That hurt. We'll talk about it. D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Yeah, David, I think that's what it was. I definitely think that's what it was. Or the bird flu from Donald Duck. Yeah, we got that coming up at 420. 420.
6 years, man. I'll never forget that moment. Yeah, Aldrin. This was a good Michigan team, a solid Michigan team, but I never looked at them like a Final Four team. A good team, though. Good team. Sweet 16 is about right.
Who doesn't remember this intro?
Yeah, man. Well, let's get this out of the way. That was arguably the most painful sporting event like I can remember following that closely yesterday. When Duke lost to South Carolina. They played so well. They had it. And South Carolina made a couple more plays, man.
Yeah.
That was tough. They played that was a Duke game. Actually, that was a Duke South Carolina game. South Carolina is really good defensively as well. But they kept it low scoring, like they didn't get into a shootout. They didn't have a couple, but they didn't have too many like lulls in their offense. And it was right there for them in the fourth quarter. Like my stomach was in knots.
It was. That was.
Got a call last night, actually. That was tough. Yeah, really proud of Coach Lawson and that team. And, hopefully they took a step from the Sweet 16 to the Elite 8 this year. Hopefully there's another step for them to take. But that was tough.
Aside from Reagan, everybody coming back. So, and you get some additions, you get transfer portal, stuff like that. Could be right back there. I was watching and, went up into the fourth quarter, up 4. I was like, man, you're 10 minutes away. You're 10 minutes away from the Final Four, man. Just close this out, bring this thing home. And they did everything they could, man. They did everything they could. I don't think they did anything wrong. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at that game. I mean, South Carolina just made a couple more plays. They made a couple more plays, but it wasn't like, oh, Duke couldn't score or turned the ball over a bunch or anything. It was just a good game, and South Carolina made a couple more plays, man.
Yeah, I can't remember any of her games that she played in being tougher to watch than that one. And like they lost a deciding WNBA Finals game. That was a weird game in Detroit where they were down. They made a run. They didn't have enough. Like I was actually in the back when they were putting the champagne in Detroit's locker room. Sacramento made the run. They had to take all of the champagne out. And then Detroit wound up closing it out. And that still wasn't as tough as this one because I know what getting to the Final Four would have meant.
Yeah. She did a great job this year, though. Coach K did a fantastic job. I do believe this is just the beginning. This is, the last couple of years are one of those things that, elevates a program and puts them on the map and allows them to go get McDonald's All-Americans and get people in the transfer portal, so this thing can keep going.
I hadn't been there. I think Lindsey Harding was the last one there. It might be a little. I think it was 2006.
Yeah, I think they said 6.
Is that Lindsey? I can look up because like obviously Lindsey I think was the number 1 overall draft pick.
Is that Lindsey? Was that when they played? Did they play or was that?
Oh no, they didn't. No. Lindsey, they didn't make the Final Four because.
Were they there when Maryland won it? I felt like that was
Duke
was there.
So maybe it was the next year. So Lindsey was there in 06. I think it was 07.
Yeah, I thought
she missed the free throws. She missed the free throws, and I think that was in the Elite 8. To send them to the Final Four. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was the Sweet. It happened in the Sweet 16. They were 32-2 that year, and Lindsey missed 2 free throws with 0.1 seconds left to lose to Rutgers.
Jeez.
And they were never back. They were never back.
And Coach K has brought them back, man. It was good to see. Now, the thing that I wanted to talk about, which you don't have to speak on, you can if you want, but you don't have to speak on. I could just be talking I can't even talk to Jesse. He's gone. I guess I'll just Colin Cowherd this thing.
No one wants to hear this crap.
I guess Colin Cowherd this thing. Went through a gamut of emotions with this. I'd never seen anything like that post game. That was, okay. All right. I don't know if you know what I mean. That handshake, or the semblance of a handshake.
Mm-hmm.
I said, oh, I did not know that's what it was. And they both seem to be in agreement about it. Like, this is what it is with us. That's how it came off on TV, at least. And at first, I was really upset about that because I love Coach K. I love Don. And I think they're great. I think they are signs of you can be great different ways. You can go about things different ways and still be successful. And then you got the aspect of, these are two successful Black women coaches. I don't want to see that from them. I don't want to see that. I would like to see more of a sisterhood between. That's just my opinion. I'd like to see that. So I was upset about that for most of the night. And then this morning I woke up and I said, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. They don't have to like each other. They don't have to get along. They don't have to be best friends. We talk all the time. Well, I talk all the time, at least, with the homies and stuff like that. And I've talked to you about it. Coach Cal and Patino. Yeah, they're not cool. There's a level of respect there, I guess. But they were talking about this on the broadcast. And I think it was Patino was like, yeah, I don't hate him, but we're not friends. Like, it is what it is. And I reached the conclusion where that's okay. It's okay. I wish it was different, obviously, but that's okay. But that definitely stood out to me when they just basically walked by each other. Like I said, you don't have to say anything about it, but that was one of the more, I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't think it was going to go down like that. So, and then, like I said, the thing about, they both seem to be in agreement that this is how we're going to do this. Like, oh, damn. All right.
Yeah.
That's it. We can move on. We can move on.
Yeah, I'm not trying to leave you hanging.
No, I'm prepared for, I didn't want you to feel like you had to say anything. I just noticed it. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no upsets.
Oh, man. Man. And look,
no upsets.
your boy got a perfect Final Four.
On both sides?
The other one, it's just still things to be.
You're
decided,
generally much smarter going number one seeds in the women's tournament.
Yeah.
Like this is far from the first time that 4 number one seeds have been in the.
Although it hasn't been that many times.
No, it doesn't happen a ton.
Yeah.
I feel like it's happened. I feel like it happens less now, but maybe within the last 20 years, I'm sure it's happened 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
where I don't know how. I don't think it's happened that many times in the men's tournament. Period.
This is the second time
Ever.
Yeah, second time ever. First
For
time.
the first one wasn't that long ago, right?
Well, we're getting old. It doesn't feel like it, but the first one was 17 years ago. 2008 doesn't feel like 17 years ago, right?
Man,
but yeah,
that's
been
crazy.
17 years since that happened.
Wow.
And I was trying to look and do some research. There's never been a time when both tournaments have all number ones, all top 8 seeds make the Final Four. That's never happened.
Yeah.
And we're staring that in the face today with the Texas game, and the USC's the 1 seed, right? UConn's the 2 seed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I just, when I picked out my bracket and everything, especially for the men's side, and I finished it and I said, oh, I got all 4 number ones. Like, that never happens. But that's what I thought we were going to be the team. I was like, man, that doesn't happen. Somebody going to get in there and mess it up. Maybe we get 3 of them, but all 4 of them made it. And all of them are deserving. That Florida comeback was kind of crazy. I thought they were dead. And then the other games were just kind of beat downs. Houston handled business easily. Duke, yeah, Alabama, they had this record-setting 3-point night in the Elite 8, And like we see so many times, they couldn't buy a bucket in the following game. And
that's like how it works. Like I remember when Ray Allen hit like 1,000,000 threes. And then like I think it was in the playoffs. The next game he's like 0 for 11.
Yeah.
It's so like you never see, oh man, Steph Curry, 15 of 16 threes on Monday, 5 of 7 on Tuesday. He's 15 of 17 on Monday and 0 for 11 on Tuesday.
Right.
Like, oh man.
Them
averages are going to balance out.
That's how the averages work, man.
Them averages are going to balance out no matter what.
Willie Cauley-Stein's 8 rebounds a night. 16 in one game.
0 in the next.
Yeah, man. But who was excited, who got their stuff right, was Reese. He was really hyped. He got a perfect Final Four.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Like, yeah, my Final Four is cooking. And we separate because he has Duke winning it all. And I got Florida.
Okay.
So somebody's O has got to go. I think I'm in 3rd place in the Odyssey Sacramento standings. I think I'm in 14th or 15th in the D-Lo KC.
Bro, I filled out a bracket for the company one because I'm trying to be a team player and all that. And the stupid thing put my bracket in the little CBS one. I don't even know.
But he's not even in the.
Yeah, like I filled out one bracket. I filled out one
joint.
bracket. I was like, cool. All right, I participated. I looked. Wait, what the hell? I got 0 points.
Worldwide joint.
How many at the kids' table?
Yeah. How many points do you have, KC? I got the Final Four right too. But
I'll look. I think
I picked the entire Midwest one, the first round, right?
I don't think I can win.
I got 99 points right now. Can we put that up against whoever the winner is, and maybe I get it?
Well, the winner. Well,
what place would I be in?
Do anybody want to guess who's the leader? I think this is. I'm looking up right now.
Last I heard, it was a promotions person. I have a name.
Yeah, you want to guess, Dave?
Jackie.
No,
it's Danielle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's still leading.
Danielle, and she's been leading from the start. She hadn't looked back.
Danielle is the female equivalent of Jessie.
Yeah.
She just sits back there,
just goes to work,
does a job, minds a business, does not want to be social with you, doesn't want to laugh at your stupid jokes, just wants to be here, smile, talk sports every once in a while, do a show.
And then
once 4 o'clock hits, Jesse doesn't say another word here except
goodbye.
All right, y'all. And then he's out.
Podcast got to go up.
Yeah, he's got
YouTube's got to go up.
He is done talking after that.
So the way I look, I think, yeah, it's a done deal. She's won. Or no, I can't say that. I'm just looking at her max. So yeah, so she could still lose. But Danielle is in 1st place. Jesse, do you have the standings in front of you?
Let me pull mine back. Yeah, I got 99 points. The max I gave was 163.
I was gonna say, I'm trying to make sure. I'm really trying to think before I say this. I don't think I know who 2nd place is.
You don't know the person who it is?
No.
Hey, I only got one game wrong in the Midwest bracket. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Who that right there?
Oh, you don't know someone too?
Oh, she's on our government side.
Oh,
she don't even come in the building.
Oh,
that doesn't count. No, hell no. You're gonna win a gift card. And you don't even come here.
Nah. You don't even go here.
Yeah. I don't know that person. And your boy, I'm on the down 3rd place. Wonder, do I get like a $10 gift card? I don't even know if there was a buy-in to this thing.
No, that is a company bracket. There was definitely not a buy-in.
There's gift cards to win, though.
There's definitely not. You get extra chips from the snack shack or something.
Oh no,
doesn't exist.
Poor Joe Brazil.
I think is Joe over there making like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with all that bread out there? What is Joe doing?
It's like
did Joe get peanut butter from
he's
James's
PB&J, and he's got a Red Bull there too. PB&J and Red Bull.
Joe Brazil out here trying to live. I bet Joe going to the game tonight. He excited.
Yeah, man. Shout out Joe, man.
That's awesome. I don't know why it's funny. The bread has been like the talk of the show, and Joe just out there with some peanut butter and some jelly. And
no, I think he's got pens.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
Pens.
It looks.
I think he's sorting out pens right now.
It looks like he's sanitizing pens.
I think that's what he's doing. Those look like pens, like the little blue clear ones or whatever.
It just I thought he was by the bread and that was a big jar of peanut butter next to him and he was
Joe just making a sandwich.
I don't know. I don't know why the idea of Joe Brazil making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at the table is so funny to me.
He's got his own,
Well,
he's got his own
'cause
peanut
we're
butter and
not at
jelly
home.
too.
I can't.
That's
Well,
one
also
reason.
Joe's not a child.
Well,
like,
don't do
dude,
that to peanut butter.
Oh,
and
wait,
jelly.
wait, what do you mean by
Yeah.
that? Hold
No,
on.
but it is predominant. What you guys eat PB and J?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if I need a snack, I'll make a PB and J.
Yeah,
A sandwich is a snack.
A PB and J
it's
is
not
a snack.
meal.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
having
like,
a PB and J for
I'm not
dinner.
like, oh, I'm good now. It's like,
I-
I need something real quick. Let me make this PB.
I'll have like a PB and J maybe after dinner before bed.
You know, when I have my PB and J,
Really?
more times than not,
Uh-huh.
is after a workout because the whole peanut
Solid.
butter thing.
Yep.
So,
Solid.
That's usually how that happens. But I'll have one
Yeah.
in the middle of the day.
Well, I'm not a guess. It seems like a.
Well,
a
you put an
solid
age
snack.
limit on it.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe it's because if I'm at home making a peanut butter and jelly
Get him,
sandwich,
KC.
I'm by myself.
Get his ass.
But for some reason, watching a grown-up make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is funny to me.
Yeah, make the PB and J.
When's the
What
last
we
time you
talking
made a
about?
PB and J?
I'm not sure. I'm sure it wasn't that long ago. But I know the last time I did it at work.
Cool. Yeah, that's the issue there. I'm not making a BBJ.
But don't we
work.
have a giant thing of peanut butter in James's little snack locker?
I don't know. I don't know if he's got that access. I don't know if
Oh,
he's got
oh,
that.
yeah.
I don't know if he's got that G14 classic.
Yeah, I'm not giving him that code.
Joe ain't paid his dues yet, huh?
Yeah, I'm not giving him that
He might not have that G14.
Wow.
code. I got level 1 access, buddy. I don't know what
Joe ain't paid his dues
Hey, your
yet.
card don't swipe.
Tough look. Tough look for our man Joe.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't. Maybe I would make a PB and J here. I just
Well, now we've talked about it for 10 minutes. It doesn't sound like a terrible idea.
Oh. Yeah.
That is, in fact, not what he's doing, but
yeah, he's actually working.
all right.
Those are definitely pens. I think he's sanitizing them.
Why are there so many pens over there?
Well, because we have like a little station area back there by that printer where it has like all kinds of office supplies and stuff.
By the way,
I don't think I knew that.
I didn't
We
know
might-
that either till like this year.
we might just have a starting 5 here today.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's normal.
Yeah, I
That's
know
Monday.
it's Monday.
Like-
That's what they usually do. But
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're not working. I'm just saying in the building.
I mean, I saw Jackie here.
That's 1,
Joe's here.
2,
Charlie's here.
3,
We're here.
4, 5. 6,
Andy's probably here. Complex is in the back.
complex. Oh, we got a team.
That might be it.
Jonathan and Seth.
Jonathan's definitely here.
And
Seth
those
is-
guys are always here.
Yeah, Jonathan's always here.
We got 8. We got some subs.
Hey, the Chatty House PB and J recipes are looking pretty crazy.
Yeah, what the
What the hell?
Whoa,
is
what
wrong
you
with
mean?
You guys know.
Why?
I'm
Why
not
did
even
they
gonna
do
put
this?
someone on blast. Like some of them were like,
Whoa. What do you mean?
Is it
like
it
just
no,
peanut
is
butter
it
and
David
jelly.
Wins? Is
Huh?
it David Wins?
no, what did he do?
David
what's
Wins
the
is wilding
problem?
too.
What's the problem?
David Wins is talking about put cinnamon, honey, and cashews in it, make it more mature. Well,
There's nothing wrong with that.
Hey,
no,
actually-
yeah,
I don't know
there
that. I
is.
don't know
There's
that
a
I'd
lot wrong
put.
with that.
I don't know
It's
that I'd
peanut
put,
butter and jelly.
I don't know that I'd put cashews on with the peanut butter, but I don't have no problem with the cinnamon and honey. What do you guys
on a
have
PB
against-
and, on a PB and J?
Well, what's the problem? Why?
No, because you
Why?
already got your flavor with your jelly, and you got your peanut
Why
butter.
don't you?
Boom.
Why don't you take it up a notch? Use the cinnamon and honey and slice some strawberries into it.
Coach Molly, I'm sorry, but she's throwing out peanut butter and cream cheese.
Okay, all right, Coach Molly, settle down.
I'm sorry.
Like, Coach, that's
Come on, man.
Don't make me say it.
Come on.
Don't make me say it. We all know what that is. Don't do that, Coach.
What we doing, man? What are we doing? And then I got to ask the question because this says a lot about you as well. Is it creamy or chunky peanut butter?
Creamy.
So when's the last time you had chunky? Because I used to be on that team as well. Hey, that's how you play that game. That's how you play that game. I didn't say you said it. I didn't say it. You said it. Throwing a flag on what? Throwing a flag on what?
Calm down, Isaiah.
You said it, not me.
Man, this guy over here.
I didn't say it. You said it. But yes, I like chunky peanut butter as well.
Bro, you asked me when the last time I had chunky was. What are we doing?
You might find this on the best of D-Lo.
Can't even talk peanut butter.
That might be the best stuff.
Goodness gracious.
No, man, we can't do creamy. Man. I'm not gonna say we can't. You know,
Hey,
if
don't
it's
flag
there
on
or
him.
whatever.
Watch your
flag on me.
language.
Don't flag
That's
on him.
one warning.
But
pal.
no way.
I didn't even get a warning.
Hey.
Well, you're the official. You need to know better.
I said that team.
Hey, but I go with the Skippy chunky peanut butter.
If you eat it the other way, it tastes like it's like eating a marshmallow. It's too soft now.
So you say once you get there, it's no returning.
Yeah.
I can understand that.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
It makes
So
sense.
coming from the guy who doesn't eat PB&J's.
That's not what I said. I just don't make it at work. That's all I said.
That does make sense too. Well, I don't know if they got the right stuff here. Grape or strawberry jam.
Hey, they had a shrimp cup of noodle in a little snack shack. I almost made that the other day.
Oh,
We are going through it.
like who put cup of noodles in there?
You throw a little tapatio and mustard in there, you're good.
Yeah,
going
if you
through
live
it,
to see the
man.
bottom of the bowl, doesn't that stuff kill you?
Not yet.
That can't possibly be food.
Oh,
It's-
no,
well, now
Like-
don't
like-
shame. Don't
yeah.
shame.
No.
cup of noodles. Don't shame
Come
cup
on,
of
man.
You think I'm
Stop
getting a
it.
Big Mac for
Don't- yeah.
nutrition?
If it doesn't expire, it can't possibly be food.
Whatever it is good. And I'm still here. I'm still here. Still standing, still strong.
No. All right.
Yeah.
What's your problem with strawberries on peanut butter and jelly? Or instead of jelly? What's your problem with that?
Instead of jelly,
Yeah.
so just strawberries.
Just use strawberries or blueberries or something.
I mean, I guess in theory, it's not the worst thing in the world, but just give me the jelly.
grape?
Strawberry jelly. No grape. I
okay,
was
no, it's
brought
already
up
going
on
separate
grape,
ways.
and then I'm
Grape is the
discovered
best.
strawberry, and ain't no going back.
See,
to
we
it.
started strawberry at my house, and then I went grape.
Are you only allowed to have one jelly at a time?
Who's out there buying 2 jellies? We're in a recession right now, bro. Are you buying 2 jellies? Damn, you got money.
All right, man.
Strawberry for me, man. Yes, it's only one at a time. And I've been going back to grape.
no. So I didn't mean put both of them on the sandwich. I meant like, hey,
you're right.
today
Oh,
I
that's
feel
what
like
I thought
grape.
you meant.
No,
Today
I
I feel
didn't.
like strawberry.
Dame's baller enough to buy 2 jellies.
Well, that's a good point.
I can only
Jason.
go grape. Maybe 2 weeks I'll go strawberry, but I can go one at a time.
Kim's mom once made me strawberry jelly.
Really?
Kimberly's mom, yeah.
Homemade
Strawberry
jelly's
jelly's
fire.
fire.
Yeah.
Strawberry jelly is fire.
Her
I had-
strawberry jelly.
I had strawberry syrup on my pancakes yesterday at IHOP. Big ups.
Okay.
Shout out IHOP right off the.
So strawberry is your bag then.
Did you get the
Yeah.
strawberries too? Like actual strawberries?
Nah, I was in a hurry. I didn't want to.
What?
I was I was like, let
What?
me just get these pancake, get the 2x2x2, and then get that, and then I had to go.
But the strawberries would have slowed you down.
I didn't want to experiment.
Did you eat there? Did you get it to
Yeah, I
go?
ate there.
Did you eat by yourself?
No, the whole family was there.
Could
Oh,
ask like strawberries on the side or in a cup.
like yeah. I just
No,
why
it's-
was strawberry such a big adventure?
Well, no, I just wanted to go with what I knew.
I was
Hey,
on your
can
thinking
you
too.
imagine Reese like, hey, can I get some strawberry? We're in a hurry, son.
That's what I was thinking too.
We gotta go. We don't have time for your
That's gonna
strawberry.
add
I'm
30
I'm
seconds.
talking about for me because I don't normally get that. There wasn't the time to experiment with how I like to put it on the pancakes or nothing. Like, no, just give me the jelly. It's good. Just give me the syrup. It's good. Let's go.
Where were you guys going?
I had a basketball game.
You did.
Yeah, and I had the
So you were carb loading.
Well, I don't know. They offered, and I said I can't turn down some IHOP. So all right, I'll be there.
Who
Cheryl in Elk
offered?
Grove. She was like, "Do you want to go to IHOP?" I was like, "All right, I got a game, but I'll swing by there." I had a game like an hour and 30 minutes before. I was like, "All right, I'll stop by there."
Cheryl in Elk Grove does not feel like an IHOP woman.
Oh, she loves IHOP.
How much did Cheryl talk about me when she got to the car on Friday?
Not a lot. We rode separately. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, that was weird because you were told to wait and give us a ride home. It's like,
Well,
will you let them leave?
No, yeah, either one of us would have been all good. But yeah.
TC, hang tight. TC wants to change the subject and talk about something more mature. So we'll come back. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings. We are your unofficial countdown shows. The Sacramento Kings hit your television sets at 4 o'clock. We'll get you ready for that. Baseball, Major League Baseball for the first time in Sacramento tonight at Sutter Health Park. We'll talk more about that. And a couple of 49ers pieces of news to bring to your attention. Steeler and KC. No, thank God. Thank God. Steeler and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, man.
Toxic 916. I'm sure it is. McDonald's breakfast never fell off.
No, it is good. It's just
the McGriddle is the greatest fast food contraption breakfast of all time.
It's bomb. It's bomb. It just cost an arm and a leg. All right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to the dope ones. Big ups to Jordan Brand. You know they locked in now. I saw a great fight on Saturday night. A hell of a fight on Saturday night in Mexico. I think they were in Cancun, where Will Cepeda took on Tevin Farmer for Cepeda's WBC lightweight title. And this was a rematch. They had fought before, close decision for Cepeda. Farmer knocked down Cepeda in the first fight. And they ran it back. And shout out to Will Cepeda for doing that, man, because usually in situations like that, when a guy like Tevin Farmer, pushes him to the brink, they don't run it back. He ran it back, and it was almost the wrong decision. Hell of a fight. Sometime in the third or fourth round, Tevin Farmer hurt his hand, his elbow, something like that, and it looked like he was about to be done. He couldn't figure it out. I think the corner was telling him to take a knee, to just kind of gather himself because they thought he was hurt, like hurt from a punch. He said, "No, my arm is hurt." But he fought back, and it felt crazy at the time because if you listen to the commentary, it felt like a lot of people thought Cepeda was clearly ahead. I scored the fight a 114-114 draw, especially with Farmer winning that final round the way he did. It wasn't a 10-8 round, but he needed that round. He got it. I scored at 114-114. Cepeda ended up winning a majority decision, a really close decision. But I guess the judges saw it the same way that I did. It was a great fight. I don't know if they're going to run it back a third time because if I'm Cepeda, I don't want to mess with Farmer again because he might get me. So I'm going to move on and do what I have to do. But I don't know what I was expecting for that fight, but that was a great fight. That was a hell of a fight on Saturday night. And salute to those two guys, man. That's the 13th round. You said Cepeda's your boy, your man's boy, right? Yeah, that was a great fight.
Yeah, I don't be going to McDonald's too much, but if you do got to use the app now, it's too crazy. Well, In-N-Out's the only fast food place I really go to.
Oh, hold on. Well, sorry, Jackson Holiday. I'm gonna have to turn to Netflix. The bat signal has been put out.
What's going on?
The LJ Fighter. The bat signal's out. Let me see what they talking about. Oh, she's the ref. That's right.
You ever get those banh mi sandwiches from the Vietnamese spots?
I don't even know what you said, but no.
It's called banh mi. I get grilled pork from this one spot down the street from me. It's fire. It's like my favorite sandwich of all time.
Huh. Never had it. Never had it. It's called a banh mi?
Yeah, banh mi. Grilled pork type, some other stuff.
Got on the grill for the first
Yeah,
time
see,
this spring.
be pair, ZZ Sickness.
Over on Saturday. Something real light. I'm going to be a grill master by the end of the summer.
Love it. All right, let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Brother TC waiting on us, 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Hey, man, what's up with my two brothers, bro?
We good, man. What's good with you?
Oh, just tapping in with the homies, man. You know what? Hey, I'm not even really frustrated with these dudes no more, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this is where I stand at with the Kings, right, bro? I'm still not. I would never be on the tank or none of that, right? I'm within. Get into the play-in, bro. If we win both the games and get in the playoffs and get swept by OKC, to me, that would be a successful season, bro. How this whole season went. So if we get into a playoff series, bro, and lose, to me, bro, that's a success. What I like moving forward, Uncle V, we talking about fireworks, right? You got the A's out here. Why don't you break news, bro, and say, you know what? Monte McNair is relieved of his duties. Bob Myers is our new GM, and Doug Christie is the head coach moving forward. These two guys will work awesome together. Kings fans, be excited next season moving forward, because I believe Bob Myers can come in here and orchestrate the moves that need to be done with the DeRozans or whoever needs to be moved, bro. I trust that dude with his plugs around the league. That's the GM, Uncle V. If you listening, it's your boy TC, bro. Do it, big dog.
Shout out TC, man. Appreciate you, man.
He did say Bob Marshall, right?
I thought maybe I just zoned out. I thought he said Myers, but maybe not.
I thought he said Bob Marshall. He did mean Bob Myers if he did. Maybe.
Hey,
maybe
Vivek, if you're listening, though, that was your boy TC.
It's your boy.
It's your boy.
Get the job done. I think I'm out on the Bob Myers thing. I don't think you need a Bob Myers.
Why is this such a thing? Is it because he's kicking it?
He's available and he won championships.
He left the dynasty also before, like, it got kind of bad. So, like, he's associated probably with the better parts of it. Like, he's just still good GM in people's minds. Not that he was a bad one or anything, but.
Okay.
And he would.
I mean, I mean, it's not just TC. Like, I feel like Kings fans are kind of. I don't want to say they're rallying around it, but it's a name that's come up pretty regularly. I mean, maybe there's the Warriors tie-in. Vivek obviously loves the Warriors.
What are the chances you think the Kings are able to get an established general manager?
Well, to be clear, I don't think there's any chance they're getting Bob Myers.
I don't think so either.
I don't think there's any chance Bob Myers is returning to the NBA either. I don't think that's a Sacramento thing. I don't think that's something
he's great on the mic.
Okay, well, that is certainly one man's opinion. What do I think the chances of? Give me an established general manager's name, because, like, I'm not sure. Like, one that's unemployed. Are you going to move an assistant from another organization? Is there an up and coming general manager out there somewhere? Jill Adge, are you out there? Can you who are we starting the podcast again? I don't know. I don't know. I think people will ask Monty his experience. It's tough. I'm gonna go. They'll probably have to go. You know what I wonder? I wonder if this is a Jerry Jones thing, where you get a younger general manager in here and Vivek can just kind of oversee, or Vlade or whatever, whoever can just kind of oversee something and ultimately be the final decision maker without putting their name on being the final decision maker.
Sweet, we learned nothing.
Well, when was the last time the Kings did learn something?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of, for me, not worst case scenario. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but it's pretty simple. I feel like what you need to do this offseason.
I'm not going into this offseason, Jesse, feeling like, oh, the Kings are going to learn something. They're not going to repeat a mistake.
Yeah, no.
It's really just, what mistake are they going to repeat? Are they going to repeat the Vlade Diva? Are they going to repeat?
That's the one I feel like they probably will. The special advisor guy.
Are they going to repeat the shadowy figure special advisor? Are they going to repeat that mistake? Are they going to repeat the two GMs mistake? Like, which one are they going to do?
I think they're. I don't know. It's not like we haven't noticed Vlade there for the last season or whatever.
Yeah,
like I feel like that's.
I don't think Vlade ever actually went away.
Yeah.
So like Vlade was fired and just here the next day.
So, and this goes back to like what I talked about earlier, though, because I know there's always like this shadowy figure making decisions. Is that the problem, or did they not have the guy who would say, "That's fine, I'm making the decision. It's me." This goes back to what we talked about earlier. Yeah, when the guys just kind of ho hum.
But I think your description was of Monty and Wes, no?
Monty and West, but I was just saying, like, chaos around or perceived chaos around you, right? Like, because I
But if there is a figure appointed by Vivek
Mhm.
to be a special advisor, and you say, "Hey, we're going to go make a trade for Trae Young,"
Mhm.
and the special, "Hey, we've got it all in place. Atlanta's agreed. Like we've got the deal done," and the special advisor comes in and goes, "No, you're not." That special advisor was appointed by.
I don't know if it goes down that way though. I think that's not a special advisor anymore. That is somebody who's making the decision.
Mhm.
The special advisor would say, "I wouldn't do that," but it's not my call.
I got you.
We're just calling him a special advisor because we called him our GM last time.
That's the power Joe Dumars wanted that Vivek said no to.
Mhm.
And that's why Joe Dumars works in the league office
Mhm.
and not the Sacramento Kings. He wanted to oversee Monty and Wes and be the final decision maker.
Final boss.
At least that's what we were told.
Right. And that's what that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. And maybe he feels differently about Vlade or respects him more or something like that. But if he had enough sense not to do that the first time, why do we think he's doing that now? Talking about Vivek having somebody else pulling the strings.
Yeah.
So I think it comes down to more having and I don't want to be disrespectful to the guy, but just having a guy that will put his foot down and let it be known the buck stops with me. And if there's anything around here that I'm not feeling, like I'll let you be an advisor. I'll let you be an assistant GM and do the thing. I'll empower you to do that. But it's all on me. I'm making the final decision. And if you have a guy like that, I feel like you can have damn near anybody you want to in the building if everybody knows this is where it goes down. Because every time I talk to somebody about this, nobody says it's the things that we've seen this year is anything other than Monte McNair's call. Whether it's the trade for Fox, which you got back from Fox, maybe the decision to trade De'Aaron Fox might have been out of his hands a little bit. And what I mean by that is that's number one, the player saying, "Get me out of here." And then the owner has to okay, are we gonna trade this franchise guy? So there's that. But what you get back in return, I've heard that was Monty. You know what I mean? I've at least trading him now in the middle of the season. That was Monte McNair. Like I said, the decision maker being Monte McNair. I've never, and I don't have all the sources that others do. I've never heard anything different from very credible people.
Okay. Well, I believe you then.
So if it's,
I've only speculated. And my feeling was not based on what people told me specifically, just based on conversations I had. Maybe it was maybe Monty was in on the idea. There were a lot of people that like Zach LaVine all over the organization, and they saw this as the opportunity to go get him. Maybe Monty was one of those people, and I just didn't know it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things, like you said, do things the right way, but you also have got to you've got to make the right calls in this situation. Like we talk about the draft, once again, I haven't heard anything other than Monte McNair was making those picks.
Okay, so let's take all of this into account. Wes is gone. Monty's been making all the decisions. Is his firing warranted? We can go LaVine, DeMar, De'Aaron, HB, no OG, no Pascal. Is his firing warranted in 3 weeks? Probably. Barring a miracle.
It's warranted. It is warranted. I can answer that. Would I do it? I'm not always sure about whether I go back and forth with that. Like when it's like, yeah, he's got to go. Sometimes it's like, I don't know if that's necessarily the move, but I know I'm in a minority with that one. A lot of people think he definitely needs to go, and he has made his own bed with some of his decisions, and these are high stake decisions. It's different when you're on the come up, when you sign a Malik Monk, Kevin Herter. There's no real pressure there. You know what I mean? You're on the come up, but trying to sustain or grow, and you haven't made the right decisions in those moments, that will cost you your job.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what it is. And while even to the point where, I feel differently about DeMar DeRozan than a lot of people, I think he's been great as an individual. Bottom line is, you're a 10 seed. It hasn't worked. It has not been. Some people will look at it and say it's his fault. I'm not here to say that. But the bottom line is, just talks about all the time, it's a bottom line business. That move hasn't worked. It hasn't uplifted the team to the point where, they're going to another level of success. So that kind of goes against you. Like, you picked the wrong guy to get.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I think
hopefully your draft pick could play these last 8 games too.
Well, and I think that's in serious question, is there were reports that he left the game in Orlando in a sling.
It didn't look good.
Like,
not look good.
You're talking about playing the next day. He left it like a sling. Yeah, this
was a bit of sarcasm on that one.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, this is
played great for a couple of weeks, and we're back to square one again. Looks like.
Yeah,
like great money.
One of the things, and I could be entirely wrong about it, but he looked like somebody that I know what this feels like with that shoulder.
Oh yeah,
that's when I saw him, and he didn't try to loosen it up.
Yeah,
he didn't try to
could have been a little fear.
Could have been, and he could have been scared.
Yeah, could have been.
That doesn't mean that's exactly.
Don't blame him for that, by the way.
No, not at all. That could have been more so what it was, but it looked like, oh no, I know what this feels like, or at least I think I know what this feels like. I hope it's not the case, but that's what I saw. He didn't even try, and I'm not saying he should have tried. I'm saying he almost knew, there's no trying with this. I know what this feels like, or I know this pain, or I know this discomfort, and I just hope I'm wrong. So I hope it's not anything like that.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. I genuinely feel bad for him if that's the case. But man, it's a tough rookie year for Devin Carter, who in recent weeks had proven to be a player after very much not looking like a player. And now you've got this game coming into Indiana where the Pacers score 180 points a game. And you're going to have to find a way, slight exaggeration, you're going to have to find a way to get guys to hit shots. God damn it, here we are again. You're going to have to get guys to take shots. I don't know why this team has all of a sudden gotten scared.
Oh, man. Jeez.
Maybe they were tired. Maybe they were sleepy. Maybe the 2:00 start beat their ass. But, man, that 8 shots for Zach LaVine. We're back there again, huh?
Jeez.
All right, man. In the chat house earlier, career year, Zach LaVine just never got here.
Well, I mean, and we talked to Marshall. Were we on air, or was it? No, we were off. We were talking to him off the air. And obviously, he's in Chicago, and he's seen Zach LaVine and seen him here in Sacramento, and he's just like, yeah, that's not the guy that I saw. You know what I mean? And he's not even like a big Zach LaVine fan, but he's just like his style of play, the way he played, the way, he was aggressive offensively. It's like, it's not the same guy I saw. He doesn't do those things here. And, we're not always exactly sure why, but he doesn't have the same mentality that he had in Chicago, which is just concerning. It's concerning. Will he ever? And I agree with James and other people when they say, you got this guy for a while. Like, is he gonna always have this mentality?
It's holding the team back. Like you need him to be like Zach LaVine, who he's been his whole career.
Mhm.
Otherwise, this isn't gonna work.
Right.
Well, they're going to need something because there's 8 games left, and they can't have another performance like they had the other night, other day, other afternoon. I don't know. Can't do that, though. I know you got Charlotte coming up. You got Washington coming up. You just have to find a way to be better. And I don't know. This team just feels so frustratingly timid. Domantas Sabonis, same stuff from him. Went more Malik Monk minutes. I mean, Doug obviously waved the white flag early on this because game was a disaster after the third quarter. I mean, it was a disaster after the first quarter. It was a massive disaster after the third quarter. And they're going against a much better basketball team tonight. But that's not always the way basketball works. Indiana could have an off night. They could, something Sacramento does can frustrate them. Sacramento could get hot. They could feel some energy. They can move the ball around. Like it's impossible to predict or understand the demeanor of this basketball team.
It really is. It really is. You definitely do not know what you're getting from game to game with these guys. And that's the frustrating thing, but that could also be something that gives people hope, for tonight. Like, there is a possibility that they show up tonight and they shoot the lights out and they hit their threes. That's the other thing. They turned the ball over a lot on Saturday, and they didn't hit 3-pointers. And yeah, it just kind of feels like this team doesn't have any chance of winning if that's the case. Like, you're turning over and you can't hit threes. Never mind, like, the other team was hitting threes at a high rate. You got to be able to hit the 3-ball if you're the Kings. And tonight they could. They have that ability. They have those scores out there. So let's hope so. I'm not overly confident, but we'll see.
Let's get our man Mitch in here. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. This Mitch, what's up, buddy?
Damon, how you doing? KC.
What's up, man?
Is that the grandbaby in the background?
I'm in the doctor's office here. My grandson had highs. Thursday and Friday was the light scare.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, got a lot of noise. I tried to call earlier with the opening act. Jesse was good. Hoping to talk to him tomorrow. He's on it tomorrow. It's good listening. I understand. But I say we fire the GM. Don't even make the play-in. I love to see him get that kid Dylan Harper. That's what I hope. And I wish my Dodgers had traded for Cody Bellinger, because the comforter, if he couldn't make the Giants, I don't see him being a good part with the Dodgers.
Well,
okay.
Well, Mitch,
good luck at the hospital, Mitch.
Yeah, for sure. Take care, man, to you and the whole family. A couple of things there. Number one, I like what I've seen from my Giants so far. Nice little 2-1 series against the Reds start the season. My boy Elio Ramos, he's the truth. Last year's All-Star for the Giants. He's the truth. He's shown once again last year wasn't a fluke. That's the guy we have been waiting for 7 years. That's what I'm talking about right there. So I like what I'm seeing from the Giants. So be aware, Mitch. Be aware. Second, I too would. I mean, I'd love to get Dylan Harper here in Sacramento. That would be great. That'd be great.
What's the sarcasm in that?
He's going to be like the number 2 pick in the draft.
Well, we got to win the lottery then. We got to win the lottery, get everybody excited for him, and then draft somebody else.
I mean, Atlanta did it last year, right? They weren't that bad. Maybe we could be the Hawks.
Maybe.
How are the Hawks doing?
I think Reese Shea scored like 26 yesterday.
He actually is playing pretty good. He's starting to find his groove. And Alex Sarr is too.
High times KG. Yeah, KC used to be the optimist. Look what the Kings did to the poor guy.
There is a limit to my optimism. I'm not anticipating.
Like Dan
Dylan
said,
Harper.
show started today, and Casey said, What are we doing this for? What's all this for? We're going to lose anyways. Lost a smile.
Yeah. Sorry, I've also been distracted. I've been spending the last 3 minutes watching Shaquille O'Neal highlights.
And he is who?
He is Shaq's son, and he is the newest Sacramento State Hornet. This is the transfer portal. His first new guy. So, yeah, he looks like an athlete. I've seen him. He got a couple. This is a basketball term. Everybody, relax. Couple head tops. You know what I mean? So, get your popcorn ready. Get your popcorn ready for Shaquille O'Neal on the break out here in Sacramento next year. Big ups, baby. Stingers up. Let's go. And then Aldrin asks, we're going to see Shaq at the well? Probably. Mike, baby, I was listening to the interview again. Great job by you.
Me?
Yeah, you did good. You did great.
Oh, we did the interview together.
We did. I'm just, I don't want to be like, oh, great job by me. I'm not going to do that.
No, I thought we killed it.
Yeah.
I'd do it. Great job by me.
But I caught it again. Mike Bibby said, I think about it. Maybe it was when he was with Jake Gayden. But he said there's going to be a lot.
Jeez.
Well, I don't want to misrepresent. I don't want to misrepresent because I'll be like, we said it.
Go ahead and misrepresent on this show if it's going to benefit us.
Yeah, but you can fact check that.
Hey, go check out Jake Gayden's interview with Mike Bibby, guys.
Well, no,
Forget what we did.
You can fact check that. I don't want to.
Fact check. What have we ever wanted? How many times have you been chatty housed? Now we care about being right.
But the point is, he said there's going to be a lot of stars in the building at the well.
Actually,
the Aldrin.
Oh,
Maybe Shaq will.
Yeah, that wasn't our interview.
So I'm saying.
Might have been. Go watch ours just in case it might have been. Shaq, what do you think about your son coming to play for Sacramento State?
Good.
Well, Jesse, I'm glad you asked. I reached out. I was one of the guys. Reached out to Mike Bibby. I said, Mike, since my son was 2 years old, he wanted to play at Sac State. So
Shaq,
I said, I'm talking about my son in the transfer portal. You ain't never been in no transfer portal. You don't know nothing about that.
I'm not transferring.
So I looked at him. I said, Shakir, when he was 2 years old, I said, do you want to be a Sac State Hornet? He said, yes, Daddy, I do. I said, the time will come, son, when you go to Sac State. And the time is now. He's going to be at Sac State with Mike Bibby. He's going to be at Sac State with Coach David Patrick. And then
Nope. Coach David Patrick is at LSU, Shaq. Your alma mater?
I'm telling you, he's at Sac State.
No, he's LSU. He's literally at they have a statue, I think, of you there.
I know who's at LSU. And it's not David Patrick. He's at Sac State. So now Shakir is going to be playing at Sac State.
Mike Bibby, the guy who hit the shot over your team, is.
I love watching him play. I love watching Sac State under Coach David Patrick. I love watching him play. He's doing a great job.
Okay, Shaq, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
You can go now.
Yeah. You called for that.
Sometimes the guests overstay their welcome.
He said Coach David Patrick doing a great job over there recruiting.
He did not say that. Oh, stop it.
What was it? He said Chauncey was coaching Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Chauncey Billups.
He said Chauncey really got them playing over there. They're doing a great job. And Candace says,
I don't watch Detroit.
Candace said his bigger staff. It's not, I can't let this go. Like, it's not Chauncey. Oh, yes, it is. Chauncey Billups coach Detroit Pistons.
All right, man. Well, let's put this to bed forever. James Ham's actually going to join us. James Ham, I think, is on his way to the studio. He's going to join us here in studio before heading out to Sutter Health Park, and we'll talk for a little bit. We got Kings basketball. Obviously, the Kings play at 4 o'clock there in Indiana as this road trip continues. Kevin Durant out for a week. The Kings got a game and a half right now on Phoenix. They're half a game behind Dallas. Dallas is in Brooklyn tonight.
Yeah, find a way to get a W, and it would feel great. It would feel like, oh man, you did something. It would almost, especially with the way Indiana's playing, it would almost wash the sting away from Saturday. If you're able to, it would make people even more perplexed. But
yeah,
like if you could win this, because Indiana's hooping right now.
Yeah,
they're
playing
hooping
really, really well.
And you could bounce back and find a way to win it. Be like, oh man, that's some great stuff. And you get to see the beam lit live during the A's game. That would be awesome.
That would be fire. But Kenny says it's not going to happen,
Well.
so don't waste your time. We'll come back. James Ham will join us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Dallas is at home today with Kings fan.
Oh, is Dallas and Brooklyn? Sorry, did I mix that up? It's the Nets and Mavericks, isn't it?
Yeah, Nets, Mavericks, they're in Dallas.
They're in Dallas. Okay,
Yeah.
My bad. I don't know what I said anymore. Chatty,
We all just talk for 4 hours and all blend
Kings
up.
fan since '85 is confusing me. Brooklyn is in Dallas. Yes, Brooklyn is in Dallas. Yes, that's accurate. Houston and the Lakers tonight. That'd be an interesting one.
Lakers are only 2.5 games above a playing spot, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. This juice sucks. I think they forgot to put the ginger.
Power through, man. Power through.
I can never drink the last little bit, but that's it. Hey, yo. The Shaq chuckle is pretty funny. Candace does hate Sacramento. No one knows why. A couple more hours, Abel. A couple more hours, big dog. James Ham going to join us, I think, here in studio here in a couple minutes. I don't know. Maybe KC will come back. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do the rest of the show myself. Maybe we'll talk all the way up until 4 o'clock when the Sacramento Kings take on the Indiana Pacers. Maybe we'll talk all the way until tonight when Sutter Health Park hosts the very first Major League Baseball game in the history of the city. I wish things were a little bit better for Sacramento, meaning the Kings. I wish things were a little bit better for the Kings. Hey, turn around and look at your boy. Look at this dude. Yo, look at your boy back there. Just like we're back, we're doing the show, and your man is just rummaging through.
No,
this
he's
bread.
real life just looking through the bread right now.
He's for real just
yeah, look
kicking
at
it.
let's all just wait for Kenny. We'll all just wait.
Bro.
You don't even know. Let's see. He's gonna turn around. Look at
Your boy is wild,
walking.
man. Just like ain't nothing. Just eating some bread. Ain't
Don't even
nothing
know,
to
look
it.
at- all nonchalant.
This dude has absolutely no concept of time.
No, Kenny time is
Absolutely none.
insane.
No, absolutely none. No, take your time getting your rolls and your bread. You know, we've been back for like 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Bro, just munching on rolls.
Oh, this dude. I look over and you're rummaging through them rolls over there like, all right, James is supposed to be here. I don't know where James is at. He was the one who moved the time. Man, what a day.
How are the rolls, though?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
What are they, sweet rolls? What are they?
No, it kind of just.
There's a lot of talk about that bread. You and Marshall was really eyeballing that bread over there.
Texas
just
Roll House
rolls,
type, or
Huh?
just regular Texas Rolls type rolls, or
Yeah. It's good though. It's good.
look like
Okay.
you're having a good time over there.
Today would be a bigger day for Sacramento if the Kings were better, right? Like
for
if they
sure.
weren't games below 500, if we weren't clinging to the 10th seed,
Yeah.
if this season hadn't been such a disappointment, if the coach hadn't been fired, De'Aaron hadn't been traded, if there was more of a vibe around that beam and all of that, today, even with the bad weather and all, today would feel special. I mean, it does. Like, it still feels special to me, but it's magnified. Like, so much of the sports landscape in this market is dictated by the Sacramento Kings. Having baseball come in here and piggyback off of that is amazing, or would have been amazing. Instead, baseball's got to come in here and create its own excitement because Kings fans are frustrated and they have no idea what's going to happen over the course of the next 2.5 weeks.
I asked Casey and James's earlier. Do you think, Damien, that the A's could take some love away from the Kings being here for the next few years, or do you think they got to be permanent for that? I've seen people
If
talk
the
about, like,
Kings are
Kings-
bad,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
yeah,
Like,
if the Kings are bad, sure. Like if we go back to, puke guy era and, bad head coach hirings.
because we've heard so long, like the Kings are so lucky, they're the only team in town, blah blah blah. And I wonder what that's going to look like the next few years.
Yeah, it's possible.
I still do think that even because when I thought about this earlier, I don't think with the temporary A's that it'll be that the Kings are ever in any danger of losing that chokehold on the city. If they were permanent, maybe, but I still think at the end of the day, this city it moves with however the Kings are. I don't ever see that changing. I don't ever see that changing.
I think you're right. James, do you think there would be a greater level of excitement today just in the city, maybe surrounding baseball, if the Kings weren't in such disarray right now?
I think there's a lot of excitement about baseball.
There definitely is.
Yeah, and I think that, like this town has been waiting for more professional sports. We see it with soccer. We see it with, certainly the way the Kings have been embraced, or the WNBA was embraced here. If I'm the Kings, I would be a little scared, because if this team does, if the Sacramento A's becomes an actual thing, you better be good, because you're going to be competing not just for heavy ticket prices, but you're going to be competing for that local business dollar that the Kings have a monopoly on.
Mhm.
And that's why I think this was a very risky proposition for Vivek Ranadive, unless he's getting a big piece of a pie if they stay here and he's going to be a part owner and stuff. Because if not, man, you could, if they stay here, you already got them for 3 years. They're already out there selling stuff. If you somehow extend them and they stay for 5 years or 6 years, which is totally within the realm of possibility, and then if they do actually end up staying, man, this has already been like a mediocre to moderate, like like corporate base town, that would be a big blow if all of a sudden they're taking a bunch of your sponsorships.
I feel like you got something to say.
I don't think it's that dire. Like I just don't.
Well, I don't
this
think
is a king city, and as long as we're alive, it's going to be a king.
I don't
city.
think the sponsorship thing is because it's sold by the same people.
Maybe.
Well, once again, if you want to sponsor with them, got to sponsor with them.
Well, that's
Yeah, but there's I mean, we all know this. I mean, we're in that business. Like there's only a certain amount of sponsorships out there. There's only a certain amount of dollar available in a town like Sacramento. There is not like a ton of huge businesses that are based out of here. And so everything you're doing, like you can tie yourself to some corporate, larger corporation out there, but like there is not. I mean, you look at the naming rights to the baseball stadium, Sutter Health Field. The partner with the Kings is Kaiser. Okay, that's your two major. There isn't a bunch of people like fighting for dignity. The Dignity Health isn't part of the conversation, but there's only so many of these big money people out there in Sacramento. You know, who's going to get Southwest Airlines? Who's going to get the best car companies? Like once you start getting down to
going to get
it,
the airport.
Yeah.
And them airport ads be running like crazy.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, the airport.
Yeah.
Put a rabbit there.
Plus, I would say this, like when you look at a lot of the season ticket holders, the corporate season ticket holders in Golden One, there are a ton of law firms that own suites. There are a ton of, like insurance companies that own suites. Like that money can dry up very quickly if you have something else that is competing against it. And forever, Sacramento has not had to compete against any of that. You know, the Kings have not had to compete against anybody at all. So now we'll see how they do. And I don't think like a 3-year trial run here, that's not a big deal. The big deal for me is if you're bad for the next 3 years and all of a sudden the A's decide to stay and your ticket prices are sky high still, but the product is what it is, then you're going to start bleeding to the other sports venues. And I would say that about not only Major League Baseball, but I would say that about the soccer stadium being built as well. Like you could lose money, you could lose not just corporate money, you could lose season ticket holder base to these other sports because like there's only so much revenue like from fans. Like everybody's got a budget and there's only so much revenue that you can keep gaining from a fan base. And then if you start splitting that pie into different groups, you're going to lose some there too.
That makes sense. That does make sense. I still think you're talking about the NBA though. And everything else that we're talking about is behind the NBA. Like even in the most cynical way, like the most just dire way. If somebody had a choice for season tickets, do you want season tickets to see LeBron, Steph, Giannis, all these other guys, or do you want to see Jackson Holiday when he comes through? Like it's still the NBA. Like then you get to a point where it's the NBA versus the USL.
Yeah.
And if you got the money, I'll pick and choose where I can go to the USL. I'm going to get these Sacramento Kings tickets, season tickets, or a partnership or something like that.
I could see that, but I could also see someone looking at the season tickets price for going to USL games and being able to afford it to go take their family, and then looking at what a night out at Golden One looks like and saying, oh, I think I can go to 25 games a year, or I can be a full season ticket holder for USL and I can afford 10 games of Sacramento Kings. And are the 10 games, am I going to get to see like the great athletes? Sure. But at the other side, you get to go out there every week. You get to be part of something different. So like, I think that you hope that there isn't like a whole bunch of splitting of the pie here, that the Kings still would have sort of their capital here. But at the same time, you can't just keep raising ticket prices to astronomical rates to where you're one of the top 2 or 3 highest ticket prices in the country, in the NBA, and then you put out a team that's got 36 and 38 losses and 36 wins. That like the prices to what we're seeing on the court, that's not going to work out, and it will become about supply and demand. At some point, you're going to have enough season ticket holders who drop off and say, "Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. That wasn't worth it to me." And where can I spend my discretionary income? And that could be baseball. It could be soccer. And that just like, if you're the Kings, be good. Like, go out there, make the right moves, like improve the product on the court, because right now the product on the court, and for let's say 18 of the last 19 seasons, hasn't been good enough even slightly.
Isn't that, oh, sorry, Dave, but isn't that more of the reason why you won't see a complete teardown?
No, you're right about that. I don't think you can see a teardown. Well, I mean, that's like, we always talk about like hypotheticals, but I try to, like, at least with the hypotheticals that we bring up, I try to live in the world of reality. And the world of reality says that with ticket prices, like, they would need to cut ticket prices by 20%, and they're not going to cut salary by 20%. So how are you going to balance out? Like, if you're going to have this type of product on the court, you have to drop season ticket prices. You have to drop all of your ticket prices. So like, for me, yeah, like, the possibility of them completely tearing this thing down to nothing is almost non-existent, because at least for the next 2 years, you could probably move Sabonis to summer if you want to, or if he forces you to. But I don't think you're going to be able to move Zach LaVine, and that means 2 years of Zach LaVine. Then what else? Can you move a Malik Monk? I mean, you can take massive steps backwards if you want, but I don't know what for. Like, you got like nice things moving into your neighborhood. You can't just have a bad team. And so that's why I think that they will try to improve what they have right now, but we don't even know who's going to be making those decisions at this point.
And do you, is it inevitable to you that a change is coming to that front office?
Well, one way or another, it's coming either way, because Wes Wilcox just walked out the door. So Monte McNair, like, we always hear what Wes does and what Monty does as far as GM and assistant GM. Well, Monty isn't going to be Wes. He's not just all of a sudden going to be Wes and run an entire front office, run the medical staff, the media relations staff, the training staff, the back half of the coaching staff. On top of that, Monty's not going to make all the phone calls that are necessary to make these trades. That's just not who he is. So either way, there's going to be someone there. It's whether Monty stays or not, but there will be someone there that's like going to step into a Wes Wilcox role if Monty is still around.
Jesse asked the question earlier. With this team, we know they should have just had one guy in charge, but would this team have been better, in a better situation, if Wes Wilcox was the GM and Monty was the assistant? It seems like those two roles for them fit their personalities better.
Yeah, I don't believe that it has to be like a one GM situation, like a one voice, because, like, look, I think you need to surround yourself with people that challenge you, that have a different perspective than you. And I mean, it's super, super clear, if you've ever met Wes and Monty, that they have completely different personalities. Like, it's not just that Wes is a total extrovert and Monty's a total introvert. Like, there's even, like, you guys know, you've listened to the King's Beat podcast, we making fun of Brendan all the time because he doesn't watch movies, right? Mm-hmm. Wes doesn't watch movies, and Monty's seen everything ever. They're very different. And so for me, it's always been okay to have Wes and Monty, or Monty and Wes. The one downfall that I think has impacted them slightly is that they had no relationship. They had never met each other before they were both hired. And so basically that was, one guy got the job and the other guy came in second place. And then they said, hey, how about we hire both of you and you guys can work it all out. I think that there was always going to be a need for this second guy, Just like there was a need when Vlade was in charge. He had Peja, and then on top of that, they brought in Scott Perry. They brought in Brandon Williams.
Was Monty the final voice? Was he the decision maker?
He's at least a decision maker that brings whatever up to Vivek. Like Vivek is always going to be the ultimate,
and that's fine. Most owners are.
Yeah,
most owners are. But if it came down to Monty wanting something and Wes wanting something, Monty has the ability to say, no, we're going to do this.
Yeah, and for that matter, more often than not, over the course of the 5 years that he's been here, Monty's won a lot of the battles. Like whether it was
the battles with who? Because he should have won all of them if he's the general manager.
With Vivek.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, with ownership.
Okay.
He and that's not to say
out of the way.
That's not to say that they were like at odds, but there was a time when like Mark Jackson was on the table and the decision went to go with Mike Brown instead. And that was a good decision. At least it was good for 2 years. And then the third year, like, sure, things spun out of control, but like there have been other decisions in the past that have been, a Monty decision versus a Vivek decision or a Monty and West decision.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's interesting too, like having conversations on the way out the door with Wes and with other people around. Like this actually did work. It's not like this has just been a complete nightmare for 5 years and, both guys have to go. It's just that the last 18 months, I'd say, have been really, really rough.
You said something interesting there. I've never really asked it like this before. Knowing the story being complete, was the Mike Brown hire a good hire?
Heck yeah. I mean,
was it?
He won an NBA Coach of the Year. He led you to 18 more wins than you had the previous year.
Got fired 19 games into his third season after signing an extension for 3 more years?
Yeah, but name a head coach in Sacramento that hasn't been fired short of their contract.
Yeah, there hasn't been a successful Sacramento Kings head coach, which is why I'm asking, was the Mike Brown hiring a success or what was it? Was it a good hire?
Well, I think it was a good hire.
I mean, it was obviously successful. You went to the playoffs. I'm gonna retract. I'm gonna rephrase that. Was Mike Brown a good hire for the Sacramento Kings?
I think so. I think the extension looks bad at this point, but at the same time, like we talked about this earlier, me and Jesse did on the Insiders. It's like, how many times do you have to look at the roster and say, "Hey, it's not right. Like you need to add X, Y, Z."
Yeah.
And like we've been saying that for even when they won 48 games, you were still hoping at that trade deadline when they won 48 games would have yielded a 6'8", 6'9" small forward / power forward that could play defense and hit a three. And that first trade deadline, you remember who they got?
Was it the Beam team or was it
the Beam team?
I don't.
Alex
Kessler
Lynn?
Edwards.
Kessler Edwards.
Yeah.
That's what they did. That's what they went out
still.
and got.
Yep.
So here, let us help you out. Let us get you a guy who's a developmental prospect. Like that's just never enough. Like if you've got a team that's
But there
building,
was also a conversation we had for months about, and you posed this because that was Harrison's contract year. Do you, if things are going well, we had this discussion frequently. If things are going well, do you risk shaking it up to try to take a step forward, potentially take a step forward? Maybe it doesn't work out and you wind up going a little bit backwards. Or do you just see it through? And the Kings, essentially, with the Kessler Edwards acquisition, chose to just see it through, hold on to Harrison into the offseason, and obviously they went the route they went with him.
Yeah,
but that was always going to be a dilemma, wasn't it? Especially when you hadn't been good in 20 years.
No, I get that, but the dilemma doesn't have to be trade Harrison Barnes or do nothing. Like there are other ways to acquire players. There were better players available, and like the Kings didn't get them. So whether that's draft capital or it's taking a risk with a young player and including him in a deal or whatever it might be, like you can't. There are always ways to improve your roster. And we've gotten to a point where, you went through, a year and a half of real inactivity. And then when there was activity, it was earth shattering and, left the franchise a bit shaken here with the De'Aaron Fox trade.
I'm just trying to I want to see what this was, and maybe you guys know off the top of your head. But do you know what OG Anunoby was traded to the Knicks for?
OG Anunoby was traded to the Knicks for, was RJ
got it.
Barrett in that deal?
Yeah, so it was RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly,
Yep.
and a 2024 second round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Kings, if they were making that deal, it was going to be way heavier draft pick.
Probably a first rounder.
Probably 2. It probably would have been something like Harrison Barnes and 2 firsts. Like that's
And you needed to sign him.
But you needed to sign him.
And I don't I don't know what is true or whatever, but we weren't talking Harrison Barnes when this was going down. We were saying Masai, and we were telling Masai to kick rocks. He was asking for Keegan. And to that point, they got a Keegan-like play. They got RJ Barrett. They got RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickly for OG Anunoby. Harrison, I don't believe Harrison was going to get it done for them.
Yeah. I mean, it was going to be complicated, and even they were trying to get Malik Monk, but I think Monk was in the Siakam deal. Yeah, I mean, look,
I didn't know that.
At some point, well,
I figured, but I didn't.
I remember
Toronto was asking, but that wasn't that the Kings were offering.
Sure.
Yeah, and look, at a certain point, like you have these moments in time where whether it was Siakam or whether it was, OG or name that player that's come up, the Cam Johnson stuff this summer, the Cam Johnson stuff throughout the first half of the season, leading all the way up to the trade deadline. Like all of these moments are moments where the Kings tried to address their biggest need, but didn't get the job done. They didn't close the deal. And I know specifically with Siakam and with OG, the concern was about the next contract and how much that was going to cost. And I think part of, when Toronto was here that one time and, there was going to be a meeting between the two sides, and then they walked away from that saying, oh yeah, we're not doing that deal. And part of it was because Siakam said, well, I'm not going to sign. And part of that was likely because the Kings, they told them what the number was that he was looking for, and they told Siakam's people what they were looking to pay, and that wasn't on the same plane either. And so they knew that if they traded for him, they weren't going to be able to get a deal done.
And then just pulling the Siakam trade up too, and that's Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, which you could have done player-wise with the Kings. But they got 3 first-round picks.
Yeah, and the trade itself is irrelevant. It's the extension.
Yeah, and we didn't even talk about
the extension is what mattered the most. And
so I guess I only bring those up to say you didn't get it done, and the results are the results, and they're probably going to cost Monty and those guys their job. But number one, I don't think they had the assets that ended up being part of these 2 deals separately. Or if you did, nobody wanted. Like I think I believe Keegan would have had to be involved in either one of those deals. And I just remember people were not in favor of that. And I wasn't in favor of that. I wasn't willing to trade Keegan for either one of those guys.
I can tell you straight up, like the Daniel Gafford trade and the PJ Washington trade are the 2 that happened last trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Not this one, but the one before. The Kings did not have the assets to make either one of those deals.
Well, one of the reasons is because they gave Dallas the assets to make one with the.
Yeah, they did give up their
trade
first
on
round
the
pick
draft day.
and to clear up $12 million in salary cap space. Yeah.
They've created
Rashawn
their
Holmes.
own issues. I ain't trying to absolve them. They've
the
Davion Mitchell, Sasha trade, giving up those second rounders and those trade assets. They've created their own issues for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
KC says it's useless tonight. They're just absolutely hopeless. Do you agree? There's just no chance we're going to see the beam at Sutter Health Park. Just none.
Man, if it's flipping a coin, which team's going to show up, man, I have no idea, because the team could show up tonight and beat the Pacers and then lose to the Wizards and Hornets in back-to-back games, and we would just sit here not even perplexed, just like, yep, that makes sense. That's exactly what we thought was going to happen.
Yeah, I was definitely deflated by what we saw on Saturday, because that was one of the things that I believed with this team, and that I would hang my hat on often with these guys, is they may not win, but they always come to play under Doug Christie. They always come to play. They always come to compete. And now we've seen it 3 or 4, maybe even 5 times in the last 2 weeks where that's not even the case anymore. And that is extremely disappointing. And, you know, it's made me feel a little differently about this team and what they could do, because when I knew they were always going to compete, you could hang your hat on that. But now they've had too many no-shows in recent memory where, I'm asking the question, did they mail it in? Are they not as concerned about, seeing this thing through to the playoffs at this point? I think they are, but it's got to show up on the field and how you come to play the game.
Yeah, they definitely, anytime the going gets tough, they regress to who they are as individuals, like every single time. And that's what we're seeing at this point. Some nights when things are going good, they come out and they play extremely well, like as a team. But as soon as they face adversity in a game, you see each of the individuals show up. The ball gets sticky. They just keep dribbling the air out of the ball. And it's not just one guy. It's most of the team fully regresses to who they were, like their rudimentary, this is who I am as a basketball player. And that's always disappointing, because you're trying to get them to snap out of it. And they don't even, a lot of the players don't even realize they're doing it. We can look at the game the other night, like 6 turnovers for Malik Monk, 5 turnovers for Zach LaVine. They didn't even make sense. The turnovers didn't make sense. You're like, what are you doing? And that's when the game just spiraled out of control, and a team threw up a defense against you that you didn't know what to do. And you're just like, default mode was to turn the ball over and dribble the air out of the ball. And is very, very disappointing, especially after how well they played on Thursday against, not a very good Blazers team, but still a team that was fighting and had something to fight for. I mean, and the Blazers came to win that game. Like they did not just like check a box and not show up. The Kings were just way better, and they had no chance.
James is off to Sutter Health Park. We're going to let you go watch some A's baseball.
Yeah, man.
We'll come back and we'll talk more Kings basketball. They take the floor in Indiana at the top of the hour. Will be your de facto pregame show. Get you ready for Kings and Pacers here. D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, Jesse isn't in there. Oh, wow. Okay. James, you can go ahead and go.
Oh,
I thought I just saw.
Can't go to break.
Yeah, we literally cannot go to break. So, James, you get out of here, and James will go watch baseball.
Then we'll keep
and we'll just keep talking. This show is amazing.
Oh, my God.
This show is absolutely incredible.
Man, that's hilarious.
Find you another show that will throw to break that can't go to break. Like, I can't even override it and send it to break. Like, I can't do that. So,
man.
We'll just talk more about the Kings and the Pacers.
One thing that this is a little lighthearted thing. Did you see the King?
West second, Jesse out getting his bread. No, not his money, his literal bread. He's out there getting his bread. Steven says, "What a Monday!" Katrina, like all the bread jokes.
Come on, man.
This show is amazing.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
One word to describe this show: professionalism.
I'm gonna go get some more after the show for sure.
Just comes waltzing back in here.
I used the restroom. I thought we were going to 28.
No, we weren't.
Oh, James
has got to leave.
That's my fault.
We said you was out there getting bread.
No, usually we go to 28, so I took my bathroom break.
Well, we're going to 28 now.
I'm sorry. I hope everything's okay. What's going on here? Is he?
Oh, he is sweating profusely.
What?
Oh man, that was Mike Tomlin. The thought of coaching Aaron Rodgers.
What was that?
Has Mike? What? Oh, Mike, where is he? Oh man, Where is Mike Tomlin right now?
He's probably sick.
Mike Tomlin looks like he's doing this interview from the depths of hell.
It was so disturbing. I had to be careful and make sure, hey, nothing went on, because it was weird because they had all these microphones, like old school.
Yeah.
I was like, what's going on? And I guess just the thought of having Aaron Rodgers got my boy stressed out.
He looked like Patrick Ewing at the foul line in the fourth quarter. And he was just sitting there. That was a startling sight.
I said, what's going on here? Hope everything's all right. But no, I thought this was.
I can't believe these teams are waiting around for this idiot.
I thought this was kind of funny.
Kenny Thomas.
No, Kenny Thomas would be jealous of this.
Yeah. Kenny Thomas looked at Mike Tomlin like, bro, what's wrong with you? Why you look like that, dog?
The Kings, they social media, they always do their thing. And they did the questions, how they ask them a question when they're walking into an arena or something.
Mm-hmm.
So they did this one on the road. And the question was like, who would you want to play one-on-one? Who all time would you ever want to play one-on-one? People were asking the question. That wasn't the funny part to me. The funny part was Keegan refused to answer. Trey Lyles tried to get him to answer, and Keegan just kept walking and walked away and would not answer. And then Valanciunas, they asked him, and he goes, "Oh, these questions. Next time, guys. Next time." And it walks off.
Bruh, what is wrong with these people?
It was so irritating. It's like, these questions again. Next time, guys. Next time. It just walks away from him.
Sorry to annoy you with my friendship. Goodness gracious. Just keep walking, Valanciunas.
Keegan just wouldn't answer. Trey Lyles tried to get him to answer. He just wouldn't answer.
Not interested.
No.
Keep it moving, pal. Was that the one where DeMar said himself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were walking out into the street in Indiana.
Oh, man. Frank Wright, interim head coach at Stanford, huh? I didn't see that.
Interim head coach.
I'm sorry. Why is he the interim
That's
head
what
coach?
I'm saying. Like, interim, why isn't he just
Is it week one? What is happening? What month are we in? Conduct a coaching search. What do you You're the smartest school of the West. Like, what are you doing?
I don't know why they just wouldn't give him a 3-year
Yeah,
deal.
why wouldn't you give Frank Wright the deal?
I don't even know if he's the guy, but yeah.
Houston and Duke, I'm ready for that.
It's gonna be good.
I'm ready
Houston gonna be ready. Houston is going to be ready to go. And I think Duke got a great argument that they're the best team in the country.
Yeah.
But they're gonna have their hands full with Houston. I thought they would have their hands full with Alabama though. And they handled business.
They did not.
They handled business.
They were kicking it.
There was something James said that I wanted to ask you about.
Mm-hmm.
Or just ask people in general about, where the thought process is that, who's pulling the strings around here, who's running things. And James, and I agree with him, he's said Monty's won a lot of these, I don't want to say battles because he wasn't making like it was contentious, but Vivek may have thought one way or chimed in a certain way, and he let Monty do his job and went his way.
Mm-hmm.
How do people feel about that? Does that fly in the face of what people have kind of said? Like, oh, he's not making decisions. Vivek needs to step out of the way. He's not making. Does that change?
I don't think that's ever going to go away.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That's
the truth will never matter because it'll always be fogged. People will always believe it's like the Keegan Murray. Like it was Vivek wanted Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Everyone else wanted Jaden Ivey, and then they took Keegan Murray and he had the rookie year he had, and no one mentioned it again. Literally no one. Wasn't written about in the New York Times, wasn't discussed a single time again. Mark Jackson. Well, Vivek sure is infatuated with Mark Jackson. Who knows? I have no idea if that's true or not. If I'm a owner of a business and you've got 3, candidates to manage my store in front of me, and the general manager is making the hire, I'm looking at him saying, making the right one. Make the right one. Guy says it's Mike Brown. Okay. Are you sure? You talk to Mark? I think Steve Clifford was the other one. You talk to Steve? Okay. And go with it. But it always hung out over it. Well, he wants Mark Jackson. He wants Mark Jackson. They hire Mike Brown. Never mentioned again. Never, ever brought up. If he's an owner, he's pretty bad at asserting his authority.
Yeah.
And when he does assert his authority, he seems to be right. And then they don't say anything. So and I'm not, this isn't like trying to rep for Vivek. It's trying to point out, stop believing everything you hear and read about them. The New York Times article that came out about Anjali and Jeremy Lamb, they were broken up by the time the article came out. All of this, they're in the decision-making circle. He's not around. What are you talking about? That's not a thing. It's absolutely not a thing. But it's Sacramento. It's Vivek. You've been on this train for years. It's easy to believe. Right. And that's all it is. Like, you'll never, I don't believe anyone, even us, a bit in the know, I don't think we'll ever know exactly what's going on.
I agree.
We're not stupid enough to think that the people who are talking to us, they don't have their own agendas. That's how this game works. It's our jobs to cipher through all of this. Right. When it comes to the owner and decision-making, I can't cipher through it. Right. I have no clue. I have absolutely no clue what goes on in this organization. If Monty has the decision-making power, salute. If it's Vivek, okay. And I told you a story that I think I shared it on the air that I heard the opposite.
About who makes a decision?
Yeah, that at least one team in the league, like, yeah, Vivek doesn't really, he's kind of hands off. Of course, that flies in the face of what we're told here, but a perception from outside of Sacramento was like, we asked this earlier, this might be an appealing job for a general manager if that's true. Again, do we know it's true? No, because all we're fed is that Vivek is the dumbest human being that's ever lived, and every decision he has ever made is wrong. And now he's in bed with Fisher. So that's where we are.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah,
all right.
And that I agree with James on that too. That and some of that was what we've heard. Some of it is just paying attention to like what's going on.
Yeah.
Like it seems like Monty, quote unquote, gets his way more often than not in these situations. And I think some people will point right now to like the Zach LaVine thing and say, I think Stephen Brown said he got his way till now, and Vivek wanted Zach LaVine. Number one, from everything that we've heard, they've always had I'll just say Vivek. He's always had an eye on Zach LaVine for years now. And so he's probably mentioned him, tried to get him. He got him. Like at some point, somebody's saying, no, we're not trading for him. Or I know when he tried to sign him as a free agent, they matched the offer sheet and all this other stuff. So like, yeah, he could have liked him, wanted him on the team he could say that once every 6 months. Somebody's telling him, no, we're not going to go that route. Till it got to the point where, all right, we're trading the franchise or what we think is the franchise. All right, man, what's up with LaVine now? Like you didn't played all your cards. Here's where we're at now. What's up with LaVine now? And even then, once again, I could be wrong. Even then, it's not like, hey, get Zach LaVine and then get the worst draft picks possible. Like he talking about get Zach LaVine. Like do your job everywhere else though.
Yeah.
Get one of the rookies or a role player or better draft picks or something
Make
like
my
that.
basketball team better.
Yeah.
Or, and this is this is what we thought, and I'm not sure that it's not true. At least make it the same. And I'm not convinced that this basketball team wouldn't be exactly the same. Even, I mean, part of the factor is the circumstances De'Aaron was dealing with.
Right.
I don't know if he would have shut down his season in Sacramento fighting for a playing spot, especially with the mood he would have been in if he was still on this basketball team. I assume he would have, but I don't think this team is any better if that trade isn't done. I don't think they're any worse either. For some reason, this is who this basketball team is. I mean, how many times did we see De'Aaron Fox score 12 points, 15 points? The stuff that Zach LaVine is getting murdered for right now. How many times over the years have we seen De'Aaron do that? This isn't to attack De'Aaron Fox. This is just to say this season feels like it was dead from jump. And that sucks. Given the summer that we had, the expectations that we had, and the level in which we were just all wrong, that sucks. Yeah. Is Jesse in there? All right, we'll be right back. D'Lo KC here on Sacramento Sports Center, ESPN 1320. No, it's all good. It was funny. I only threw the commercial because James was leaving, and I never even looked to see if you were in there. I know that's what we normally do. That's my fault. But it's still very fun.
Shout out to everyone who had the day off today. Caesar Chavez holiday. Who is this kid that my son sends me a video about? How tall is this kid? I don't even know if he's talking about the kid. He could just be talking about the shot. Oh boy, there's a lot, man. There's a lot went down today. Well, shout out to you. Yeah, man. What did the stat on Haley Van Lith? She's the only player
been in the Elite Eight 10 straight years.
Well, I think she's the only person, men or women, to lead 3 different teams to the Elite Eight.
That is bizarre.
That is bizarre. Welcome to the new college basketball. But that is, I mean, she didn't lead LSU, but I mean, that's pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive.
Miguel, what is going on right now? What is
come
happening?
on.
Miguel, settle down, man. You're trying to catch up on too much of the show at once. Relax. Kings basketball at the top of the hour on your television. As we get through these final 8 games of the season.
You know, I thought about something. I don't know if I should even bring it up though. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I can get where I need to get. Me and James earlier were talking about where we parking for this A's game today.
Oh yeah. When you find that, you let me know.
Well, I mean, put it to you like this: I ain't worried about taking a little walk or hopping on a scooter.
Scooter.
Yeah, I ain't parking in West Sac. It's just the bottom line.
Imagine Aaron Judge hits a home run and takes out someone on a scooter.
Imagine it's Kenny.
Well, that would be left. That would be left. Who might it be? And Shohei doesn't come here. Oh, it might be Josh Chisholm.
Yeah, because he's using the wiffle ball bats.
Well, you sound like it sounds like hate. Definitely sounds like hate.
It's not. They call it a torpedo bat now, I guess.
That's what they call it. That's what it said.
They just use it, but he's saying it like the way he's using that tone as if the Yankees are doing something.
No, not all the Yankees. Just Jazz Chisholm and Anthony Volpe. Aaron Judge's bat stops working in October.
All right.
Come on.
What?
Come on. Why?
Stop.
Why?
It's an unnecessary shot.
When does Rafael Devers' bat start working?
I don't know. His work's in October, though. He's got a World Series ring. That wasn't very nice. He's going through it right now. He's got the yips.
They
got 14 home runs so far.
Yeah,
the Yankees
they had
like that.
9 in the game on Saturday. That was crazy. The poor Lauren Betts. This reminded me. Did you see TK's video?
I didn't.
Yeah, she's just going in on Lauren Betts.
What Lauren Betts do to her?
He says she's just whiny.
Oh,
to be 6, what is she, 6'7" or something like that? Maybe 6'5". She's just too whiny. But yeah, man, everybody can use those bats. Everybody can use them. They're there for
I used to use
everybody.
them when I used to play in the front yard.
They're there for everybody. I think
actually, I don't hate it, I guess.
The bat matters. I think that porch in right field matters a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's not just the Yankees using it either. And it's not like a league-wide thing, so it's whatever, I guess, at this point.
Somebody, they said last night, I was watching Sunday Night Baseball, and somebody was like, they were talking to some pitchers, and they were like, yeah, the MLB is going to have to look into that. And the guy was like, what are you talking about?
with the bats.
Yeah. What are you talking about? It's been researched. It's legal. That's like, they use the example. That's like telling a pitcher they can't use a slider. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Pitchers is mad because they can't use pine tar anymore and all that stuff.
oh, and then I felt a little bad. I don't know the whole situation. You see the Dodgers rookie who like having a mental breakdown, it looked like.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
He was crying.
Is he from?
Oh,
is he from,
no.
Japan.
Japan, yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
And I guess it was his first start, and he was
He was
going
crying.
through it.
There was tears on his cheek.
Yeah, he was going through it. Couldn't, like, the moment was just too much. And then they said going into the recruiting process or whatever, like one of the concerns I guess they had over there was, hey, I don't think he's going to do well in a big market. Like, that's not I don't think that'd be good for him.
Mm-hmm.
And Dodgers went and got him anyway. And hope the guy gets it together. That was tough. He looked like he just wanted to go back home.
I'm the opposing team, though. I'm taking that dead center.
Oh, let him pitch against the Giants. My boy Elio Ramos.
Oh man, leave the kid alone. You just said you felt bad for him. Now you're talking about.
I do. We gotta win games though. We gotta win games. What you want me to do?
Quick programming note. You gonna go see Coach tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be at Mike Bibby's. Well, KC will be at Mike Bibby's introductory press conference tomorrow with Leezy, and then he'll join the show, man. So we'll have some coverage as Mike Bibby is officially introduced as the Sac State head basketball coach. Landed his first big recruit today. Shaquille O'Neal is a Hornet.
Shakir.
Getting the transfer
Make
portal.
sure everybody heard him say Shakir.
It's Shaquille O'Neal.
Well, no, they might. I'm just making sure they.
Shaq O'Neal. What you mean? Shaq O'Neal.
Shaq O'Neal is going.
Shaq O'Neal is going to Sac State.
Shaq is a Hornet.
Shaq is a Hornet. Yes, indeed.
Headlines. We're gonna get what's the guy's name? Evan Sittery. Who's the guy that makes that? Oh, listen to ESPN 1320. They said Shaq is going to Sac State.
That's one more year of eligibility.
That's what the Spurs reporter's typing right now onto his Twitter account.
Still waiting to get through to the manager.
Still trying to, like, dude, you're a reporter and you can't figure out who to call here.
Come on, man. Come on, get your man.
I ain't even gonna help you out, man. Get out of my face. Your DMs go to a special box, dog, because I don't follow you. It goes to the junk box.
Get your mans. I do have Beam Money.
Okay, we do that.
Beam Money is going to be ready, and it's got to be ready like while the show's going on because it's a 4:00 start. So this is what I decided to do. I went mostly Kings except for one. And I'll tell you the Kings ones I had. I got DeMar DeRozan, 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists. This is a game for the offense. So I think he can accumulate a lot of those numbers. But that's the one I'm least confident in. They have Keon Ellis at 8.5 points. I went more. And what's the other one? I got DeMontis Sabonis at 17.5 points. I went more, right?
Okay.
Now, got to get you a Pacers one. And maybe you guys can help me out with this one. Pascal Siakam. I'm going points, rebounds, assist again 2 times. I'm trying to stay away from demons or goblins. That's really the big thing.
Yeah, they take some money away when you do that.
Yeah. Pascal Siakam, 32.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Or Tyrese Halliburton, 33.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I'm leaning towards Siakam.
Ooh. 33 points and assists for Ty?
Rebounds and assists.
Oh, rebounds and assists.
Points, rebounds, and assists.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm still leaning towards
you could do that. You could do that. What's Siakam's again?
32.5.
I think you're good with both.
I
think or either. Sorry, I think you're good with either.
Mm-hmm.
I think you go with either.
All right. I'm gonna go Siakam.
Okay.
So yeah, the lineup.
Remember when you could take the Tyrese under and just make money day in and day out?
Days.
Man.
Those were the good old days.
Man.
Those days are gone.
Yeah, those are over.
Those days are gone. Download the Prize Pick app. Put in KIFM into that promo code, and it gets you $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. Don't have to win, nothing like that. Just put in the promo code KIFM, and you get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks.
Man.
Run your game.
So he decided to show up today.
No.
Does he even know?
No,
Yeah,
he does.
he does.
Apologize. The man was working.
Oh,
So that got to do with anything.
Yeah, you
I'm trying to work too. And I need the signage up. Worried about his job.
Yeah.
Poor Zabo hits me up. I just went back and heard what y'all said. I'm alive. Work meetings suck. Tell Kenny it's still run your game.
Jobs are temporary. D-Lo KC is for life.
Man.
Where Zabo was so upset. He made a best of D-Lo and KC for the month of March.
He did.
Facts. He went to work.
We appreciate you, Zay.
That's facts. Shout out, Zay.
Happy anniversary, by the way, to Zabo and Jasmine.
Yeah.
They've been together 9 years, man. They celebrated their anniversary over the weekend.
Love
That's
to
good
see it.
stuff.
Love to see it.
Good stuff from one of our favorite couples.
Zabo, am I getting residual checks, brother? We don't even get the checks on YouTube.
Yeah, what you
Yeah,
talking
we don't
about,
even
man?
know who gets those checks.
Yeah, what you
We know
talking
who
about?
doesn't.
Yo, settle down, sir. What kind of establishment do you think this is?
Some Joe Schmo in Philadelphia just eating off of us.
Hey, that stupid show in Sacramento keeps getting more popular.
They keep posting Kings videos.
Yeah. Let's go to Morton's tonight and eat a bad steak.
Oh, why is Morton's catching a stray?
I don't know. It wasn't really necessary. I understand that. That's my fault. That's my fault.
Oh,
I don't even know what could possibly be on the best of D-Lo and KC. Just no clue.
For a whole month, yeah. We'll find out. You guys go every Saturday for sure. Go in there and see this week on D-Lo and KC. Just knew something.
Oh, okay. Well, here's our talk about the air fryer. Oh, Kenny in the green vest. Okay. Small market, big heart controversy. That was the stupid picture. He's got these labeled. Well, okay. That's labeled D-Lo in his expensive restaurants. I don't even know what that means.
Now.
What's that one about?
Spelling is hard. That's what that's labeled as. WWE Raw Live. I think we're watching. Oh, Kenny in the movie. KC was in a movie is on here. Oh, this is great. Pyramid Conspiracies made the cut.
That's a good one.
Pyramid Conspiracies was good. Oh, great. Now we got JFK Conspiracy, so that rolled one right into the other. Kenny plays the wrong video.
Which video did I play?
Well, you were on the sound stage, and you showed us your phone on the sound.
Right.
Yeah, got us. Got our biggest sponsorship check canceled. What do we got here? Poor D-Lo and his solar panels. This is awesome.
Wait, hold on.
So many KC impressions.
Hold on, man. Oh, man, come on.
Have you been in the Cartier store?
No. Hey, look, man. Hold on. I gotta show you guys this, man. I'm tagging you right now. Now, look, done a lot of defending of the Sacramento A's. But have you seen the press conference?
You tagged us where?
Set up.
Hey, what's wrong with the little shed?
Come on,
tagged us
man.
where?
Come on. What do we do?
Hey,
Hold
if you're
on.
claustrophobic, if you're claustrophobic, maybe covering the Sacramento A's is not for you.
Oh, that's
no. Hey, think about it. During the summer, it's 105. Yeah, everyone get in the shed.
Oh, come on, man.
Tough.
No, we can't have that, man.
Hey, that costs you $50 at Home Depot.
We can't.
That's tough. How come I don't recognize anybody here? Where's Jake? Where's Sean?
James, go sit by the tools over there.
Oh, this is tough.
Wait, we got a press conference. Can we back up the lawnmower, please?
Hey, no, come on, man. That's embarrassing. You can't do that. You can't do that. There's got to be another room somewhere at Sutter Health Park.
That's like an RV. Just everybody pile in the RV and ask some questions. That's tough, man. That is tough.
And then it's from Ben Ross. Shout out Ben, former.
That's our guy. Yeah.
CBS 13, and he said he has another video. And I'm not gonna play because I don't understand. Oh, but I see it. It says it's pretty windy today in Sacramento, and the wind looks like it's blowing that.
Oh no.
Yeah, so Mark, what do you think about Lawrence Butler and the shed just falls apart?
It's a reply to the one I sent you.
Yeah,
look at the roof.
Oh no.
This is the roof that fell apart at the Tropicana field.
This is a bad first start. The good news is it's nice out and all the pictures of the field look beautiful. Is the rain behind us for the day?
I believe it is.
It is not.
It is not.
Well, at least in Roseville. I don't know if it's
Roseville been raining crazy lately.
There's a 30%, 40%, 30%, 40% chance of rain over the course of the next 4 hours.
Y'all got to calm down in Roseville. What's going on in Sacramento?
I don't know. I know next Wednesday it says 79 degrees, so give me that.
Yeah, buddy. Sacramento, 40% at 7 p.m., but that's it.
I can't lie. The shed is crazy.
The shed is wild.
Come on, man. You know I'll be defending them, but that's tough.
Dude, the Kings.
That's tough.
There's got to be a porta potty right by there too, I'm sure.
That's tough. That's a tough one to defend.
Do the Kings look worse than the interview shed?
Yes.
Well, there you have it. I guess tune in tomorrow. Man. That's a bad look.
Damn, man.
That's a bad look.
All
for our
little
guys
Bay Area
out there.
people coming out. Oh, we're gonna cover the A's today, and then they go in there. Maybe that's just for them.
They got the little beer
Maybe
pong.
Jake and them.
Hilarious.
Maybe Jake and them are in a plush.
Yeah,
Nice one.
super nice leather couches everywhere.
Whoever's in this Ben Ross picture is doing the little press conference from the beer pong table they grabbed from the other place.
That's so unnerving. So unnerving.
Oh, brother. Oh well.
All right, man.
What are your? I think I might have already asked, but what are your thoughts on the Kings today? Like, do you look at them and say
Nothing
like, they're not-
surprises me.
Mm.
Nothing would surprise me. If they beat the Pacers, it wouldn't surprise me. If they lost by 1, it wouldn't surprise me. If they lost by, I think I would be surprised if they got beat up again.
Mm.
Like if they lost by if they lost by 20 plus again, if this game wasn't competitive, midway through the fourth, I think I would be surprised in that result.
Would that change how you feel about this team?
No, it doesn't matter. Like how I feel about that. The way I feel about them isn't going to change. I think
They could win by 30, lose by 30. It's not going to make a difference at this point. Like we're all heading the same direction.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. It'll be a little more fun tomorrow if they win, and then we'll reset the clock and talk about whatever's next.
It can only get worse from here. Like the best case scenario is you're 9 or 10, no matter what, and then the worst is like you just don't make the play-in. But there's no amount of games they can win that's going to get them to 8th or whatever.
Yeah, it's
we're headed the same direction.
Yeah, it's solidify a play-in spot. And then once we get to the play-in, once we get to the postseason, assuming they make it, it'll be the same thing. Yeah. It'll be like, all right, it's the Kings versus Dallas. I don't know, dog. Anthony Davis could go for 40. I don't know what to tell you. Domas could dominate him and go for 30 and 20. Don't know what to tell you. Don't know how to predict. Right. You could beat Dallas, get blown out by the Timberwolves, Clippers, Warriors, whatever. I'm not – I know I'm sorry. This is just what we're doing the next 8 games. I do not know what to tell you what to expect from this team tonight because I know what I didn't expect on Saturday, and it was that. I didn't expect that on Saturday. Could you lose to the Magic? Absolutely. But that, I didn't expect that. Yeah. So it's like, all right, whatever happened. Saturday ended, start over. What happens next?
And because of that, because of Saturday, because I agree with you, it does have me looking at them a little different.
I see.
It does, because I didn't think that was going to happen to them. They might lose, like you said. Yeah, you could lose to the Magic, but a complete no-show. I'm ready to take my $2 chain or $2 steak chain off.
It was a chain.
Yeah, $2 steak chain off.
Yeah. Did it have a steak on it that you get from Reno?
Steak and egg. Yeah.
Oh, it had an egg on it too.
Give me that.
Okay. It's a nice chain.
Ready to take it back.
Give it to Jerry. He'll wear it. Jerry Rice will wear it.
Jerry with his
Jerry loves wearing them chains.
He does, man, and he has the goat fuel. That's his energy drink, I think.
All right. Too many people got energy drinks. Goat fuel?
Goat fuel, yeah.
Have you had it?
No.
Oh, I'm not trying it either. I will not try goat fuel, and I won't try Prime.
Jerry,
Prime sucks.
Prime,
well, Prime's trying to kill you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's.
I don't know. It's like,
I guess it is energy drink.
It's like sweet water.
Prime is?
Yeah, it's like super sweet. It's not. It's not good.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Reese had it one time. I almost banned it from.
Have we had the Dutch Brothers discussion on this show?
I think so.
Or Dutch Bros.
Dutch Bros. What about it?
That it's like that their most popular thing are like these weirdly sweet energy drinks.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
I'm not even a Dutch Bros.
I just thought it was a coffee place, but apparently one of their big things are like these sweet, syrupy energy drinks with like crazy levels of caffeine in it.
You pull up the Dutch Bros and they'll literally like jump in your car like, "Oh, how you doing? What's up? What are you doing
That's
today?"
what I've heard. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've heard
no,
it
one
is
time they did that. And I kind
there.
of looked at Crystal like, "You need to talk to them."
Yeah, I've heard it
It's your
is
mans.
crazy
Yeah,
there.
no, not for me.
Goat fuel.
Always packed though. Always.
Always. It's
Yeah.
settled down a little bit though.
Not by me. The one by my house is new. Like it went up after I moved, so that was May.
Yeah, they used to have one, or they still have one off of Elk Grove Boulevard by 99, and that used to be crazy all the time. Now it still gets crazy,
Yeah.
but there's times when it's not crazy. So we'll see.
Okay.
Goat fuel has electrolytes, BCAA,
Branched chain amino acids.
vitamins and minerals,
Okay.
natural caffeine
all
of
of the
200 milligrams.
all of the buzzwords.
Yeah, what
there.
vitamins and minerals?
200
Antioxidants.
milligrams?
Natural caffeine.
What does
200
that mean
milligrams.
to you?
Power up naturally.
No.
Each can, I'm saying each can of goat fuel gives you a smooth, sustained energy boost with caffeine from natural sources like green tea and coffee.
You get paid for this?
Okay, green tea is. Yeah. Are you an endorser of goat fuel?
No, I'm trying to figure out what's in it.
Kenny going to be in here tomorrow. I get through my 2 radio shows with goat fuel.
And my insoles.
Shout out Moving Souls, man. Shout out to him.
I think he got endorsement deals under the table.
Yeah,
he
he's
don't
not
tell us
telling- yeah.
nothing about.
I wish I did
He's
have
trying to
one
make
Moving
this.
Soul.
He's trying to make this goat fuel read.
Hey
sound
guys, no big
natural.
deal, but I really love
Hey.
this company so and so because this and that.
Antioxidants.
He ran into Jerry Rice on the sideline of the 49ers game when he dissed Patrick Willis.
Yeah.
And what is this? Cordyceps mushrooms? Traditional healers that have used
It's a
these
special
ultra
energy?
rare mushrooms to treat ailments and improve
Okay, Kenny don't know that word.
vitality.
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 That's it.
No, I couldn't read it for a second. For thousands of years.
Oh, for
You
thousands
won't
of years.
ta-
Okay, Jerry.
You won't taste them, but you'll feel them.
Okay. All right, dude.
You sell this at the dispensary, Jerry?
Goat fuel, the Jerry Rice edition. It's a gold can with Jerry on it. So, okay, this is fascinating. It's $35.99 for 12. That is
That actually
crazy.
sounds like a good deal, huh?
Oh, well, it's not just Jerry.
They got,
They got Muhammad
connection.
Ali goat
Yeah.
fuel.
Yeah.
How does that work?
I Jesse,
Watermelon.
I don't know.
Watermelon
man.
and fruit punch is the Muhammad Ali. Tropical
The-
berry is Jerry Rice.
This is insane. All right, man. Blueberry lemonade, peach pineapple,
What would be our flavor, goat fuel? If it was a D-Lo KC version.
bitterness.
Strawberry.
Oh,
Strawberry and ginger.
bitterness and anger. Oh God, that sounds terrible. All right. Well, I'll we're gonna order some goat fuel
No,
and some
they
smelling.
need to send us some.
We're gonna order some goat fuel and some smelling salt.
That's what the Kings needed on Saturday.
Yeah, they
Man,
need
they
some
really did.
full tonight.
Yeah, Doug needs to hand that stuff around, man. We got Kings basketball coming up on your television.
Yeah.
We're gonna go watch it with you while we do our show over on KSFM. Kyle says sour would be the deal in KC flavor. We'll see y'all tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. With the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. Vamos A's and Gigantes.
I got this on the way out. Where was it? DeMar drinking ISO fuel. Well, give me that club soda flavor. Come on now.
Oh, come on.
Come on now. That's funny. All right, man.
Hey, shout out to the PSA from Toxic 916. Don't ever shotgun an energy drink. I don't think we were planning on it, brother.
Whoa. Yo.
Yeah.
Careful.
Living your
Hey.
life on the edge.
Be careful, bro. What are you doing?
Shout out Toxic 916.
There's this Reds Rangers game. There's got to be
All right, got
5,000
C4 in
people
the
at this
Caraway
game.
House. Reds.
Oh
Angels.
yeah, C4 have you going crazy though, in a good way. C4 is, yeah.
Shout out Leezy. I don't know if he's still in there, man. Great job with that Mike Bibby post. Doing numbers. Big time numbers. All right, y'all. We got we're ending our commercial over here on 102.5, so we got to get going. We will see y'all later. Enjoy the games.